All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the anticipated biggest grand final we have. This is the NTEL NTEL 2021 featuring League of Legends. We have the grand final. I am Phoenix Tier of Next Tier Gaming and Esports, and I'm here with, and I'll just pass you over to them now. We have the casters and analysts of the season. We have from left to right, Chris Strider Pilling, Jackson Cadius Woodward, and Billy Django Willing. The guys are going to be joining us here. I'm going to be unmuting them, taking you over to them to give you all the action, the pre-game action, how the season's gone and everything. But here they are, guys.
Yeah, and in much anticipated fashion, we have a rematch of what was the 2020 Grand Finals between Team Destiny and Team Jewpies Angels. I'm excited to get into some League of Legends. What about you guys?
Yeah, I'm pretty excited overall. These are probably the two top teams in the region or here in the NT, and they've been slugging it out. Destiny have had the early reigns, and Jewpies as of the last, I would say, 2 seasons now, that they're looking pretty clean at the moment, and Destiny don't have their number just yet.
Yeah, well, I mean, what about you, Django? What are your thoughts on the upcoming game?
Yeah, more of the same. I think we talked about this a lot this week, and it's just... it's looking like a Jewpies sweep, to be honest. I honestly would like to see Destiny come out with a win. Maybe the reverse sweep, get the silver scrapes, something like that. But I'm just not too sure how realistic it is. I know Destiny have been practicing, but...
I mean, we'll only have to wait and see exactly how it goes. But, I mean, if we want to, before we hop into this game, of course, thank our wonderful sponsors that bring us the NTEL 2021 and have gotten us this far. Starting off with our major sponsors, we've got, of course, the Territory Zone Paul's Iced Coffee, who are celebrating 60 years here in the top end, actually. I'm sure maybe your parents and grandparents might have remembered when they first appeared on top end shelves, and they've been a fan favorite ever since. As well as that, we've got the Northern Territory Government, good old NTG, and McDonald's Group Darwin, who are responsible for the majority of the McDonald's stores in the Darwin and Palmerston areas. As well as that, we've got all of our beautiful minor sponsors, such as Next Tier Entertainment, Serotonin Beauty, VR Gamers, Gammon Creations, Tracy Village, Howard Springs Tavern, The Rabbit Hole, Palettes of India, Fresh Point, John John's, Diamond Barbers, Wicked Energy, Joyce Main, Next Level Gym, and Bell Accounting, and District North Kitchen, of course, as well. Now, folks, as well as this, all of the beautiful minor sponsors on your screen, if you've been participating in the Next Tier Esports League for 2021, make sure that you go and check out the discounts that you can grab at all of these places, either by heading over to the website or scanning the QR code in the bottom corner of your screen. And of course, we've got some Paul's Iced Coffee here, actually, fueling the gamer desk that the boys have got on hand. Got one here as well. So definitely a favorite that will be keeping us going through this cast. But we're just waiting to get in game right now. And I thought we'd talk about a bit of the season, how it's been going so far while we wait for this game to get underway. So obviously, the season started out with Jewpies kind of on a bit of a warpath, and Destiny much the same, but Destiny ended up going through a bit of a period where they lacked one of their star players, Prodigium, in the support role, and then he came back, and then after that, they started climbing their way back up to the top again. So how do we think maybe that's going to affect this grand finals? Do you think, Jewpies Angels having a very consistent 5-man team the entire way through might be a little bit more of an advantage in terms of practice?
Yeah, it's definitely pretty interesting. I'm not too sure if you guys might have seen it this week on the podcast that Blade Exer did with Prodigium. They kind of acknowledged that he was missing this year and he's just got other commitments that he was doing, but I think it kind of does take into effect a bit. He mentioned briefly that he hadn't actually played much with Jimbo Baggins. He didn't really know how that matchup was going to go today because he just hasn't played that many games with him. He doesn't really know him that well, which, can take a big impact into team vibe and as well as just like playing together, synergizing, all of that stuff. I think it could be a pretty big deal, actually.
Certainly. What about you, Strider? What are your thoughts?
Well, I think Prodigium pretty much glues the whole team together. He's able to control their bot lane very well. He does have really well-timed roams. The fact that he was missing for half the season, if not more, just proves that Destiny have been on the back hill a little bit and did make a little push at the end of the season. It'll be interesting to see this 2v2 bot lane as Prodigium is more back online, so to speak. But yeah, I'm interested to see where Blade XR goes, as we were talking about last week. Is he going to make that swap in the mid lane, or is he going to stay in AD carry?
Yeah, certainly. And one thing to know, of course, is that, this year we do have Jewpies with a bit of a different lineup than they had in the 2020 season. Actually, they've swapped a couple of players around. So it'll be interesting to see if this goes exactly the same as last year, where Jewpies were able to win the grand finals with a 3-1 score, or if maybe Destiny are able to take a little bit of extra distance. But folks, before we hop into game, we're going to have a quick look at some highlights from the course of the 2021 season. So please, we're going to throw it over that and enjoy.
I don't think Big Fudge is really in the point where he can, hit the
Now
button
looking to go in
before-
under Blitz here. It's going to be a 1v3 situation. Drops the ulti, deletes 2. Does he have 3? Galaxy Cat, no, the damage isn't there. And that is Blidexa finding himself a 1 versus 3.
Front to back, the damage on the Sivir finally starting
Oh my
to
goodness, Hunt just gets blown up there, and Forsaken, he's in the back right now, getting locked up by Thebans Wopro, looking to find himself a kill, but no one's paying attention on Fleek, and he is just running an absolute train on Corona's spaceship. Quadra kill, flash forward, pentakill for on Fleek, and that's what happens when you don't pay the due attention to a Vayne with this many items.
He's just destroying this and he gets the parry though, but the ult is gonna jump. He misses the ult and he gets taken down by Galaxy Cat 26 with the solo kill onto Django there. And yeah, I don't think
The patience.
Yeah.
It's hunting.
Oh, here we go. Another team fight. Will Set actually get punished here? That is a lot of true damage coming out. The Taric ult actually coming in very early. It does not fall on Vayne, and we do have a bit of a freeze here. But Vayne is able to cut this out. Does pick up the... Oh my god, that Akali. That is a wonderful, wonderful 5-man right there. And this might be an actual cleanup from the Akali. That's set on Prodigium. My goodness gracious, a 5-man CC. That is just absolutely crazy.
Keep performing. Yeah, Nixu is found, caught out here completely. Face checks a champ.
Oh my
3 champions into that, and a beautiful combination. Knock up into knock up. Wombo combo. He tries to turn it around, and Chris Ryder is just headbutted over the wall to safety there. They're trying to pick him off. Sping Ding finally gets him, but Nublis is on his tail. Here, Artur right next to him. They have to be careful. This Yasuo has the ultimate available. He was able to pick up Sergeant Crone. They're trying to kill him. So Yasuo's outplaying. He's dashing back and forth. He's taking everyone down. This Yasuo with so much life steal. And the Quadra kill. The Quadra kill from Dark Knight. I think that was a bit of a ripper. Dark Knight was definitely pumping out damage, but Yasuo was the superstar of that team fight. He was dashing left, right, and center, outplaying Job Seekers completely.
They're going to take this dragon, sets it in the back line. They might keep
Oh,
going
it's
here.
a beautiful
huge E.
engage.
Oh no!
Yeah, and this
Job
is what
Seekers
we're
have
talking about.
absolutely demolished this fight. They've played that so well. From their set in the back line to the blitzcrank hook follow-ups. They were pretty safely behind the tower. So that's really on cooldown. I think that's down for about a minute, maybe a minute and a half. So we'll see how that goes for those guys. The rocket just got sent up into guard. I think that rocket just stopped guard's back, and now he's going to get collapsed and killed by the team.
A wonderful play there.
Huge rocket from Challenger for Jade. That was so perfectly placed. I don't think they had vision. They didn't. That was a blind rocket to catch the Nas, stop him from the backing, and just got a perfect 4-man collapse there. What's the lead? Nunu
coming in. Initial D, deja vu. Malix pops the paranoia, looking for Vayne in the backside. Huge slicing maelstrom from Bin Laden is going to wipe up 3 on Fleek, the last one alive. Big damage onto Conditioner, finds the kill, but it's not going to be enough to keep himself alive for too long. Manages to trade 1 back, but a massive 4-man wipe. That's what happens when you fight without your strongest player, and Casuarina gentlemen crawl themselves back into a winning position. Your logo here, Bloodman. Excellent. And welcome back to the NTEL Grand Finals between Team Destiny and Team Jewpies. Angels just heard the big ding to get into the lobby, so I'm sure we'll be hopping into Champ Select in just a moment. In fact, Honestly, you know, those plays were some crazy ones. Were any of those a particular favorite of your guys?
Oh, man.
Well, you first, Billy.
Nah, look, shout out Galaxy Cat, that number 3. That's something else, man. My O got pretty clean usually, I swear, boys. Yeah, shout out Galaxy Cat for that one. That's definitely one of mine. Obviously, the boys in the first one, getting the number 1 play. After me and Nick in, can't look past that. Sping Ding and Dark Knight and R2 are absolutely tearing it up.
Yeah, definitely some great plays there. I think one of my favorite one was like, you know, the Yasuo play, because I'm just, you know, a bit of a Yasuo picker myself. Always love a good little Yasuo outplay. Definitely does do some wonders.
Yeah, Sping Ding is cracked.
Sping Ding definitely was cracked on that Yasuo. I don't think I even got to cast that game. But if we look at the bracket so far, obviously both these teams have had a bit of a warpath. There was Jewpies Angels taking out Corona Spaceship to get here, the 4th seed, and then Destiny, unfortunately, going over the top of Django here's team Youngbloods to make themselves into 2nd place. And then Youngbloods actually able to secure up the 3rd place round thanks to a forfeit from Corona Spaceship. So we didn't get to watch that one play out, but either way, we've got, you know, another rematch of the 2 teams that stood in the same place last year. Whether or not it's going to be the same result, though, that is the one that's up for debate. You know, last year we saw Jewpies Angels come up. You know, they were made as a team with the goal to take down the reigning champions, which was this Team Destiny lineup, and they were able to do that. They were able to actually achieve that in the end, beating, you know, Bladexa, you know, Liam, the captain of this Jewpies Angels lineup, was able to take down, you know, his friends that he was trying to beat all along, and, you know, definitely I'm going to be interested to see if, you know, Destiny did take that as a bit of a consideration to come back and win this one. I believe they played twice in the group stage, and I think Jewpies won both times, didn't they?
Against Destiny, yeah, they did. Jewpies have gone undefeated this year. They haven't lost a game since last finals where they lost to Destiny. We'll get the repeat this year. Maybe we'll see another repeat loss. If not, maybe Jewpies will just have the clean year, go undefeated the whole season. After that, they should be nerfed.
Yeah. I mean, well, hopefully we will see some nerfs. Definitely just waiting on, you know, the players to get into Champ Select at the moment, folks. So, I mean, excuse the wait, but...
Typical Destiny.
Typical Destiny. As you can see, they're the ones that we're waiting on. What a surprise.
Prodigium not going to make it to the game again today. What a shock.
What a shock indeed.
What a shock.
All right, sub me in, boys.
Sub me in, exactly.
Oh, yeah, Esky-teen.
Esky-teen.
You hear, Kira-teen? We got Esky for you, mate. Before you leave back to Alice, come get your Esky.
Yeah, definitely. I'm kind of excited to see how this game is going to turn out, because I remember last year we saw a pretty exciting 1v1 between Bladexa and Guard in that mid lane, and, you know, this time we're maybe not going to see that. We're maybe going to see, you know, Bladexa down in that bot lane 80 carry role, which could be equally as exciting if he is going to be going up against, you know, the Prodigium Ardmona bot lane, who is definitely made a name for themselves as, you know, not just one of the best bot lanes in the series this year, but just one of the best bot lanes in the NT in general. Ardmona very, very consistently picking these strong 80 carries with, you know, Prodigium playing those playmaking supports like the Thresh, and just going absolutely out of control with them, scaling immensely. I remember Ardmona was very known for his Senna last year, but for whatever reason just hasn't picked Senna this year, even though the champion is still definitely viable. Just doesn't seem to want to go down that route nearly as much. What are your thoughts there on exactly how, you know, their champ pool has evolved over time?
Yeah, I think if they really get pushed to the limits today, if they're on their 3rd game and Jewpies are 2-0 up, I think we will see them do something like that. Prodigium just has to go into full carry mode, and you got to put Prodigium on the center, get Ardmona on the center, and put Prodigium on the set or something like he's used to playing in that lane, where he can just like take over the game. I think that's so strong. What do you think, Chris?
I feel like Jewpies haven't been really tested in a very long game. Their games have been pretty clean around the 30-minute mark or less, so they really need to draft for a very late game composition, really put it to Jewpies. They can snowball early, but they'll be susceptible to mistakes. But the current meta is mid to late game 80 carry champions when it gets past 25 minutes, or 2 or 3 items, depending on what you pick. But it's really hard to gauge Destiny's bot lane because Prodigium's been out for half the season. But whenever he's been in, he's been popping off. So I can't wait to see it. But we'll just have to see how they go today.
Yeah, he's definitely a star player on that Destiny lineup, if I do say so myself. But, at the same time, on the other side of the fence, Bloodexer, this young gun to the bot lane role, to the AD carry position, he's picking up those new champions, making the Samira look incredible. Also a big fan of his Kai'Sa here and there. Definitely, not where we're used to seeing him. We're used to seeing Bloodexer as being that mid lane menace. And how do you think this kind of role swap has kind of maybe shown off his other talents?
Yeah, thankfully with the podcast this week, this is something else that we got to learn, is that Bladex is definitely going to be playing ADC today. And the three of us have been in the scene for the longest time. And I think we can say, for the longest time, those two have always been probably the top of the league, the best two players by a very long shot. And to actually see them lane against each other today is actually going to be pretty exciting. I'm pretty sure Prodigium didn't play the games against Jewpies originally, but today might be the day, and we might see Prodigium actually clap Bladexa, which would be a sight to see.
Yeah, I was going to say that was another thing. Even though we do have Jewpies Angels currently at a 2-0 record against Destiny, the first game was with Bloodexer laning against Guard, who, as we know, it's no secret, Bloodexer is the better mid laner in that one-on-one. But in the second match, where Bloodexer actually did role swap at about halfway through the group stage to the AD carry role, put challenge for Jade, put Dana in the mid lane, we actually didn't see Bloodexer go against Prodigium, because this was kind of when he was on his hiatus, doing whatever he was doing during that time. So we didn't get to see that, Bloodexer Prodigium bot lane matchup. And this is going to be the first time tonight that we're actually going to see that one play out, which is definitely some very exciting stuff.
Yeah, it's definitely very exciting.
You might be able to, have some input on this, Chris. Because that's happening, we also have, in my opinion, a pretty underrated low-key matchup, which is going to be Challenger for Jade going up against Guard. And I think people... Challenger for Jade is criminally underrated. I think he's also in the top 5 best in the whole tournament, and people also put Guard in that situation. I think people are kind of writing Challenger for Jade off today. But I think, he's going to push Guard to his limits. We've seen that guy do crazy things. He beat Liam on Master Yi mid. Don't forget that. This guy is absolutely cracked. So
definitely do.
I don't know. Yeah, you've been playing mid lane this season, Chris. How do you think that's going to go?
I know Guard has picked very interesting champions this season in the mid lane. He's definitely been having a lot of fun, but now he has to pretty much go big brain in the mid lane since he's versing Guard. Guard is probably the best scaling mid laner that we have in the tournament. He always plays conservatively, calculated, always plays around his jungler, and he's able to make plays around the map if it's a Galio ultimate or a TP flank. He's always there when it actually matters. But I'm interested to see what Challenger for Jade actually pulls out, because he has to take Guard very seriously in this matchup.
Vex. He's going to pull out Vex.
Oh, yeah, no. I don't know if Vex is allowed in this grand finals. David Tio, is Vex enabled? Is she allowed to be picked?
Vex is enabled.
Yeah, she's enabled.
Okay, well, I mean, yeah, I'm excited to see Vex put it. I haven't seen a game of Vex played yet at all. I haven't touched League since, the patch dropped. But that should definitely be some exciting stuff to see. I know that Challenge for Jade has actually played some crazy picks this season, obviously bringing the Amumu mid against the AP Sejuani that we saw against Corruption, and he made that look good somehow. He absolutely got like a massive 5-man Curse of the Sad Mummy and just washed them in a late game team fight with that AP Amumu build. So he can definitely play some crazy stuff. We saw him playing, Wukong AD carry in the bot lane earlier this season. We saw him playing Master Yi AD carry in the bot lane earlier this season. So Challenger for Jay, definitely, I don't think we've seen him really pick meta much at all in the bot lane and the mid lane that we've seen him play so far. And again, Guard is not someone that you can play those champions into. So this is going to be, really a test where he's going to have to get serious. Otherwise, he might suffer the consequences. Because as you said, obviously Guard known as one of the better control mage players of the region, definitely loves his Orianas, his Syndras, his Galios, all champions that he's made a big name for. They love to scale up, play around their team, and just be an absolute menace. And while he may not be like the 1v9 sort of mid laner himself, he's certainly someone that is very consistent at making sure Destiny as a whole succeeds in these fights.
Yeah, super good at enabling his team. I think Cassiopeia might be his most played champ he played in the season this year, and it's been absolutely insane. He is so cracked. It's going to be such a fun matchup in the mid lane.
Couldn't agree more. I am hearing the client chat go a little crazy, so I'm assuming something must be happening.
Yeah, sorry guys. One player is having some PC issues on the Destiny team, so we are just working around that. So
it's
our
honestly-
apologies here.
Yeah, it's typical. I mean, let's put it this way. Like, it wouldn't be a Destiny game if one of them just didn't just randomly have PC issues of some regard. It's just a bit of a, it's kind of a given, you see Destiny on the roster for game day, and you're just like, right, so this is going to be starting late. Good to know.
Yeah, that's it. You can come a few extra minutes late to the game on this one. Maybe chat's not going off just yet. They're still waiting for Prodigium.
Oh yeah, the Michael Reeves comments. I don't even know. I get that a lot, to be honest, like way too much. I remember, I guess this is like a Darwin stream. Normally I can't talk about these like niche scenarios because people aren't from Darwin. I guess this is like an NT stream, so I can talk more about this. I was like coming back from a night out at Mitchell Street, and you guys know like the Macca's, that sponsored by the way, that's on Smith Street. We were just in there after like a big night out, and like I'm ordering food like incredibly drunk at like 4 a.m. and everyone in there is also incredibly drunk, and some like drunk guy like wanders over to me. He's like, "You Michael Reeves, mate." I'm like, what? He's like, "Yeah, you look just like that Michael Reeves fella." So dude, I get it all the time. I don't know. I don't see it myself, but I've had enough people tell me to this point that it must just be true.
That's enough. I wish I could be Michael Reeves.
He's logging in right now. Well, there you go. So, I mean, Prodigium on the way. Daniel B. Moto.
Almost game time.
Daniel B. Moto having issues with his Daniel B. modem, it would seem.
Here we are. We're looking at the end of the group stage here now as well. This might be something else that we can talk about a little bit just while we're trying to kill some time. But we've, definitely talked about the leaderboard a lot over the last couple of weeks. And I'll just reiterate, aside from the outliers, Jewpies Angels and Purple Cobras, I feel like it's been super close throughout the rest of the tournament. It's been so tight, and it's great to have such a good tournament like that. It's been so competitive. One of these days, I swear we're going to have two different teams in the finals. It won't be Blade Exa versus Destiny for the rest of our lives, fellas. I swear. It's got to be so good. There's so many of these teams this year that played out of their mind. Big shout outs to Ad Astra, Casuarina Gentlemen, For Fun. These guys just were so good. Shout out to Job Seekers Alliance, had a great season as well. They unfortunately just fell a little bit short, same as Corona Spaceship. But man, what a year it's been.
Oh, yeah, no, it certainly has. I mean, obviously, Jewpies Angels, the undefeated 16-0 team, but Destiny, 12-0-4. And again, I don't know how many out of their four, I think it's 3 out of their 4 losses were with Prodigium absent, when obviously he's one of their star players who is consistently either MVP or, a contestant for MVP. I don't think this guy has had like a bad game all season. He is like, without question, the best support in like the NT scene. So, their 4 losses were mostly just due to him being absent. I don't actually know if any of them were with Prodigium present. I think the first one was, but that was, again, against Jewpies Angels. So, it seems that they're going to use a sub for their first game and then maybe swap out for Prodigium afterwards. So we were just talking about this. We were just talking about maybe their ability to play against Jewpies Angels when they do not have Prodigium on that support role to shut down Bloodexer in this bot lane. They're going to have Drunken Monk come in here, though, looking to be their new support pick. And, you can see it right there. That's just going to be the all good to go ahead and kick us off. And we're going to be hopping right into Champ Select. Analysts, walk us through it.
Yeah, it's a pretty crazy stat that we probably have seen more games from Drunken Monk this year than we have Prodigium. So at least we have a little bit more to talk about here. The first ban coming out, LeBlanc, taking it away from Guard, one of his most well-known champions. And the Camille for Ruli Polio, another champion that we've seen him play a lot. Super strong in the meta right now. All, Divine Sunder champs. So absolutely disgusting in the top lane. Followed by the Ezreal ban.
Yeah, Ezreal ban is probably just a safe ban overall. It just scales well, can't be really punished unless really caught out of position. I do agree with the Camille ban. It's very meta, very strong. Probably the best top laner at the moment. Just offers everything to her team in terms of utility and just the split push, and it's just overall just a really strong champion. I guess LeBlanc is a pretty typical ban, can snowball very well, but they respecting the Aphelios. So I think this is the first Aphelios ban coming to Blade Exa.
Yeah, and it's about time too. We just saw it in the top 5 play that was on earlier. It was absolutely disgusting. He can absolutely blow people up with that 200 years ultimate. Never forget patch release Aphelios. It was disgusting, and you know, Blade Exa is just cracked enough to bring some of that back too. So yeah, definitely about time that Aphelios ban came out.
Oh, okay. So Thresh and J4 bans coming out at the end there. Thresh has fallen off a little bit, did get a few micro nerfs, but it's still very much playable, just probably not that top tier support that it used to be. And J4 is probably a very decent flex pick from the support and jungle role, even played mid and top if you are very eager to play that champion, but must have done their research a little bit to ban out that champion, but Mumu actually locked in. Ooh.
Yeah, that's an interesting one. We did predict when the Amumu changes came out, when he got his second Q, that he was going to be a super strong mid laner, super strong jungler, but we have also seen Challenge for Jade play at mid too, so just another disgusting flex pick from Jewpies Angels. Hoping to see it in the jungle. Maybe Alpha Arcasia's been working on that one a little bit, but probably mid lane.
Yeah, it could be a bit of a fake out because I mean, Alpha Arcasia Fiddlesticks is up, so they could be going. All right, we've got the Amumu jungle guys. Pick around the Amumu jungle. Bam! Challenge for Jet takes it mid. They lock in the Fiddlesticks. They get Curse of the Sad Mummy into Crowstorm, completely blindside the enemy team. Maybe that's what they're going for here.
Yeah, and Morgana actually locked in here with Orianna. So pretty good draft overall coming out of Destiny out of the gates here. Orianna just that safe mid lane pick, just able to farm and scale safely, and Morgana just able to isolate anyone with Black Shield and probably save them overall. But I actually like this Irelia MF that just got locked in straight away without hesitation.
There is so much AoE coming out on the side of Jewpies right here. Their team fight is looking disgusting right now.
Yeah, so one thing I do know about Challenge for Jade is that when it does come to actual meta picks and not troll picks, Aurelia is his favorite mid laner of choice. So I would imagine this is going to be an Aurelia mid rather than really Polio piloting it in the top side, who normally goes for the more mechanically simple champions, likes to go for his Orns, likes to go for his Aatroxes, things of that nature. So would be expecting this to be an Aurelia mid, but at the same time, the flexibility of Jewpies Angels, you can never count them out. So I wouldn't put all of your eggs on that mid lane basket, but definitely be expecting that to be the case.
We're getting through this champ select very slowly and very discreetly. Vex is still up. I just want to mention we've got 2 bans to go. I really want to see the Vex game.
Yeah, maybe a truce between the two teams, not to pick Vex, who knows. But at the same time, you know, neither mid laner has been set in stone locked in, so we'll have to wait and see. But I would imagine, you know, here that they are just going to be targeting the top lane pool, as we do see Fiora getting taken away for Really and Polio. That does kind of show, especially with the Fiddlesticks ban, that you do expect that this Amumu could be going the mid lane, and you could be seeing it be played by Challenge for Jade. So they respect ban the Fiddlesticks, which I do like, and they're going to take away Yorick for Jimbo Baggins, who, you know, Django, I'm sure you're knowing that is a good idea to do against this team.
Yes, take away the Yorick. I agree.
Yeah, very little counterplay when it comes to that champion if you don't tower dive him early, if he's able just to scale for free and just hit your turret, and especially with a Rift patch where you can pretty much pick up
Jimbo's
2
so cracked that he was diving me onto tower on that champion. Like, I have no idea. I should have played Urgot that game. Anyway, enough about me.
Ooh.
The Echo coming out.
Yeah.
Now, we have to assume this is going into the jungle. I believe this is going to be an Asuko pick. For sure. He does favor the Echo. He loves those little skirmishy carried champions, and I think he could be a big player this game if he gets a nice lead.
Yeah, Asuko is definitely known for his Echo, so that's probably going to be Morgana going down to Drunken Monk. I do like that they picked the Morgana early. It does give you that two-way flex between the jungle and the support role, but they are going to put that one down there. And Lilia is actually getting locked in here, which does basically confirm that this is going to be either a Mumu support or a Mumu mid. Even a Mumu top, maybe? Syndra?
I mean, Mumu support with
I guess this
Misfortune.
means, yeah, this is going to be a Mumu support with Misfortune, and then that's going to be Aurelia going up towards the top lane. Such an interesting draft from Jewpies. What can I say?
Yeah, this is interesting. I trust Jewpies. Obviously know what they're doing. They haven't lost a game all season, but this is probably one of the wilder drafts. Even their support team had a bit more composition than this. And the Tom Kench coming out for Jimbo too.
Yeah, so Jimbo Baggins going to be rocking the Tahm Kench. You could kind of predict that he was going to lock in a tank champion just based on the Fiora ban. You want to take away the tank killer there. So, no surprises locking in Tahm Kench, one of the stronger tank tops at the moment. Probably him and Ornn, I imagine, would be the two best ones. Tahm Kench, a little bit more, solo potential, ability to win his lane by himself, whereas Ornn, usually more so about playing that weak side, playing towards late game, giving your team the ornaments, and then scaling up from there. But overall, looking at these two drafts, I personally think Destiny have one draft here by a landslide, but what do you guys think?
Especially that bot lane draft. Caitlyn, Morgana into MF and Mumu, they just don't win that unless Lilia just camps bot lane. Just the ability just not to make any plays and to be punished. And basically they're going to take their turret really early if they don't respect the Caitlyn Morgana push.
Yeah, this is definitely interesting. I can't say I've ever seen the Amumi support before, so I have no idea how that's going to play out and how that's going to play out into the Morgana either. She can block the Q twice, I'm pretty sure. So, that's a big yikes. They basically, like you said, they have to play it pretty passively and maybe just slow down the lane until Amumi can get his ultimate and relax a little bit.
Yeah, I think it's going to come down to a jungle matchup here. If Echo or Asako and Echo would be able to make the proactive plays around the map, and Lilia just able to basically counteract Echo when he actually ganks. But yeah, I'm pretty excited for the jungle matchup, actually.
Yeah, it's definitely two of the best junglers in the whole scene too. So it's going to be super interesting. I'm not too sure if we've seen the Lilia from Alpha Arcade before.
First time.
No, I don't know if I've seen this one before, but we've mentioned this a couple times. Destiny, their biggest weakness is a lineup in their losses. Definitely seems to be Asako getting jungle pressure on him early. A player who doesn't know how to come back from being counter jungled super heavily. And, that is just going to be something that they're going to have to watch out for here, because Lilia can definitely be a bit of a menace to Echo in the early game. She's, very mobile, able to run circles around a melee champion like Echo. And as well as that, Orianna, I believe, does get priority over Syndra in the early game, so they'll have to watch out there. But while we're waiting for this spectator delay, let's talk quickly about the league-wide awards that we've got coming up. Boys, if you'd like to, lead the way chatting about this one.
Yeah, league-wide awards coming up. This is, the end of the season. We're going to wrap it up. This is for all the tournaments, League of Legends, Rocket League, all the fighting games, and it's going to be a great night. It's going to be at Gateway in Palmerston at Event Cinemas. And, we'll all go down, have a few drinks, maybe sneaky ones, and have a great time. Last year was great. We had so much fun. And a lot of the budget this year has actually gone into the league-wide awards too. So even if you didn't finish first, there's still a very high chance you're probably going to win an award at the league-wide awards. So come down, buy your tickets. You can get them on the Facebook page as a post up. You can also go to NTEL website, the NTGE website, and find it there too.
Yeah, we also are going to have, David dropping the details down in chat, so make sure to check that one out. But, it should be a great night, definitely. I know the league-wide awards last year was a ton of fun. I believe we saw some of the Destiny boys doing a weird thing where Finn put Eddie on his handstand and, walked around like it. Definitely interesting there. The creativity of the Destiny lineup being put on full display there, both IRL and now we're about to see it in-game as they pilot this composition.
10 seconds until our first game of the series, fellas, and it's looking good for Destiny. They might be missing Prodigium, but I think they have the draft here.
Yeah, no, definitely, I do agree. It's been looking, looks like it's going to be pretty good, this one. I mean, again, I don't know about Jewpies draft, though. You put a Mumu support down against Morgana. Okay, so you pick the Amumu, they pick Morgana, right? That's fine. You just put the Amumu in the jungle, just have him play around top side, because that obviously Amumu, bandage toss, very, very projected ability. You're able to just react to that, click Black Shield, bam, Amumu has done nothing with his gank, and that is just absolutely no bueno. But, Amumu can just play around top side. You have the Aurelia top that is quite volatile. You have a mid matchup here of, Syndra into Orianna, where Syndra has, crazy burst damage to put down onto Ori if they do get caught out there by an Amumu bit of CC to set up the Syndra stun. And instead of doing that, they just draft the Amumu down towards support, where he's going to be playing into Morgana every single time this man clicks Q. There's going to be Black Shield there. he's just going to have a really, really hard time getting anything done. And again, Morgana Caitlyn, not a bot lane that is just pure defensive as well. You've got Dark Binding into Yordle Snap Trap, tons of burst damage, tons of CC. This is going to be a very scary one for the Jewpies side to walk into.
Yeah, and I think we're just getting underway. We're about to load in any second here.
So what are your thoughts, guys, on how this match is going to play out? Is Jewpies able to scale for free, or will Destiny take it to them with their current draft?
I think you kind of hit it on the money during Champ Select. I think it is going to come down to the jungle matchup and the effect they have on the lanes here. I think both of them are super snowbally and have the huge potential to carry the game. Both the mid laners are going to just have a lot of utility, and the top laners that are going to be brawling and tanking as well. It's a super volatile game. I think depending on how these lane matchups go, it will probably come down to the junglers and their influence.
God, rocking the emo Orianna skin. Good to see. Got the Chinese Tom Kench as well. Plus 15 social credit.
Love that.
So I actually want to see how Aurelion Polio actually pilots Aurelia into Tahm Kench. She does win pretty much at every aspect of lane phase. But I want to see how Jimbo actually also pilots Kench as well. He is a pretty underrated champion with a lot of base damage as well.
Looking for a pretty even start here too, actually. It looks like both junglers are probably going to start on their bottom side of the map, which is pretty typical. No one's taking chances in the first game. Everyone's going to take it pretty easy, guarding their camps. And we maybe should see a little fiesta. Both junglers, I imagine, are probably going to get to the top lane around the same time here. So we'll either see a fight for the scuttle or a fight in top.
Yeah, pretty standard starts like you mentioned coming through. The first couple of minutes of the game. I'll be interested to see if Alpha Arcasia knows the Lilia clear path, so she's able to actually beat Echo to a gank here, but it really depends on how they pilot here in the top lane. Just testing the limits of their micro skills there, but challenge for Jade already pushing in guard quite aggressively.
Do you know the Lilia clear path, Strider?
The Lilia clear path, so far it is correct. You go red into golems and you go straight to wolves into blue, and then you either gank top or mid depending on how they're able to perceive where Echo is, but they don't have any aggressive wars to see where Echo is at the moment, so I'm looking for a counter gank here at around 4 minutes, but that's just my guess at this point.
Yeah, I'm not actually sure how Caitlyn is... Okay, no, never mind, she's not. It looked like she was losing in terms of priority at level 1 against Misfortune when Piltover Peacemaker does actually hit the entire wave.
Yeah, and it's really strange to see Ardmoda and Drunken Mark actually shove this early, but I guess it's just a given playing with Caitlyn, especially when Blade X actually took Comet in lane, just able to get that extra poke damage in, but with Piltover Peacemaker, just Ardmoda's going to pretty much shove this in under turret at this stage. A nice binding coming out, but advantage toss in return.
Yeah, it's going to be half of Blade X's HP as well, even more so, actually, even more so. So much damage coming out from Ardmoda here in this 2v2.
Imagine if that was Prodigium.
I think Dream to Meme actually played it quite well. Just able to isolate Drunken Monk before actually going in any further.
But it was just like you guys said in Champ Select too. The Amumu is just suffering. They win that trade so easily. Caitlyn Morgana is such a strong lane.
Yeah. That speaks volumes with the Doran shield as well in the bot lane, just able to try and survive. But Azuko looking for a very aggressive trade.
Yeah, Alpha Arcasia does have to flash here. And he is going to be able to get scared away by Aceco. And unfortunately, you were just a little bit low in terms of HP. Aceco clearing a little bit more efficiently. That's going to force Lilia to back off here, but she was able to clear her entire topside jungle before getting forced out of it, so she's not actually going to lose too much. He's actually flashing forward, but the Black Shield comes through from Drunken Monk to keep himself alive. The second bandage toss is actually going to miss. Flash forward from Blood Exo. One more auto should do the trick. He does get it with the double tap. And now Ardmona might be getting taken down as well. Big creep wave in his favor, though. Flashing forward here, looking to get aggressive onto Bloodexer. The Piltover Peacemaker is going to go wide, but here comes Aceco looking to go aggressive with the phase dive. And yes, indeed, Ardmona, the triumph coming through to keep himself alive. And that is going to be a massive, massive pickup for the Destiny bot lane.
Damn, yeah, that was such a close fight. Dream Team just couldn't get back in. He got punished too much when he flashed forward and took a lot of damage and was not able to get back into that fight. So by the time it was over, you know, Ardmona had his flash back up. Also worth noting that they were only able to make that play because Ardmona went for cleanse instead of his heal here. Otherwise, Morgana probably walks out of that free. Really well played by Jewpies to notice that, and nicely done by Asuko, roaming down just in time to pick up that one as well. Keep it even.
Yeah, 100%. It just came down to that early skirmish in the jungle, and Asuko just immediately walking into bot side river, and he pretty much takes both scuttles for free, and he's got a pretty big experience lead coming out in front of Alpha Arcasia here, so hopefully he's able to snowball that a little bit more. But Berserker Greaves coming out of Caitlyn really early in lane phase. What are your thoughts on that, Billy?
Yeah, that is an interesting one. I don't think that's going to go too well for him, to be honest. I think Jimbo is, in most cases in the tank top lane matchup, you're just going for Bramble first anyway, so the Vampiric Scepter is not going to be super great for Ruli and Polio. A lot of that healing is going to get cut down on his Conqueror as well as this Bork, I have to imagine, that he's going for. I definitely think, yeah, you're right. The Berserker Greaves are a much better first buy here. DST guard just nicely picking up that wave, stealing the back of Alpha Arcasia. Not quite enough for him to get there. Not too much coming out of it though, except for a couple of Raptors.
I guess that's why you take Comet. You're able to poke a little bit harder onto Caitlyn and Morgana here. You can't black shield both of you, but yeah, getting shoved in quite aggressively. Blade X are constantly proccing Q and even forcing them under turret, which is not what we expected coming out of Caitlyn and Morgana here. But Challenger for Jade actually has an experience advantage over DST guard here at the moment, just constantly farming under turret.
Yes, we do see that vision around Dragon at the moment is going in the favor of Jewpies Angels. They just go down there and drop a bit of a trinket ward, but Lilia actually making her way up to the top side here. They don't know that Aceco is there for a counter gank, though. This is going to be a 2v2 up in the top side. Ooh. Big Aurelia ult does go down, though. Brilliant Polio dropping quite low. Might get finished off here. However, Aceco has to watch out as Alpha Arcasia is still alive and ready to take him out. Meanwhile, the bot side, bit of a scuffle still going on.
Bladex is looking for every inch here. He's staying right up real close to that tower to get every single auto that he can push out there.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, and they're allowed to, right? Because DST guard, he's pushed under tower. He's not allowed to roam down to the bot side. You just saw Aceco show up in the top side, so you don't need to be scared of him down here. So they're allowed to just push up as far as they want because they know that they're playing a completely isolated 2v2 right now. And Lilia is actually going to get spotted out on this control ward as she makes her way down. There it is.
Jimbo's
the ping comes through. Yeah, Jimbo does have to watch out.
Oh,
no.
Really Polio tried to time it there, so as he dashed, he would have queued to the teleport, but unfortunately, he was a little too early. I'm not even too sure if that's possible in the matchup, but you have to assume that's what he was going for there. Getting the stun.
Oh, no, that's aggressive.
Oh, the W's down. Jimbo can't get in on him. Thankfully, he just walks out, but it's coming up any second. Jimbo.
So close. Definitely a bit of over-aggression from Riley and Polio there. And, you know, what was a really great lead, you forced the Tahm Kench to back off there. Now, all of a sudden, you know, you're in a position where you're incredibly low. He's actually not going to recall himself, which might be a bit greedy. But if Tahm recalls with the lane in this position, he should have just not shown.
Oh, that's
going to force him to stay. He's going to try and tower dive him.
Yeah, I mean, he is able to heal up with that Q and that Vamp Scepter like we mentioned.
He's got his passive up too. This is it for Jimbo. I think he still has the stun. He gets the stun. The Q's going in. The TP's come out. Brilliant ball. He's gone all for it. Jimbo lives. Jimbo lives.
That is very unfortunate there. I don't think Tahm Kench even had to use his E, which was a bit interesting. They did get the teleport out of guard though, so not all a entire loss there for William Polio. He was able to force out that summoner spell from the mid laner.
Really, Polio is feeling the pressure here. He was really desperate to try and make something happen there. And Asuko has made it to the bot lane. Dream Team's got no way out here.
Yeah, in comes this Echo right here. They're looking for a Dream Team. He's going to be target numero uno. In comes the Bullet Storm. Drunken Monk is actually going to get taken out. He might find Aceco as well. No, he's going to end up living.
And another 1-for-1 in the bot lane. Just staying stale as can be here. Thankfully, all the gold is going over to Ardmona on the Destiny side, where it's been a bit split up for Jewpies, but even then, Blade X is just going to start taking this gold and snowballing. He's hitting these huge queues. Ardmona's probably going to have to back right after this big wave.
Very big queues indeed. And I just want to point out, Aurelian Polio actually went for his default build. He would have killed Jimbo Baggins under turret, but unfortunately he did rush Merc Treads very early, and that was punished by Thick Skin. Didn't even know if he used Thick Skin in that instance. But yeah, Aurelian Polio deciding to go the very safe route, getting Merc Treads this early in the game. That's not really how you should be piloting Irelia. You should try to snowball as hard as possible when you have your 4 stacks up constantly. But unfortunately, Jimbo Baggins with a big lead here now over the Irelia.
We are missing one of our casters here today. Ooh.
That's very scary for challenge for Jade. Flashes the command shockwave quite nicely though. In comes Alpha Arcasia, looking to grab the sleep down onto this Orianna. That's a lot of damage. Unleashed power comes through. He's going to live on a prayer though.
He might die to the Lilia burn here.
Nah, DST guard is going to live to see another day for sure. Ooh, actually just have to watch out. He gets hit by the E.
Oh no. Oh no. He's seen him.
You have face checked the wrong bush, my friend. Challenge for Jade might actually save him though with Scatter the Weak. Yes, indeed.
Very nicely done by Challenge for Jade, bailing Alpha Arcasia out there.
No one died in that whole exchange.
Oh no, here we go.
That might be about to change though. Curse of the Sad Mummy dropped under tower. Ardmona, one more auto attack will do the trick. He's actually going to flash out and live, and he's going to get the kill onto the Amumu. And now they're looking for Blidexa. Chains of Corruption.
And the ulti's come out too. Blade X has just gone so low. That was a very rare moment where you see Blade X just panic. He could have just finished Ardmona off with one more auto, but was not able to do it. He started running out of tower and got punished for it. Dream to Meme goes down.
Yeah, Django, very rare piloting mistake coming out of Blade X. I couldn't finish off Ardmona there, unfortunately, but now Ardmona is accelerated here into 3 kills coming into the mid game, and Destiny are poised in a very good position with a slight gold lead, but Alpha Arcasia's here again, and
Jimbo's just good.
Yeah, Jimbo is, he's so tanky right here. They're trying to bring him down. He does pop the consume down onto Aurelian Polio. Misses the tongue lash, actually. This could be fatal. That tongue lash would have been enough damage to kill her, but meanwhile, looks like in the bot side, they're actually going to be able to grab a freebie onto Blidexa and Ardmona, so the 2 supports going to be able to pick up a nice little kill. This is actually going to be quite unfortunate for Blidexa because he's going to have just finished his Eclipse, and now he's already having to go back to base. And obviously, if you have such a big item advantage over Ardmona here, which you can see thanks to the CS lead, 93 to 75 on the 80 carries, he's able to get that just a little bit earlier.
Yeah, I think that was a 2-for-1 trade in the bot lane. Echo did go down there, and Caitlyn died, and MF died as well. So Jewpies is able to make that slight outplay there in the bot side, and now it's come back to pretty much default lanes. DST guard here piloting CS quite well into Challenger for Jade. Orianna known to be that ultra control mage, and Drunken Monk.
Yeah, he's going to get the command shockwave. It's going to set up the binding nice and free. Another couple of abilities will do the trick. He pops the unleash power, but unfortunately,
not enough.
Not enough indeed.
Just as I was saying before, we are missing one of our casters today. That is Dirty Gator. He did just have something pretty important to say in the chat, and that is if the MF and Amumu do manage to get some more gold going here, they're going to have a super strong wombo combo going into these fights. The Amumu Q into ult into the MF ult afterwards is going to be really devastating. It's going to do a lot to Destiny.
Amumu.
That's it. Curse of the Sad Mummy. Dream to Meme piloting Amumu really well into this matchup. I'm just going to say I'm very impressed. Blade X definitely has a 4-wave lead in front of Ardmona, but Ardmona able to pick up 3 kills in retrospect, but clearing out vision here. Are they going to get caught out here?
Oh, that's a double sleep here by Alpha Arcasia. In they go over the wall from a Dream to Meme. He's going to go golden though. Drunken Monk buying himself a little bit of time. Ace goes off on the wings. They've actually found themselves Ardmona as well, and the Bullet Storm.
And that is why you never count Jewpies out. Dream to Meme and Alpha Arcasia have just played that absolutely perfectly. Dream to Meme held his ult there. He knew the Zhonya's was coming out and probably didn't even need it to kill that Morgana, and then got it onto Ardmona to finish him off as well. Just absolutely perfectly played by Dream to Meme there.
Yeah, that's absolutely disastrous. It was looking like things might be going in favor of Destiny in this bot side right now. Obviously, Caitlyn and Morgana scaling incredibly well, but, you know, things have just gone from looking bad to worse for them. And this is probably a dead Aurelia if he connects this tongue lash. Yes, indeed, there it is. Another couple auto attacks will do the trick. He actually flashes away.
A flash Q will kill him. That'll be all she wrote for Aurelian Polio. He is falling so far behind in this lane.
That base damage is absolutely disgusting coming out of Tahm Kench.
Tahm Kench is gross.
No damage items built, by the way. Not even a single completed item. And this guy has full Blade of the Ruined King, and he's still going to fail there. Scout of the Week actually does connect, but unfortunately no bandage toss from a Dream to Meme to follow it up. So DST Guard is just going to get spooked a little bit. Does have a wave crashing into his tower, though, which is... Oh, this could be a very dead Drunken Monk. Does pop the Black Shield to buy himself a little bit of time. In comes Bledexa, though, and look at the damage out of this Misfortune. Absolutely crazy. Ace goes join the fray, though, and so has Jimbo Baggins with the TP.
That Scatter the Weak range is just absolutely absurd. I can see why they picked Amumu and Syndra at the same time, just able to pretty much mesh really well together here, and Drunken Monk not able to have a much impact in the actual game that I thought he would, but Dream to Meme piloting this Mumu.
You're totally right, Chris. We definitely, this comp by Jewpies is so underrated. We didn't really consider how much CC and how much, you know, presence they're going to have in these small skirmishes. They have so many ways to CC you and then just blow you up. It's just looking very dire for Destiny.
Yeah, one thing to note as well is Jewpies Angels do have 2 dragons to their name right here. As well as that, we do have a bit of a gold advantage. Even though it's 8 kills to 8 kills, you might think this is an even game. They are just playing the macro game around those kills. They're getting more for their kills. And that is really being the big difference maker here for Jewpies Angels.
And another one has been found. As Dream to Meme is starting to go nuts here.
Yeah.
Blade X is going to go down to Asuko here. It's actually being turned around.
Ooh, flashing over the wall.
Just in time.
Ace
That's
in the
going to
hole.
go over to Caitlyn. No!
No way.
Oh. Asuko had to bail out.
Oh, DST Guard.
On the chase.
DST Guard looking to take this one down with a command attack over the wall, though, from Alpha Acacia. Flashes forward, looking for the sleep here onto the Orianna. DST Guard dropping incredibly low. Dodging and weaving, though, might be able to get out of here alive. Scatter the Weak from over the wall. Challenge for Jade comes up huge. Looking for Ardmona next. The Ignite is popped. He's missing all his spells, though, but he doesn't need to miss that one. Unleashed Power gonna finish him off, and that is a massive turnaround for Jewpies Angels.
What a sequence of events. They just absolutely popped off. Jewpies just responded perfectly. A very questionable ult by Asuko at the last moment, just able not to finish Dream to Meme and force DST Guard to chase so deep into the enemy jungle.
And that's just it. It's just finals pressure right there. He didn't want to give that death up and ulted away and then chased, and I believe he still died for it. It's really rough. If you just keep chasing there, I'm pretty sure maybe you just trade 1 for 1 and you cut the bleeding, but no such luck for Asuko.
Yeah, it was just really unfortunate. It may be a little bit triggering watching this sad mummy just running away with his little feet and you're not able to catch him. And Jimbo Baggins here able to bait in Aurelia, but Alpha Acacia with the counter.
Yeah, Alpha Acacia does not have that ultimate available. He just wasted it in the last fight. We didn't waste it, I suppose, but nevertheless, he's not going to have it here, and it's going to result in him dying. And they actually find Riley and Polio as well, so this is going to be 2 kills down. No objectives looking to be taken, though. I guess they could have just grouped up around the top side and pushed down that tower, but instead they're going to come here to defend the mid. Looking to collapse onto Bledexa and a Dream to Meme. Potentially in comes Aceco, looking for the stun, not able to find it. Big shield, though. Drunken Monk does pop the black shield to try and keep some of the CC off him as he dives in.
That was a 2-on-4 there. That would have been a very aggressive bandage toss. But Blade X are very fed at the moment. 7-3 and just has an entire item lead nearly on this Caitlyn. And the gold has kind of evened out a little bit. Destiny brought it back 1k. They were down pretty much 5k, but now it's 4.5. But Command Shockwave.
Yeah, they do get the Command Shockwave onto Bledexa and the ace in the hole, I suppose. Popping a little bit of ults, you know, just for a bit of poke. They do have Dragon, though, coming up in a minute or so. And they have a Rift Herald available as well. So neutral objectives coming up across the board. I gotta say, you know, Vision in this bot side river at the moment in the favor of Destiny, though. So this is going to be having to be a very, very scary situation to find yourself in as Jewpies Angels as you try to make your way towards this Dragon Pit for the upcoming objective spawn.
So this 5v5 that's going to be happening in just a moment. Unfortunately, Lilia is not there just yet, but Drunken Monk gets chunked out immediately.
Oh, they find themselves a dream to meme. Curse the Salmon comes down though. Bullet Storm almost finishes off Asko. Does pop the chrono break though. He's going to get finished off by Aurelian Polio coming in from the south side. Looking to blast Cone away though to get themselves a little bit of space. But Jewpies Angels, we were just talking about how it was going to be a challenging task for them to overtake this vision control. And they have done it. And they have done it looking good at the same time. And now this dragon is looking like it's going to be going over to them. This air dragon is going to give themselves soul point. Mona has to watch out here. Unleash power will be a kill, but he doesn't have it available. That's so unlucky.
Man, we are seeing absolute clinics from both of these teams right now. Their playstyles on full display right here. We saw Destiny kind of sneak away with the lead in the early game, but Jewpies just have so much potential. We saw it in the Corona Spaceship game. Even if they do fall behind just slightly, they will make it back. They have such powerful presence in their team play. They never lose. But then we're just seeing it from Destiny too. If you take something, they're taking it straight back. And this is how they've always played too. So we've seen so many 1-for-1s get traded here. This is just excellent. This is the best of NTEL right here.
Yeah, 100% here. It's just amazing how BladeXer is able to pilot this misfortune, not get punished hard enough being an immobile AD carry. But if you can ult from such a far distance, it just does not matter. So hopefully Destiny will be able to dive this MF a lot harder here. If not, they're just going to get punished at the end of every team fight when he blocks bullet time.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't want to say it, but, you know, most deaths on this Destiny lineup right now, Drunken Monk, you have to wonder if this could be a bit of a Prodigium diff right now.
Yeah, the way this game has gone, it has been so close, and Destiny are missing their best player right now. If Prodigium is ready to go by the next game, it is going to be absolutely insane. I know we predicted an early day for Jewpies, but man, it is really looking even right now. I think Jewpies are starting to feel the pressure. Maybe their first loss could be on the way.
Oh.
Yeah, nice use of the Black Shield there, popping it as he walked up for the ward. He knows that, you know, he just trades out the control ward, has that Black Shield there. If they try and pop something over the wall, he's able to get it, walk out without losing too much HP. So nice bit of coordination there between Drunken Monk and Asko. And I got to say, you know, now we do see Jewpies Angels. This is one thing they're very good at. They know that right now Baron is the only objective on the map that they can realistically look to take and look to contest. And that's very important. Obviously, the Purple Worm is a game decider of an objective. And so they're all just moving towards this top side. They're all kind of posturing themselves towards the top side river, looking for the vision. They're getting that, you know, blue side vision control in the river. They take down the mid-tier one. And now, you know, it's the onus is on Destiny now to walk up and try and contest this if they want to.
Yeah, it's definitely looking very rough at the moment. And even Irelia is able to catch up, picks up the Wit's End as a second item. Very questionable decision, but I guess they do have quite a bit of AP damage coming out of Destiny's lineup and just wants to survive that initial engage. It's really going to come down to Jimbo Baggins actually diving the backline onto BladeXer, just able to pressure him not to use the bullet time. Because if they aren't able to pilot these fights just well, Mona gets caught out here.
I think
not quite.
Alpha Acacia has to watch out though. Does pop the ace in the hole. He's going to get slapped. Meanwhile, Asko forced a chrono break to get himself out to safety. Oh, Dream to Meme has actually gotten caught out by a Dark Binding. There's no follow-up at the moment though. DST Guard not quite having enough mana to fight. So he is going to recall.
This is the big question mark part of the game right here too. It's the moment where we haven't really seen Jewpies get to this stage of the game. It could be very shaky from this point out. You know, most of their games only go maybe 25, 30 minutes at most. So this is very dangerous territory. We've seen Destiny come back from these deficits, and I think they have quite the chance here. Looks like Drunken Monk's just been caught out with the Q.
Oh my god, Flash Curse to the Sad Mummy connects onto 2. He's going to miss the bandage toss though. And that is going to allow Ardmona to walk out of there. They do find themselves Drunken Monk once again with a great flash ultimate over the wall from a Dream to Meme, securing all that damage for BladeXer. And I mean, Gator called it. What can I say? Just the combo between these two ultimates has just shown time and time again to be such a good decider in these fights. And again, unfortunately, no unleashed power there for Syndra, or there may have been a cheeky little solo kill onto Asko.
Yeah, just a Dream to Meme. Definitely practice this movement pick. Able to make these plays, and Drunken Monk can only Black Shield 1. So it just goes to show that even the Black Shields are not coming on time. Really, probably a very forced play here. Burn flash and everything.
Yeah, it looks like we're actually just kind of playing a vision game right now. Like Jackson said earlier, it's really coming down to the big objectives. You know, they're coming up on Soul Point, Baron's up. Either way they go, they're really just hiding out in the darkness, waiting for Amumu to find one of these picks, and then Blade Extra is just following up.
That's his hang. Backs off.
And meanwhile, while that's happening, William Polio has just been pushing in the side lanes too. Destiny really needs to try and find a way to get around this. They need to start moving as a unit and, you know, being all together so they can fight in this darkness just a little bit better. I think that's the way they come out with this game.
Yeah, 100%. And they just do not have any river control at the moment. They're just afraid of these bandage tosses over the walls and the follow-up. It's just... Yeah, Destiny have definitely been thrown off by this Mumu pick here, and it's definitely showing here. A bit of a forced engage here coming out really in Polio, trying to chunk out Jimbo here, just making sure. Oh, wow, okay, forced engage here coming out of Asico, forced to get out there straight away.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage into challenge for Jade, though. As this dragon is spawning, they probably have to fight for this as the dragon is coming up. In goes Tom Kench, though, over the wall. Jimbo Baggins looking to come up huge here. Command Shockwave, though, might buy themselves a little bit of time for Destiny to come in. Drunken Monk has gone gold in the middle of the team. He actually flashes away. Here comes a Dream to Meme, though, looking to chase them down. Aceco, very, very low. Does Chrono Break back, though. Big damage on the back line. He gets it onto both carries. Bladexa is going to go down. It's a 2-on-2 right now between the last two players. Bandage Toss going to connect onto Ardmona. Unfortunately, the Shield Bow not going to buy himself enough time to finish off a Dream to Meme. And now we see DST Guard left in a 1v2 situation here.
I gotta say, Asico single-handedly played that fight perfectly. It came to the point where that ultimate just caught Blade X off guard, and he was forced to flash forward. And yeah, it's pretty much picked up here, but they do not take the dragon, unfortunately. So Destiny do save and buy a bit more time in the next couple of minutes. But really, Polio definitely got a lot of gold out of that exchange.
Yeah, that's super lucky. Asuko played that so well. It's those clutch moments in Echo when you're just trying to chase him down and you don't really realize you're standing on his Echo of the Chrono Break. It's such a good play from Asuko. Unfortunately, the team wasn't able to do enough. I think Guard fell just a bit low and, you know, had to kite away from that fight while Ardmona was trying to finish him off like he does. It's just a little bit of extra HP on Guard, and I think they win that fight and take the drag there. But we might get a repeat right now.
Yeah, we're going to see who gets caught out here. And unfortunately, Really Polly actually blew the flash earlier under turret, and he would have been able to finish off Guard, but a forced TP coming out.
Oh, yeah, this is just going to be going crazy already. In comes Tom Catch, though. Massive three-man knockup into a two-man Shockwave. DST Guard goes golden, though. He's got a Dream to Meme, and Really Polio on his tail. Gets caught up in the Curse of the Sat Mummy. They find Jimbo Baggins. They find DST Guard. Ardmona doing his best to get that trap damage in the backline, though. Auto attack into Ace in the hole. It's going to finish him off. And now Bladexa and Challenge for Jay, the only two carries left alive for this dragon.
Asuko is still full HP here. He can blow both of these guys up under the right circumstance. I imagine Jewpies are going to want to peel off this. They have no smite.
Yeah, they do have to be careful here. They're going to grab themselves the Scuttle Crab, a little bit of vision in their favor, and they're just dancing back and forward. Scatter the Weak is going to go wide, looking for the 90 caliber net, but it's going to miss as well.
Drake
so close right now.
Fight.
This is actually Dance Dance Revolution of skill shots as we see Esco goes forward with the Proto Belt. He's going to find him. The kill comes through. Bladexa, the only one left alive. Ardmona's going to flash forward. What are you doing? A little bit too aggressive there. He's going to get taken down. In comes the Morgana yet again. Is almost just going to get one shot by this misfortune. Esco is there though. He can one shot him potentially.
The dragon.
Pops the Zhonya's. The dragon damage. No. But it's going to be the Morgana. They trade 1 for 1. What is going on? Really Polio also did just TP in. They're still looking for this dragon. DST Guard and Jimbo Baggins coming back for round 2.
They can't.
They are just going to forfeit that one away. What an exchange between the two teams.
Such a fiesta.
Wow.
That is Soul Point going over. Oh, Jimbo went in for the steal.
It's actually okay, but unfortunately...
Oh, no, it's not. This is going to be a double int for the side of Destiny. It was going so good until then.
Okay, so a bit of an int there, unfortunately, Destiny. A bit of an outplay coming out of Blade X, are able to survive for that long while the dragon was hitting him as well. That's just absolutely crazy. But unfortunately, Ardmona with an actual micro misplay coming onto Blade X, and he thought he had the damage, but just did not respect Blade X's mechanics.
So close. And this might just be Baron here now as well. Hey, Suko's up. He might be able to get in there. A Dream to Meme is guarding the pit.
Oh no.
Oh, that might be a dead Morgana, but that leaves room for Asuko to get in here. He stashes down. He's looking to get over the wall.
Oh, no. In comes Bladexa. Yeah, that's going to be a dead bot lane and a dead Echo as well. That's going to be Baron almost surely secured here for the Jewpies Angels lineup, and this is just looking terrible right now for Team Destiny in this game 1.
I gotta say, in the last 7 minutes, BladeX has picked up 14 kills. That's pretty insane. Coming forward with his actual build with Serpent's Fang, it's actually working really well against Jimbo Baggins, DST Guard, and even Echo, just able to cut their shields absolutely immediately in those fights, just with his bullet time. And it just goes to show BladeX has done his research on the champion, and Serpent's Fang is doing wonders here. I wonder what that stat's going to be, how much shield mitigated coming out of BladeX, but they pretty much take the inhibitor for free here.
Yeah,
they're looking. They might get caught
Jimbo
out
Baggins.
here. Jimbo's going in, but they have all of Destiny up.
A massive curse of the Sand Mummy comes through, though. Unfortunately, Aceco is going to get blown up before the fight even starts. So is Drunken Monk and DST Card looking to be the next one on their roster. Jimbo Baggins is going to get taken down. And oh my goodness, DST Card, run for your life. Alpha Acacia flashing forward. Might have the Q here to finish it off. Oh, they're trying to get away. Bladexa, he's going to die to the tower. Oh my goodness. He didn't dodge the skill shot. He's going to get ulted. This is a dead Orianna.
They try to give the Penta really hard, but unfortunately, Alpha Acacia dropped aggro and BladeX bullet timed under the turret while taking turret damage. It's just the way it is,
It's
I suppose.
actually a bit of a yikes chasing there. Unfortunately, they didn't get the Penta, but also they could have ended the game if they didn't chase. So
yeah, I guess it was just to make a statement, I suppose, for BladeX.
Yeah,
He does. He has 22 kills
It's
now.
true. You got to go for the Penta. It's rude not to go for the Penta there. Just unfortunate in the circumstances of it. No one tanked the tower for him. It's a bit unlucky.
So Destiny definitely in a pickle here, down nearly 13,000 gold. Pretty much has lost their middle inhibitor. Does give Destiny a bit of a chance to farm up here, but in consequence, they actually lose all of their jungle to William Polio.
The interesting point there is that they have only been down maybe 5 or 6k gold this entire game up until about 5 minutes ago. Those Fiestas at Dragon, it was still a super close game around then, but once the Drake Soul goes over, once the Baron goes over, and they keep getting those aces in the, against the enemy Nexus, it's just how the game's going to go. This one is looking like a Jewpies win, but we have to say, no shade on Drunken Monk. I don't think they've played awfully, but if that's Prodigium in that slot, we're going to see a very different game too, I think.
Definitely, and it just goes to show that BladeX and Dream Team were not punished hard enough in that bot lane early on. Just the jungler just was not here consistently. But on stun, they're coming out. Challenge for Jay. But with Shockwave, BladeX cleans it up.
Yeah, very unfortunate. He had the Black Shield and
still
died.
That damage.
That Skate is dead. Sorry, Outmoan is dead.
Yeah, just a very, very fed misfortune at this point of the game.
And he cracked 25 kills. BladeX has more kills than Destiny put together. That's just how dominant he's actually been this entire game. Oh my gosh.
Jimbo is dead. That's an ace for Jewpies, and that's going to be the game 2. They can just tank this the rest of the way home. And game 1 is going over to Jewpies Angels.
Yeah, and I mean, again, 2-11 and 11 on Drunken Monk here. You have to just wonder, is Prodigium maybe coming in for this game 2 going to make or break this team?
Let's hope his PC is okay, I suppose. But
let's hope.
Yeah.
Definitely, let's hope. I mean, what can I say? It was looking like it was going the favor of this Destiny lineup, especially early game. You know, the game started off with probably the first big interaction being Lilia getting forced out of the jungle by Aceco at only level 4 during her first clear. He's forced to recall. You know, you see that Aceco had the tempo in the jungle in his favor, clears both Scuttle Crabs as a result of it, has all that space to work with for himself. And then a little bit later on around level 7, we see, Jewpies Angels go for that bot dive onto Ardmona. Ardmona makes a crazy micro play, flashes out at the perfect time, and is able to get out there to safety. And then it was just looking like it was just not in a good spot for Jewpies Angels. But again, this team's ability to just reach all the way back and somehow just make themselves have a MF with this much damage done is just absolutely absurd. And I got to say, again, it's just a Bledexer diff at the moment. It's just this one player carrying this whole lineup seemingly with his absolutely monstrous misfortune. And you have to have Prodigium sitting in front of him in the bot lane to stop that from happening. But, you know, without Prodigium present, you have to wonder if this series is just going to be a bit of a, you know, if Jewpies is just going to ride away with it.
Yeah, it's really looking that way. This game was all bot lane, right? It was all happening there. It was 1-for-1 trades over and over. And like we said, the jungle diff probably made the biggest impact until Misfortune and Amumu hit level 6. Then it was just a completely different game. They were getting so many picks all around the map. As soon as Amumu hits a Q, he will ult Q you again. You're stuck in bullet time for so long. And I think that's just what won them the game. A big shout out to BladeX and the Dream to Meme for this one. That one was really on their shoulders.
Gotta say, that game, Dream to Meme popped off. Like, the way he was picking up bandage tosses and pretty much flash ulting, and just BladeXR, just they seem to be so in tune to the point where they were not punished in lane phase besides that early exchange. And even then, they were able to just pretty much enter the mid game freely without being punished. It was unfortunate that they couldn't take advantage of top side a bit more when Irelia or Reeling Polio was really behind. They weren't able to force that, and they just kept going to bot lane, trying to take those exchanges, and Jewpies just showed up every time. And it's just really unfortunate Destiny weren't able to pull off this draft diff, and Jewpies were able to pretty much show them
Just run
what's all
over it.
about. Yeah,
Absolutely. And that's just something BladeX is so good at, right? He will just over and over, if you gank him, if you try to fight him, he's just going to trade 1-for-1 back to back every single time. He's so good at that. And, you know, that's just BladeX things for you too. And you're right, in the top lane as well. Jimbo got so far ahead. He was running all over Ruli and Polio and having such a great game. But maybe it's the, you know, Tamkench does tend to fall off. Once he gets into the later stages, he just becomes that big shield, and he's not doing a stupid amount of damage like he is in lane, because it is base damage and it falls off the later the game goes. And after that, Aurelia is going to scale up as well, and it's just really unfortunate. But I think if they do get similar matchups like that again, Destiny seriously need to consider just putting all their resources into Drunken Monk. Into Jimbo Baggins. He is playing like a freak these last couple of weeks.
100%. And just to note, BladeX, I got more team kills or kills more than Destiny combined. It just shows that he is definitely popping off, and Dream to Me making him look like a god, and just able to put out 45k damage is absolutely bonkers.
Yeah, insane. And that's going to be it for game 1. We've got to see if Prodigium's going to come in for game 2. I'm sure we're going to take a quick break, let the teams regroup and get their thoughts together. I'm sure everyone has a lot to say. Both the captains are probably, you know, freaking out a little bit. They're probably both, you know, I imagine Ardmona did a bit better than they expected to do, and BladeX is a bit, you know, worried that this could go either way, honestly. This is going to be a very exciting series.
Alrighty, folks, well, you just have to stay tuned as we hop into our quick little break, and we'll see you for Game 2 right here on the NTEL 2021 Grand Finals.
I don't think Big Fudge is really in the point where you can, you know, hit the
Now
button
looking to go in
before-
under Bledexi here. There's going to be a 1v3 situation. Drops the ulti, deletes 2. Does he have 3? Galaxy Cat, no, the damage isn't there. And that is Bledexa finding himself a 1 versus 3.
Yeah, front to back. The damage on the Sivir finally starting
Oh my
to...
goodness, Hunt just gets blown up there, and Forsaken, he's in the back right now, getting locked up by Theban's GoPro, looking to find himself a kill, but no one's paying attention on Fleek, and he is just running an absolute train on Corona's spaceship. Quadra kill, flash forward, pentakill for on Fleek, and that's what happens when you don't pay the due attention to a Vayne with this many items.
Destroying this, he gets the parry though, but the ult is gonna jump. He misses the ult and he gets taken down by Galaxy Cat 26 with the solo kill onto Django there. And yeah, like, I don't think
the patience.
It's hunting.
Oh, here we go. Another team fight. will set actually get punished here. That is a lot of true damage coming out. The turret ult actually coming in very early. It does not fall on Vayne, and we do have a bit of a freeze here. But Vayne is able to cut this out. Does pick up the... Oh my god, that Akali. That is a wonderful, wonderful 5-man right there. And this might be an actual cleanup from the Akali. That's set on Prodigium. My goodness gracious, a 5-man CC. That is just absolutely crazy.
Keep performing. Yeah, Nixu is found, caught out here completely. Face checks three champions into that, and a beautiful combination. Knock up into knock up. Wombo combo, he tries to turn it around, and Chris Ryder is just headbutted over the wall to safety there. They're trying to pick him off. Sping Ding finally gets him, but Nublis is on his tail. Here, Artur right next to him. They have to be careful. This Yasuo has the ultimate available. He was able to pick up Sergeant Crone. They're trying to kill him. So Yasuo's outplaying. He's dashing back and forth. He's taking everyone down. This Yasuo with so much lifesteal. And the Quadra kill. The Quadra kill from Dark Knight. I think that was a bit of a ripper. Dark Knight was definitely pumping out damage, but Yasuo was the superstar of that team fight. He was dashing left, right, and center, outplaying Job Seekers completely.
They're going to take this dragon, sets it in the back line. They might keep going
it's
here.
A beautiful engage.
Oh no!
Yeah, and this
Job
is what
Seekers
we're
have
talking about.
absolutely demolished this fight. They've played that so well. From the set in the back line to the blitzcrank hook follow-ups. They're pretty safely behind the tower. So that's really on cooldown. I think that's down for about a minute, maybe a minute and a half. So we'll see how that goes for those guys. The rocket just got sent up into guard. I think that rocket just stopped guard's back, and he's got to get collapsed and killed by the team.
A wonderful play there.
Huge rocket from Challenger for Jade. That was so perfectly placed. I don't think they had vision. They didn't. That was a blind rocket to catch the Gnar, stop him from the backing, and just got a perfect 4-man collapse there. What's the lead?
Nunu coming in. Initial D, deja vu. Malix pops the paranoia, looking for Vayne in the backside. Huge slicing maelstrom from Bin Laden. It's gonna wipe up 3 on Fleek, the last one alive. Big damage onto Conditioner, finds the kill, but it's not gonna be enough to keep himself alive for too long. Manages to trade one back, but a massive 4-man wipe. That's what happens when you fight without your strongest player, and Casuarina gentlemen crawl themselves back into a winning position.
Welcome back to the Grand Finals for Next Year Esports League 2021. I'm Katie, is joined here on the casting desk by, of course, Django and Strider. We just saw an incredible game one for Jewpies Angels against Destiny, where they were able to claim the first game in this best of 5. However, Destiny, due to some PC troubles on their star player Prodigium, did have to sub in, but we have gotten confirmation that Daniel B. Moto himself will be joining us for game 2 here in the support role for Team Destiny, and whether or not that is going to be the change needed to bring this team up to the level of success to take over this series and beat Jewpies Angels, well, we'll just have to wait and find out. But boys, what are your thoughts?
Oh yeah, this changes absolutely everything. Without Prodigium, Destiny kind of fall into the pack. We saw it throughout the year. They really lost some of the games that they didn't have Prodigium in, but they lost to teams like Casuarina Gentlemen, you know? So for that game, without Prodigium to be as close as it was against Jewpies, having Prodigium this time around is going to change everything.
100%, and Prodigium is a bit of a shot caller as well when it comes to the bot side. He's able to see things and he's able to macro his AD carry and himself to the point where they're not in such a losing position if they don't make mistakes. But yeah, a lot more synergy coming out of Ardmona and Prodigium, and hopefully he's able to bring that synergy to his entire team, and we'll just have to see how draft goes. But Aphelios respectively banned away straight away.
Yeah, and the Jarvan again, I wouldn't be surprised if we see pretty similar bans this time. It looks like Guard and Asuko may have swapped.
Is this DST Guard in the jungle?
Surely not. It is only for aesthetic purposes. Usually you go into the role that you think you're going to play, but they can still definitely swap, and they might have just forgotten to do it before the game started or something. But
have to wait and see.
It could be spicy. It could be a very big spicy twist in the series.
Yeah, I mean, definitely could be quite spicy. You know, maybe, DST Guard ran and got his brother to play at his PC and he's going to play Elise. Who knows? We'll have to wait and see. But, you know, Thresh banned away, no surprise. We did see Thresh get banned away for their substitute support as well. And Prodigium, you know, known for that champion. No surprise to see him taken away at the same time. And we are seeing Fiddlesticks for Alpha Arcasia banned away as well.
A really nice respect ban coming out, and the Misfortune being banned for Blade XR. This is like... Blade X is going to start absorbing so many of these bans, and it's going to get to the point where, once again, you're just banning out Blade Xer, but he can play every champ, so it's going to be very interesting.
Yeah, but I would say Aphelios and Misfortune is his most played champions in the bot lane. He does play Kaiser a bit as well.
And that's true. He's going to get forced onto something else this game, and that is going to be very interesting to see like what he actually leans towards and how well he actually picks it up too. They've locked in the Amumu.
Here we go again.
The Amumu is the hot pick. Destiny are taking it this time. Maybe DST Guard's going to take it into the jungle.
Yeah, I mean, Amumu is definitely a really solid champ pick. You can flex it, as we saw, to the support role. You can also flex it jungle, either way.
You can also flex it mid, like we've seen too.
Yeah, definitely. We are seeing Lucian maybe first picked here, though. This is another great flex pick. Can get flex between top mid and AD carry.
Sorry, we'd noticed that maybe Guard and Asuko may be swapping, but Challenge of Jade and Ruli and Polio might be swapping as well. Ruli and Polio stepping into the mid lane. I know he does play some of those mid lane champions, and I guess Challenge of Jade can play everything. And this might be a new one from Alpha Arcasia. I think we've seen him play it once this season.
Yeah, Hecarim's come back into the patch a little bit, but he's not quite S tier, but they do lock in the Orianna instead. They're going to take that away from Guard and basically make him play something else. But Lucian able to be flexed in 3 roles essentially, so we'll just have to see how he plays out. He is a bit weaker this patch, but he is very strong in the AD carry role if he's paired with Nami or anyone that's able to give him those passive auto stacks, so to speak. So just have to wait and see. But Senna actually being picked here, potentially? Yes.
Ooh.
Yeah, so this is something I'm quite excited for.
Senna Mumu?
Ardmona, this is his signature champion. We saw Ardmona make a bit of a name for himself in the 2020 season as the Senna guy. Back when, you know, this was a new champion. Not too many people were proficient at piloting it. When the 2020 season started, Ardmona was definitely the one that was showing that, you know, this is a menacing AD carry pick. And I definitely think it's Ardmona's best champion, in my opinion. He is a sort of, you know, sit back and just try and play the utility game sort of AD carry player anyway, as opposed to Blue Exer, who really likes to go in there, get those big 1v9 pop-offs. And, you know, Senna is a champion that just allows him to play like that, has the big team-wide ultimate, has the ability to get those big AoE roots for the team, is able to get those big chunks of damage and heal his team up in the middle of a fight. And as well as that, his E is always incredibly annoying utility for the enemy team to play into. So I'll be interested to see how this one goes. But either way, Brom Lucian locked in for the side of Jewpies Angels. Quite a... I would say, it's a well-known bot lane. What are your thoughts there?
Yeah, it is a super strong bot lane. Well, it used to be, back in the day before Braum was absolutely nerfed to the ground. Unfortunately, Lucian is one of the only champions you can really play Braum with in the bot lane these days, just because of the synergy they have with the Braum passive. And obviously, with his W jump, he can keep giving those passives back over to Lucian as well. So I imagine that's probably what we're going to see in the bot lane. And I think it's going to be the Orianna mid here too.
So they're respectfully banning Set and Nah, just pretty well-known champions coming out of the Destiny lineup. And Camille and Hecarim ban in retrospect. It's just...
I think those are the top laners that Jimbo has played this season. They're like his most played, really. I might get a little lucky and see Jimbo play Urgot this game, which I believe is his second most played champion after Yorick.
But Trundle being hovered here, they're not giving away... Actually, they just have given away their draft with that Trundle pick. He's pretty much either going to go top or jungle, but it does create a bit of controversy coming out of Destiny. If they're able to pilot around this Trundle, Braum actually picked to counter Senna, so to speak, but we'll just have to wait and see what Admuna actually locks in here.
Yeah, definitely we'll have to wait and see. It looks like a Heimerdinger. The Donger is getting locked in.
I think that's a Prodigium Heimerdinger, to be honest. I don't think anyone else in this team plays it.
Absolutely is. Prodigium, to anyone who, has been sleeping under a rock up here, he's been known to whip out the Donger occasionally. And when he does, the Heimerdinger support is something that he is pretty spicy on. So this is going to be a Heimerdinger Senna bot lane, which, by the way, is something that we have actually seen them play last season. This is one of their more favored bot lanes. So they're very practiced on this Senna Heimerdinger dynamic. It's really good. You go the fasting Senna. Heimerdinger is allowed to take all the CS and is able to just scale up and have a ton of impact in the bot lane. And, you combine the two champions, they're able to siege towers incredibly effectively. Not only that, but you also have the Amumu and the Fiora for a bit of frontline. And then, you have a ton of burst damage coming out from the LeBlanc. So I do quite like this composition, especially playing into something that is fairly immobile and very kind of front to back focused, like this Jewpies lineup.
Man, this is actually so spicy. So it looks like Asuko and DST Guard have kind of just gone with the swap, I think. They just swapped in Champ Select, but they're still going to be playing their main roles, I think. Maybe Asuko was a little bit jealous of how well that Amumu did and wants to pick it up for himself, but also because of that swap, they might have left LeBlanc up this game, which is one of DST Guard's main champions as well. So this is going to be super spicy. It's going to be really interesting to see how they take this Senna Heimerdinger into Lucian Braum, a super meta, or a super frequent bot lane that we see in Lucian Braum against Senna Heimerdinger. This is going to be all on the back of Prodigium if they get away with this one.
Yeah, and it just goes to show that Blade Exa has to pretty much pilot this Lucian to perfection with the Dream to Meme here and punish Senna and Heimerdinger really early. If they're just able to scale for free, then it's going to pose a bit of problems because eventually they will get outscaled across the board. But I'm interested to see this Fiora Artrox matchup in the top lane. Jimbo Bag is known for his Fiora a little bit, just not able to bring it out throughout the season. And Aatrox just a pretty standard top lane pick if you're not sure what to pick into Fiora, just able to output damage and able to dash away and just able to do everything that a top laner does.
Yeah, absolutely right. It's going to be an absolute fiesta too. Both these champions just love to skirmish and skirmish over and over again. I think this kind of goes in the way of Fiora. She can just W any of the Aatrox Qs and she will instant win that matchup. But if Challenge for Jade plays it well enough, you can bait out that W and then it's all Aatrox as well. So it can really go either way. I think this is a pretty close matchup.
If Fiora plays this properly, Aatrox can't play at all. She can W his W when it pulls her, which there's no way to play around that. And as well as that, obviously there's a little bit of counterplay where if Aatrox Qs and then E's to intentionally miss it, you can bait out the Fiora parry and then go back in. But ideally, Fiora never parries in that situation. You only ever parry if he like Qs and then dashes at you, because then he can't dash again. So that's pretty much all you do. You just play around the Q dash, and then you play around his W, and you just get free parries. And then as well as that, you have your Q to dodge his Qs anyway. So Fiora can just absolutely make Aatrox look silly in this matchup. You just go a little bit of anti-healing early with the anti-healing blade, and then at that point, the Aatrox, really cannot play. But at the same time, Trundle is someone that can definitely give Fiora a little bit of a headache. Because he doesn't really have much in the way of CC. He will just chase you down and chomp you. So I'm going to be interested to see how Alpha Arcasia plays this one. And at the same time, obviously, a Mumu ganking Aatrox. Aatrox not the most mobile of top laners, and his abilities do tend to shove in the wave just passively because of how much of an AoE they have. So it's going to be a little bit of an option for Aceco to maybe get some free kills top and get Jimbo snowballing. But I mean, me personally, with all biases aside, my eyes are going to be on bot lane. I'm super excited to see how this Donga performs. But I think before we hop into this next match, if we want to have a quick look at our lovely sponsors that are bringing us the NTEL 2021 season yet again. Of course, the Territory Zone Pulse Iced Coffee celebrating 60 years here in top end shelves, as well as the Northern Territory Government and McDonald's Group Darwin. And then we've got our whole range of minor sponsors over here, and as you can see, they're all beautiful local businesses that I'm sure you have all been to at least once. I can vouch for so many people on this list as places that I've gone to and have had a great experience even before they were NTEL sponsors. You guys have any similar experiences like that?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
100%.
I've got a big shout out for VR Gamers. They actually hosted the Young Bloods for a game this season and were super hospitable to us, and big shout out to them for that. We had a really great time there. It was fun actually just playing with all the boys in person. I haven't been able to do too much of that since COVID and all of that, so it's a good little bonding day, and huge shout out to VR Gamers. And obviously I love District North too. You can't go past there. Such good feeds there.
Yeah. And just a little shout out to John John's as well. Probably the best ice cream in Darwin, I would imagine.
True.
I have been to a few places, but they just seem to have that recipe. But yeah, they're pretty good.
Yeah, no, definitely Wicked Energy as well, were my major source of protein powder for a long time. As they've got like stores right next to all of the best gyms here in the top end. So all of these sponsors that we have on board are not just places that have sponsored us, but they're all businesses that we as Territorians love to shop at locally and support in general. But, we're hopping into game here. This is going to be game 2. Currently, we do see Jewpies Angels putting themselves with a nice 1-0 across Destiny, but they do have Prodigium on Heimerdinger, and he's going to be getting the CS this game. He is going to be getting the farm, as this is a fasting center, as you can see by the itemization choices. And they might find Prodigium here. The pillar is going to connect.
I think he lives this. He's just going to walk out of there. Unfortunately, the pillar might have worked against him a bit. He was just able to walk out of that, and it kind of stopped the rest of Jewpies from being able to squeeze between that tight corner.
Yeah, I think if Heimerdinger was just a step late or early,
He dies there.
the pillar would have shoved him in the other direction.
Yeah.
So it would have forced a flash. But that's just how it works, unfortunately. But who do you think actually won draft here? I'd like your thoughts.
Destiny.
Destiny, you think?
Yeah.
It's actually, it's hard to say. I think you can never doubt Prodigium, but I still think the Heimerdinger is a yikes. I think, Lucian and Brom still will dust that lane every day of the week. They're going to have to play out of their mind to win this, but I don't know that much about bot lane either.
I don't think Brom is that kind of a chance. I think people give the Lucian Brom kind of duo a little bit too much respect. Just because, Lucian is able to proc Brom's passive very quickly, but Brom isn't all about his passive, right? Like the main strength, the main reason you buy or pick this champion is because of that shield, the ability to have a mobile win wall to just completely block off those very strong backline teams and allow your team to just walk up behind the Brom. And for that reason, his best 80 carries are 80 carries that can do that. Just sit back, sit behind Brom, and just abuse that shield to the absolute max, which is why you see him paired so often with things like Ashe, things like Caitlyn, things like Ezreal. Those 80 carries that can sit back. Lucian wants to dive in. He doesn't want to be sitting back behind a Brom. So because of that, there actually is a little bit of anti-synergy between the two champions that people often overlook just because of, their passives go really well together. So whereas, you look at Ardmona Prodigium, like you have a fasting Heimerdinger with a Senna, these two champions are just going to be super good. And that's not how you want to use Aatrox Q in this matchup. We were just talking about that.
Yeah, it does take an unfavorable trade there, but unfortunately they did pick the Braum into blocking the center ultimate or just any other ranged ability, so to speak. But I would have liked to seen a Nami with the Lucian. It would have been a much better pick, able to force this bot lane on the back foot, but maybe this is the hidden strat they want. They want them to shove him under turret. They want the Trundle to gank bot lane. But Trundle is going to be pretty much looking at Jimbo Baggins in the next couple of seconds, and he is shoved. And I just noticed that Reeling and Polio and Challenge for Jade actually swapped. So they both swapped their lanes respectively. And a bit of a nice combo coming out of there from both mid laners.
Yeah, which is interesting as well, right? Because,
Asuka gonna miss those ones. He's got a second one though. Oh no, William Polly forgot all about the changes. Asuka kind of faked him out with that, and it went all in the way of Asuka. Very nicely played.
I think that was a panic flash coming out of Reeling Polio. He just saw him flash, and he just respectfully flashed as well. He could have held it, could have lived, but yeah, I guess panic flash actually wins out for Destiny.
Yeah, it's an interesting swap as well, right? Because William Polio is a player that we've seen do things on this Aatrox. He does like that champion in general. So the fact that, you know, they are actually swapped here completely. But hang on, DST guard, he's in a 1v2 here, but he doesn't have any mana available. Asuka goes forward with the bandage toss, though. Looking to get nice and aggressive. He has no flash to get himself out of this, though. If things turn around, your team is a little bit too far away. Flash forward from Admona, though, with the heal. It was a bait all along, and there was Prodigium with the TP to cut him off. They bait out Challenger Jade as well to TP towards the mid lane. And, you know, we're talking about this. This game is just looking like a little bit of a fiesta.
And this is what I want to see out of Destiny. I did mention in the podcast, they have to play very aggressive early, put Jewpies on the back foot and make them make plays that are not really second nature to them. But yeah, even Dream to meme is this far deep. And he's not able to be punished here. They just knew that all the backs were there, and he's going to try and get deep vision. But Destiny coming out of the gate swinging quite hard.
We did see this against the Corona Spaceship game, though. Corona Spaceship were able to get really, you know, strong leads against Jewpies early in the game. But Jewpies have so much ability to bring that back and play the team fights so much better. That is something that we have to keep in mind here, and I think it is once again going to come down to the late game. I'm not too sure how much the laning phase is actually going to play fact into the game.
So Destiny actually do have a really strong win condition with Shelly and Jimbo Baggins on this Fiora. If they're able to shove in top and give so much priority onto the Fiora and able to pretty much accelerate her game, it'll just show that she's really strong. But like you said, Jackson, just not able to capitalize on the Admona there with the Braum passive, unfortunately.
Yeah, certainly not. They're looking to get aggressive under Reeling and Polio here, though, and LeBlanc, you know, one of those champions that, you know, these trades will only get more and more powerful as time goes by. You definitely do have to buy a bit of magic resistance against her early, which now there's no real excuse for that because they did implement a magic resistance version of the Seeker's Arm Guard. And, you know, if you're not going to go it, this is what happens. You're going to get chained up by the root, and then you're just going to get hit by the Ace Go bandage toss, and that is going to be a freebie in the mid lane here on William Polio. Looking like a bit of a weak point in this Jewpies Angels lineup, and it's getting abused to the maximum.
So this is what happens when you just try to shove in lane and absolutely punished with a counter, well, not even a counter, just a gank from Asuko. Just guard able to use those chains absolutely flawlessly, and all you have to do is pretty much throw a Q at a standing target. And Brilliant Polly is definitely bleeding a lot this game, and Destiny taking full advantage.
Yeah, Gator, I won't lie. I did see you in the chat saying that, like, talking about Braum's engage. They are very strong, but it was kind of like half my words, half Rocco's were. I mean, I'm sure anyone that plays in, like, you know, or knows OC, like, high elo players probably knows who, like, Rocco521 is. He's a challenger support in the server. Maybe the best Braum player in, you know, the world, potentially, as he is, like, basically a Braum Uni 2-trick and his challenger. Yeah, he was telling me one time about how, like, he doesn't think Lucian is actually, like, that great with Braum compared to other ADCs just because of how Braum wants to play. But double root here coming through from DST guard.
Yeah, and I really like the LeBlanc pick coming out of DST guard. He realized that he wanted to play something more aggressive with a lot of AP damage and just able to put any sort of control mage on the back foot. And it's definitely showing, even though they're both not farming as well in the mid lane here. It just shows that it's pretty proactive in the bot lane. But we haven't seen Alpha Arcasia a lot in this current game at the moment. He's just not able to fully utilize his champion into these lanes. And right now they just don't have any control.
The game is actually a little bit more stale than our last. I think everyone is trying to go for a bit more scaling. we have seen Senna pick up first blood and Amumu get a few kills too, but other than that, it's been very quiet compared to our last game. The last game we had far more going on, but really gonna be going for the late game again this time. You know, more of, you know,
Here we
unseen
go.
footage from Jupe.
Alpha Arcasia looking to
level
come in
6.
here. He is level 6, pops the Subjugate onto Prodigium.
Oh no.
Oh no, a dream to Mimi's gonna get taken down, the big boy turret. It's all too much. And here comes DST Guard. He misses one route, but the second one is gonna connect onto Alpha Arcasia. His health bar evaporating. And 5 kills on the board for Team Destiny at only 8 minutes into this game.
So that was really unfortunate here. If they actually played something like Nami, Blade Exa would have been able to pick up that kill. It's just unfortunate they weren't able to get the passive proc onto Prodigium, and he just flashes out, pops his ultimate, and just able to do everything. But challenge for Jade here, looking for an aggressive trade onto Jimbo.
Jimbo's having to blow the flash there. I imagine the W's already down. And, you know, once Aatrox has that ultimate up, it's a different matchup. He moves so quickly. He can dash around, you know, all of those W's that Fura's pumping out. I think it's going to be a very close matchup. And Challenge for Jade should not be overlooked in this top lane matchup.
Yeah, and Jimbo Baggins actually has Ignite here, and he should be trying to win this matchup a bit more aggressively, but it just seems like not sure what to do against the Aatrox when he gets his combo going, not able to time parry to perfection for a favorable trade. But Chandler for Jade holding his own against Fiora here on the top side.
And the pause.
The pause. TM. It looks like mid-lagging is the call from Ardmona. Obviously, Guard not the best. If I had to imagine, you know, that would mean that Frank is downloading as many things as possible to try and throw Guard off.
Yeah, look, the Gardner boys do have some special hobbies they like to get into, you know, while they're playing video games. It's not for everyone, but, you know, sometimes they do just like to have a step back. They need to relax a little bit. Maybe that's a little bit of what we're seeing here.
Yeah.
Shout out to the Gardner boys.
Could just be a toilet break for all we know, but...
Sam, Frank, and Eddie.
Yeah, Destiny looking pretty poised here in the early game. Jewpies down quite a bit.
Yeah,
and
5-0, 2K lead.
Yeah, it's looking pretty much a perfect game coming out of Destiny. Jewpies, they did pick the Lucian Braum. Hopefully they're able to pilot those champions to somehow out team fight Destiny, but I can see Destiny actually playing a 1-3-1 composition with their current comps. So we're just going to see how Jewpies actually reacts to that, if that is the case. But the center pick definitely showing up, Jackson.
We just got a little pause. We just got to wait out this pause timer now.
Yeah, certainly very, very well played by the Ardmona here, picking the center. I mean, I'd mentioned it in the pregame again, like, I think this is his best champion. They should try and go for these center-focused bot lanes as much as possible, and maybe it was just a little bit of a lack of comfortability from their substitute support, not being able to play around the, you know, the fasting center, not being comfortable being the one CSing. But now we are, you know, seeing Heimerdinger, who's actually able to keep up with Bloodexer much more closely in farm Prodigium here than we did see Ardmona actually keep up with Bloodexer in farm. And honestly, that might be a genius way of solving it, right? Like, if you have Ardmona, who is just objectively worse at farming than Bloodexer, just make him not have to farm. And it's that simple.
Yeah, Ardmona has been playing ADC for a long time. And he's definitely underrated. We've seen that in the last couple of weeks too. Like, the virus that he's been pulling out has just been unstoppable. But it's actually been engaged on here. The turret actually blocking most of the culling there. And Ardmona gonna throw it back with her ultimate too. Just still stale in this bot lane.
Yeah.
This Heimerdinger is just indefinitely pushing in.
Yeah, and they're very poised to get tower dived here, but no one is around, unfortunately, on Team Destiny's side. We did see Alpha Arcasia pick up the Rift, I believe.
Trouble's walking down.
Yeah. He's actually coming here. Don't know if he's able to do anything. They do have wards on that bot side, and Jimbo Baggins actually starting to win these trades out 2 levels down. Challenger for Jade. Even though he's level 9, he's still losing these trades. And it's a 3-man tower dive.
Yeah, they're going to pop him with the Surtur, the Curse of the Sad Mummy, and LeBlanc, very mobile, able to get in there before the Aurelion Polio TP can even come through.
They're going to tower dive this Orianna if she doesn't back off.
Yeah, Prodigium might be dead here. The Subjugate comes through, but the Zhonya's is going to get popped. and now they have to just kite out this Trundle. But look at the damage, actually. Alpha Acacia, monstrous on this troll.
Taking huge bites, but Shelly has been dropped in the top lane. There's so much gold going over to the top 3 side of the map.
Yeah, really and Polly are not able to do anything there. Does TP late, and Admona does not have enough mana here. Can they actually burst it down?
So greedy. He's actually forced to flash away. Might have to kill
Admona
onto Alpha Acacia, actually. One more auto attack. No, he's going to get away.
Blade XR just picked up a few minions in the mid lane, and that's how it all settles down. But Jewpies are on the board now, and Trundle picks up the kill there with that PTA damage that pretty much blew up the Donga in 3 auto attacks. It just goes to show that right now Alpha Acacia is definitely looking the best on his team, and really Polio not quite too sure. Does not have boots just yet. Maybe get punished for it a bit more. And DST Guard just able to roam around the map with her level 2 boots and able to provide support, especially in those top lane ganks.
Yeah, the top lane has been a lot quieter than I expected, actually. I expected both these guys to be fiestaing it a bit more and just maybe even just trading a few kills back and forth, but for the most part, it's been pretty stable. Only Aatrox dying to, I believe, that gank just in the top lane there, so the 1-for-1 isn't really quite going in anyone's favor here, it looks like.
Yeah, certainly not. But one thing I do know is that this bot lane is looking way better right now. Only a 4 CS difference between Bloodexa and Ardmona compared to, this similar game state last game where Ardmona was, something like 4 waves behind in CS over Bloodexa when, they were equal in kills, right? It's just that Ardmona was just missing more creeps, and that's all it was. And it was causing a massive, massive difference in power in the mid game. He had a fully finished Eclipse when Ardmona didn't even have his shield bow completed on the Caitlyn. And, definitely just putting Prodigium onto this Heimerdinger, making him CS, is just proving wonders as he's actually able to keep up a lot better.
Oh, big fight.
All the TPs
Yeah,
are
big
coming
team
out.
fight coming in here, though. Ardmona trying to do his best, but unfortunately, he's caught out in a pretty bad position. Aceco actually getting caught by the command shockwave from Rillian Polio. They're going to find 2.
And that's going to be the Drake for Jewpies.
So
Once again.
Destiny started that Drake in vision, and they saw the very edge of them taking the dragon, and they just absolutely punished them. They saw Senna completely out of position there, and they were able just to pretty much get onto her and destroy her. And that actually puts Jewpies in a decent position. They're able to pick up Ocean Drake. It means Lucian will be able to survive a bit longer in lane before coming back. But he was only able to pick up 1 kill there. I think they wanted Lucian to actually get all the kills in that instance, but he was able to pick up a bit more turret gold here. He is poised to carry this mid game. It just remains to be seen if he's able to pilot that champion to the point where he can outplay the diving LeBlanc or the diving Amumu, and even Senna and Heimerdinger in the back line as well. So
once again, it's just typical Jewpies though, like they might fall behind in these early lanes, but when it comes to those team fights, they just play it so well. They all know like what each other's thinking. They all have the same target priority. It's worked so well for them, and that is one of their strongest picks for sure. We are hoping to see maybe Asuko do more of what a Dream Meme did last game and just play in the fog of war and find as many picks as he could.
56 stacks on the center.
not too shabby. I don't know the stacks on center too much, but
I think that's
they're going to catch
not
William
a lot.
Polio again, force the flash. Did see a Mumu and decided to flash last second. Very wise decision.
Yeah, just showing full respect to that one and flashing just back to.
Oh, no, Blade X.
Blade X has jumped on Prodigium.
Oh,
he put a heal in the flash. He panicked so hard. No, Blade XR. You can't be giving those ones away to Prodigium. He is laughing at you right now, my friend. And Ardmona has just found your support too after you've blown all your summoners.
Oh, no.
I'm just wondering how he misplayed that. He had the item advantage. He had the flash advantage as well.
Nah, man, that's just well played, Prodigium, man. You just
Prodigium.
played that excellently, bro, when you walked back to tower.
Did he just pretty much get rid of Blade X's mental for that split second? It's just, he flashed pretty much in place just about. But sometimes the best players make mistakes. It's just the way it is.
Just the way it is.
But Prodigium definitely changes his dynamic, brings Destiny together. And Asuko in the mid lane once again. Oh, force engage here.
Yeah, this could be a very dead Ardmona. He does pop the ultimate, maybe.
Lexa just sidestepped it, but he would have died if he didn't.
Okay, they finally punish Asuko on the Mumu being that aggressive.
Yeah, and that's 2 of Destiny going down on that quick exchange.
Yeah, and Trundle Pillar definitely still a very strong ability, just able to pretty much make the mummy not move whatsoever, and they just pretty much burst him down. And like you said, Jewpies is able to macro the map a little bit better, able to find these exchanges, even though Destiny do have a 2k gold lead. And Jimbo Baggins might actually go for this 1v1.
Yeah, he is going to look for the grand duel onto challenge for Jade. Flashes over the wall, but no, there's going to be... Oh, no!
Oh, no!
Oh,
Jimby! Oh, Jimbo.
Is that top 5 fails, or is that more challenger for Jade?
No.
Brain,
that was
brain?
challenge for Jade, just absolutely outplaying him there.
Okay, so I saw Gore Drinker, and he procced it before he died, and he barely got enough HP, and he was able to get out.
God.
But I
Jimbo didn't have a ward. If he had a ward there, he 100%... sorry, challenger for Jade. Yeah, no, Jimbo didn't have the ward. Challenger for Jade, just able to sneak out with that one. Prodigium just living with his life again. Bladex is so hungry.
Dude, my mental has been shattered after watching that. I don't know if I can cast. I don't even know if I can cast anymore after seeing that.
I mean, props to challenger for Jade for sure. Jimbo Baggins just too aggressive with that flash over the wall. He was definitely out of position.
No, like
but,
he walked past him, like he walked like through the tri-brush instead of just trying to make sure that he cut off the path to the blast cone.
Yeah.
So he was just like he walked through the tri-brush behind Aatrox.
Oh, William probably just got blown
No
up.
way!
Oh no way!
They trade.
No, he does end
They
up taking him
trade.
out there. That's gonna be a trade 1-for-1. Now it's a bit of jungle combat, and of course Trundle wins that 9 times out of 10. So he's gonna have to back off there.
These fights have been such fiestas.
This is the most fiesta game all season. This is great.
Every player, every lane is just like freaking out. They're so hungry to just prove they're better than their lane opponent, and each time it just gets getting flipped on its head. This is so much fun to watch. Everyone maybe sensing a little bit of tilt there. God definitely should have blown him up. Didn't calculate his damage, but neither did William Bollier, and they both just walk away and die to their respective junglers.
To be fair, I don't think DST guard realized how much damage he did. Then he realized that he was like subpar 200 HP, then decided to go in.
And then got blown up by
got
the
blown up.
ulti. Yikers.
But, okay.
Well, they know. They know.
They definitely want to take this dragon while they do have top lane pressure. Aatrox just able to farm there. And Jimbo Baggins does not have TP as well, so challenger for Jade able just to pretty much do whatever he wants. But really, Polio here definitely caught out of position pretty much.
There's a very dead Orianna. Tries to pop the command shockwave to get himself maybe a little bit of distance, but Jimbo Baggins with a great parry able to grab himself that kill.
Yeah, and it was really unfortunate that really Polio decided to step up in vision with Jimbo Baggins and Guard in suit, and as a result, they pretty much pick up this Infernal, and that will definitely help them potentially take this Rift in the next 40 seconds if they decide to choose to do so, but...
I've got an interesting little stat that I've just... they might be getting collapsed on here. Alpha Occasion
Yeah, DST guard going the distance, looking to land that route, but no.
Donga taking his toe.
Lucian a little too mobile, I'm afraid, and we did just see Prodigium down here grabbing himself a free little tier 1, probably going to put himself in the mid lane next, and look to try and help this mid lane tier 1 battle that we're seeing. But Guard's actually going quite aggressive on a Trundle here. The subjugate is popped.
Very early ultimate coming out of Ardmona there.
Yeah, so I've got a little stat worth noting. Last game when the kills were kind of even, Jewpies had like a 4k lead, and now that Destiny have the kill lead, it is still dead even. That just shows you how good Jewpies are at taking their objectives, getting those tower plates, getting that CS lead. They always, have such strong gold leads just from that alone. Such a big difference maker against all the other teams they've played against. It's just their ability to farm gold.
I mean, yeah, look at the CS. Every single role in the game across the board is up in farm. All of them.
Yeah, absolutely outrageous. And, that's what's keeping these games so close. It's something that they're just straight up better than Destiny at. And, that's something that all the teams coming into next season, if they want to beat Jewpies, need to be able to do just as well, if not better.
Yeah, practice the fundamentals, just able to get gold and XP, because that is the most important currency in this game. Even though the kills do look flashy, at the end of the day, it comes down to tower pressure, just able to get the XP and the gold diff. And the fact that Destiny had a near 5k gold lead about 7 minutes ago, and it's pretty much diminished at this point, it just shows that Jewpies definitely do have the macro and micro advantage ever so slightly coming into this matchup with Destiny. But hopefully Destiny were able to be a bit more aggressive. They do still have the slight advantage with the dragon control and just the ability to force Jewpies in an unfavorable position playing around vision, but they have to crack this topside turret or else Jimbo Baggins will just pretty much able to do what he wants, and look what happens.
Yeah, he's going to be in a bit of a 1v1 here.
He's getting the TP from
Prodigium.
Guard.
Oh, in comes Prodigium though. This is going to be big, and Guard as well. They're looking to collapse 4-on-1. Ardmona no.
But I've seen this before. Every time Senna tries to follow late, they catch her out of position.
Oh my god, the flash bandit toss from Ace into Curse of the Sad Mummy. They're going to find a Dream Train. They're looking for more. Bladexa as well gets caught by one, but no one there to follow it up. And this is going to be Destiny now looking to take down Baron at only 21 minutes into the game. This could be the deal breaker.
Yeah, that is absolutely huge for Destiny. That fight went in their favor. Unfortunately, Dream Team was a little late on his ulti, and they weren't able to blow Ardmona up and just got caught out by Isuko for it, playing a spectacular Amumu. We spoke that maybe he was looking really good this patch and feeling really strong, and we're absolutely seeing it 2 games in a row. He has been a difference maker.
Yeah, very wise choice coming out of Jewpies. Take out the mid lane 2 turret, able to buy probably a little bit more time before they start knocking on their first mid lane turret and their second mid lane turret. But Destiny definitely took it to Challenger for Jade and Alpha Arcadia. They thought they just had Jimbo Baggins alone, but unfortunately he was backed up by his entire team just about, except for Ardmona getting caught out there at that last moment. But now they're able to swing the gold back up to nearly 5k. We'll just have to see how much this Baron gives them their gold advantage.
Yeah, definitely. Just while we have a moment to breathe too, just seeing your question in the chat, Angela, it is worth mentioning to everyone, but we haven't actually mentioned the prize pool. There is going to be $500 over to the winner today and $250 to the loser, as well as bragging rights. I know it doesn't sound like much. God, going in, he tried to blow up Bladexa, but was not able to do so.
I mean, he did see Brom.
He did see Brom.
Decided to go in.
He was trying to get it done real quick.
Maybe forgot Bladexa actually had his item, so he was able to proc 4 auto attacks within a second and then gets blown up. So a bit of a misplay coming out of DST Guard. Maybe just thought he could pop him and get out, but
he's the best player in the league. If you get that 1v1 over him.
Ardmona though, he's getting chased down by Subjugate. Here comes Esco though to try and buy himself maybe a little bit of distance. Curse of the Sad Mummy is available. The root connects. Ardmona looking to walk up a little bit too far. He actually gets blown up. Prodigious in the backside though. They have this big turret available to get themselves a little bit of distance. No TP on Jimbo Baggins, as we mentioned. He did take Ignite in this 1v1. Challenge for Jade does have TP. I guess he's just trying to chase him down here to stop the TP from coming through from Aatrox to join the fight here to help the rest of his team. He is just going to recall and try and look to buy Prodigium. Actually making the call like, all right, if you guys want Dragon, I'm just going to go for this mid lane tier 2 tower. And now it does look like Jewpies Angels are very angry. They don't want that to happen. They're going to go forward. Ace go, big Curse of the Sad Mummy. They might actually block Bladexa, and they do. Alpha Arcasia's very low as well. DST Guard has rejoined the fight. Big damage onto a Dream to Meme. Might be able to finish him off. The auto attacks are still coming through. They do have to be careful. Prodigium, he's just unloading on this Heimerdinger. The bombs left, right, and center are going to secure themselves not only this tier 2 tower, but I would imagine the Dragon as well. And Jimbo Baggins is actually grabbing another objective with this Baron buff in the top side.
They are getting so much done all over the map. Jimbo didn't take TP this game, which, you know, you think Jewpies would be exploiting quite a bit, but he has just been able to farm. These guys are 4v5ing so well over and over, and Jimbo's just having a field day with it as well. This is going absolutely great for Destiny so far.
Yeah, they definitely went for a very aggressive play onto the Mumu, and it was pretty much counteracted with DST Guard and Prodigium making that work. It was really unfortunate that Challenger for Jade actually walked down there and got nothing done, then came back top, and his tier 2 top lane turret's nearly gone as a consequence of that. But now, Jewpies are finally on the back foot at 25 minutes, and they have to respond to this Dragon, because if they get this Infernal Soul, it's going to be very rough, especially with a comp like Senna and Heimerdinger just pretty much hitting everything that they have. And it's going to be really tough for Jewpies. Hopefully they're able to make some sort of miracle happen, but DST, for once in the entire season, are in a winning position compared to Jewpies.
Yeah, this is insane. We got to the point where Jewpies usually end their games, but right now, as you said, DST with a 4K lead. This is going to be a very telling moment. If Destiny can end the game here, if they win from this point, we might actually find Jewpies.
They're TPing aggressively on a challenge for Jade here. Prodigium looking for this stun.
They'll let him go.
Yeah, they might find Bledexa as well. Potentially could be a bit of a big fight breaking out.
No.
Guard is in the backside as well. They find themselves the pick on to challenge for Jade though. But meanwhile, the rest of the team are getting melted down. Bledexa actually finds himself a nice little pickup onto DST Guard. The Shockwave connects onto Aceco. Curse the Sad Mummy not available for Aceco to fight back. But Jimbo Baggins, look at him. He's been split pushing all game. He's massive,
He's so
doing so
strong.
much damage to the enemy mid laner right here. He's actually able to get out to safety as well. But X is going to get hit by the root. This is so much damage coming his way. That is a dead Lucian. They're going to find Alpha Acacia as well, maybe? No, he's able to get out to safety. Now, Rillian Polio walks up a little bit too far, and Ardmona with the flash to finish him off. Here comes Aceco, though, the bandage toss. He's looking to get aggressive onto Alpha Acacia. So tanky on this Amumu right now.
Destiny are doing it, man. They're getting it done. They're actually going to take Jewpies down. This is insane. They're taking their inhib. The gold lead is just getting further and further, and they keep winning all of these fights. The TP's coming in from DST Guard. It's a 5v3 right here.
They're backing off. They're playing sensible. They realize they could make a misplay, and they do respect Jewpies. Its cooldowns or the time is not quite long enough. They realize Blade XR will be up in a moment, and DST actually finally took it to Jewpies. They realize they have an advantage in the top side. Fiora absolutely popping off here. Jimbo Baggins just absolutely decimating their entire team comp, and Aceco decides to hang around a bit too long.
Yeah, Aceco is going to get taken down there. That's absolutely disastrous. Baron is spawning in under a minute right now. And, I mean, you don't want to have your jungler dead when Baron is going to be spawning, but that's going to be the case here in this game by the looks of things. He's going to have to make a beeline there, as Jewpies Angels are going to get first priority to set up for it, as we are seeing here. And that's the downside to overstaying. You get the inhib, you overstay a little bit too long, and then your jungler gets picked. All of a sudden, you guys have to recall. You guys have to reset. They've just come from base. They're already reset. They're allowed to get the setup on Baron. They're allowed to make the play first. Whereas, if you did see this Destiny lineup take the inhib, immediately recall, Jewpies has to kind of waste time clearing the wave and resetting, and then they are allowed to go to Baron. By then, Destiny's already there. They've already reset. They've already made their way to Baron. They've set up the vision, and now, they are still in the driver's seat. By overstaying, getting a little bit too greedy, they've actually made this game way harder than it had to have been, as now they are going to have to fight through the Jewpies Angels vision.
Yeah, absolutely right. This Baron is everything coming up right now. As we're just going to wait out this pause. The mid laners seem to be having some connectivity issues, Guard specifically. We'll have to wait that out. But, man, it's actually insane. This game is so close. And if Jewpies get this Baron, it's going to be doom for Destiny. I think they really need to get back and get control of this ASAP. Otherwise, it's going to spiral out of control once again when they're looking so good right now as well.
Yeah, and it goes to show that they have a lot of topside pressure with Jimbo, that Fiora is absolutely making Jewpies make sort of questionable decisions to the point where they're pretty much blowing flashes just to get away from this Fiora. And Fiora is able to apply so much pressure to the point where they're making miscalculations in their fights. And they're looking to catch Prodigium.
Yeah, and catch Prodigium they look to do. He pops the Zonius to go golden. So much damage though, but Bledexa gets blown up. DST Guard is there for the follow-up. He flashes the wall. A Dream Spin goes down as well. Alpha Acacia, he has to run. And they are having themselves a absolute disaster here, as now their one grip over Destiny has just been taken out from underneath them. They could end the game, and they definitely are able to take Baron. Looks like Baron is going to be the ping that's called, and suddenly Destiny once again find themselves in the driver's seat of this game.
And this is Baron. This Baron, like we said, so huge. If this goes over to Destiny here, they're just going to run through the base. All those towers are going down. There's going to be so much gold. Not gold that Jewpies can afford to give up right now.
So it was really unfortunate that Blade XR made a bit of a micro misplay. They did not realize that Heimerdinger had Zhonya's, so he's able to pretty much survive for the initial 2 seconds, pop his ultimate, pop all his turrets, just able to blow up Blade XR, and he had summoners up as well. So it just goes to show that this Prodigium Heimerdinger pick
severely underrated.
Going
yeah,
off
absolutely.
at the moment.
I doubted it when they picked it in Champ Select. I thought it was a bit interesting, but Prodigium absolutely cracked. He's definitely making a great contender for best player in the season right now. It all comes down to who's best on the day, and Prodigium is definitely showing up over BladeXer.
Yeah, this is going to be the deciding factor at the moment. Dragon's going to be up very soon, and Jewpies really need to find a pick here. They may go into Jimbo Baggins here, but he's pretty much going to get out here. And Alpha Arcasia underestimating Jimbo Baggins.
Yeah, Jimbo is massive right now in this
That's it.
Fiora. You walk up, you get hit by the Fiora ultimate, you will just evaporate. Definitely have to play your cards right against this champion right now.
And that's just going to be the game too. Once they've got one player down, 5 of them
They're
are
going
up
for
with
it.
Baron. This is going to be the game. We have to wait out this pause again. Oh god, this has got to be it.
All right, Oriana and a decent command
Oh
shockwave.
my goodness, Command Shockwave actually connects onto 2. Prodigium going to be going down here as well.
No.
This is not a good state to be in
This is
right
not
now.
happening.
They do have minions, though, knocking on their towers on the Nexus. They just have to buy a little bit of time. Curse of the Sand Member comes through. DST guard still over the wall, outputting all of that damage right now.
Fiora.
Aceco is so tanky. Fiora actually being the carry in this fight right now. Jimbo Baggins, massive. They find themselves
aced.
5, and the
That's
minions are pushing down on the
game.
Nexus. This is looking to be game.
Destiny have done it again. In the whole year since Jewpies have lost a game, they only lost to Destiny last finals. And they're going to lose their first game of the season to Destiny in finals again.
They're not really looking to push here, and they're going to allow BladeXer to come up in time.
The death timers are so long. It's about 30 seconds for the top and mid laner. I think this is it. They just don't have a chance to win here.
They got Infernal Soul. They have everything in their back pocket. Destiny are pretty much a guarantee to win this game. TPs are coming in. Prodigium absolutely popping off here. That Mumu old
so
last
many
team
counter
fight
minions.
and is looking really rough at the moment. BladeXer not quite the champion to clear these waves, and they're going to get melted here.
The towers are down. They're acing them. Oh, they've just killed them again.
They're looking for more indeed. BladeXer doing what he can. Jimbo Baggins very low, actually gets hit by the culling. Now Aceco having to do his best to run away from this one. Challenge for Jade, dropping dangerously low. He goes down. There is only BladeXer left alive to defend this Nexus, but he's not going to be able to do it. The Nexus goes down.
Destiny.
Gods can bleed, and Destiny put the first loss onto Jewpies Angels record
Oh
in
my God.
dominating fashion.
1 year to the series since Jewpies have lost, and they've done it again. But I have to say, Destiny are looking like they are in amazing fashion right now. I don't think we're going to see a repeat of last year. I think we're going to 5 games, fellas.
It could be potentially, but Jewpies are really good at regrouping and they're able to plan accordingly. But Destiny have definitely come out swinging in the early game. They have to put Jewpies on the back foot, and they did it well.
Oh, they've done it so well. This is it. Like, if there's ever a chance to dethrone these guys that we thought were unbeatable, unkillable, it has to happen right now. And Destiny are well on track to get that 3rd star. Oh, let's go, man. This is exactly what we want to see.
I am pretty hyped now at the moment, and like Jackson said, the Prodigium factor did play a part, and out of every champion possible, he did it with the Donga.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, my God.
certainly. I mean, a bit of a statement, right? Like, you ban my Thresh, like, fine, dude, I'll just pick Heimerdinger. Like, you can't ban out Prodigium. He's just good at playing too many things. You could technically ban the Senna and then ban the Thresh, and then all of a sudden, you can't have the Prodigium play that kind of, fasting Heimerdinger where he's getting all the farm. Suddenly, the Heimerdinger is not a good pick if it's not paired with the Senna. You knock out Ardmona's best 80 carry as well, which I imagine is something we'll see. So I definitely do think we're not going to see Ardmona on Senna next game, and because of that, we won't see Prodigium on Heimerdinger. I imagine they'll still have a Thresh ban as well. Not too sure what their 3rd ban is going to be. Probably the Jarvan, as that's been something that's been taken off the table for this Destiny lineup repeatedly this series. So I'm going to be curious what they play instead. Ardmona's obviously going to be on something a little more standard, and we're going to probably see BladeXer take something like either an Enchanter pick or something like his set.
I got to throw it up, man. Jimbo Baggins is definitely the best top laner in the entire competition right now. The last few weeks, he has been running a storm. Ruli and Polio couldn't deal with him last time, so they sent Challenger for Jade up, who we've been saying is another one of the best players in the league, and he gets dumpstered again. Jimbo is having a great day. This is absolutely insane, man. Oh, I'm so glad for Jimbo. He's definitely putting his name into the competition for one of the best in the season. we do have Gator on the way. He is coming in, man. Oh, this is so hype.
So hyped indeed.
Gator, you there, my brother?
Fellas, what's going
Oh,
on?
there he is.
My man.
My brother, how do you think this series is going? Hype me up.
Wait, is this the analyst desk run right now?
Oh, this is
might
the
as well. Might as
Is
well.
this your folks? Welcome to the Paul's Ice Coffee analyst desk. We're here chatting with Gator about that game series. Now, what are your thoughts?
I think that was absolutely sensational. I think the draft out of Destiny there was much better the second game round. They drafted for the late game Admona Carey, who's been typically carrying in the late game. There hasn't really been pulling out the early wins there, despite Jewpies imping there at the 6-minute mark, feeding 3 kills to him, which propelled him out of his weakest stage there. Really strong picks coming out of the mid, top, and jungle. They're sort of compensating for that early game that may have been lacking in the bot lane. And that Heimerdinger pick was so saucy, so absolutely saucy.
So
was perfectly
saucy,
what they
right?
needed.
I think you and I are on the same wavelength. Probably when we came through drafts and we're like, oh, this Braum and this Lucian probably going to take a lead. And it did not go that way whatsoever. This Heimerdinger is severely underrated in the pool of Prodigium. What a crazy game. Give us your thoughts. How's the series looking? Destiny going to steal one away today?
Destiny easily have a potential to win this. They always have. It's really just in the draft here. If they stick to these really powerful early game drafts for their mid and their top lane, who are great players, who are easily mechanically able to keep up with their counterparts there on Jewpies, and stick to keeping Admona on these really late game hard carries where he's just so strong. He hasn't really put out fantastic performances in the early game, but has always consistently brought through stacks and stacks of damage for his team in the late game, and has really pulled through these fights. And I think if they stick with that game plan, the series could be theirs quite easily. It's all in their hands.
Sticking with the Senna, you think?
Beg your pardon?
Sticking with the Senna?
I think the Senna's a brilliant pick there, considering their overall win condition is just make it to 30 minutes, get the gold on board, and get to that late game. I think the Senna's a perfect pick. Could be seeing more Varus there potentially as the bands shift around. Tristana's on the table. I do know they also have some really spicy picks hidden away if things get truly desperate. So Destiny definitely haven't played all their cards yet, and we're sure to see some more of them very soon.
Hype, let's go, boys. We're going to 5 games minimum. Oh, we are in for such a day. All right.
Well, thank you so much, Gator, for joining us on the casting desk here for your much-needed input and insight, Sensei. So we'll be hopping over to our third game here in just a second, whether or not Destiny are able to keep up the tempo, or whether or not Jewpies Angels are going to be able to steal the show and shut down the current hope that is riding behind the wings of these underdogs. We'll just have to wait and see.
Come on, Destiny. We can do it. Let's do it.
But, I mean, well, I suppose we're just going to throw it over to a quick break, and we'll see you when we're back.
Let's go. We're getting into the third game, boys. It's 1-1 apiece. Destiny are looking great to get that third star right now. Oh, boy. Things are seating up. I'm going to have to take this jacket off soon, I think. Jesus.
Yeah, it's getting saucy for sure. I mean, obviously, in my predictions, we're going to see first bans come out from Jewpies Angels. They're going to look something like Jarvan Thresh and Senna. I like if I'm Jewpies right now, if you ban anything other than those 3 champions in this phase 1, like I don't know what you're doing.
They might let J4 come through, but we'll just have to see how it goes out. Like you said, Senna's going to be taken out. They might actually take Thresh away as well. Just Prodigium just has that X factor with that champion. And Destiny in fine suit, going to probably ban Misfortune, Aphelios, and probably another ban in the jungle. So
probably the Fiddlesticks again, I would imagine. They're the 3 priorities, it seems like, at the moment. The other lanes can't really keep up with Destiny, it seems like. So it looks like, yeah, Blade Xer and Alpha Arcade are going to be the ones to have to focus your bans on here, I think.
Okay, so they don't want guard on Orianna, apparently. And Aphelios, as we predicted, I'm assuming a J4 ban here will come out. If not,
they're going to have to leave either J4 or Thresh up. They're going to leave both up.
Ooh! Are they going to take Thresh away?
They're going to take Thresh here, phase 1, surely. There's no way they don't. A Dream to Meme also plays it, so if they let it through, they're probably just going to pick Thresh.
They might ban it away.
Surely they won't ban it away. If Prodigium might play that champion really well, but that means he also knows the champion really well. So if they might want to give it up.
So they got preference on Thresh or J4, which they have been eyeing out. But they take the Mumu. So it's been the Mumu factor. Whoever's had Mumu wins games.
Yeah, a Mumu seems to just kind of be the deciding factor in these matches, which is really interesting enough. I don't know what they're going to go here. Do not. Oh,
here we go.
Yikes.
All right.
I'm
they
cringing.
left the Thresh up.
I'm
Okay.
cringing. I'm cringing. This is Thresh. Surely you just lock in Thresh here, right? Like, no way you don't. Why would you pick Ezreal? Dude, that champ's so
Oh,
bad.
no, they might actually lock in Nautilus here.
Yeah, I think Nautilus is super strong. Both bot laners play it really well, so it is interesting. I think that maybe you're going for the Ezreal. Maybe they've realized that their win con is 30 minutes, and if you're getting Ezreal to 30 minutes, he's just going to start.
No, is he actually going to
so
bring
much
it out
fun.
against J4? Okay,
Oh,
Samira gets locked in.
is here, baby. This is getting hype. I know my boy Gator's squealing right now.
All right.
Oh,
And they're going to take Aurelia as well. So a lot of damage coming out of Jewpies.
Yeah, the Aurelia ulti with the Curse of the Sad Mummy. A lot of team fight there, especially with the Samira. But, I mean, dude, like, Ezreal... I hate Ezreal. I've been so vocal about this over the season. Like, I don't think we've seen Ezreal win a game all season. This champion...
Like Cogmore Lulu,
this
man.
champion, like, doesn't do anything. It's so bad.
I mean,
this last pick before
it takes them very long to scale, and Lissandra getting locked in here for the first time this series.
I like it a lot, actually.
Especially into Aurelia.
Yeah, that's a guard specialty right there too.
Could be flex top as
Yeah,
well.
you look at it into the comp that they're playing into, right? You've got 3 dive champions locked in immediately. If they try and dive on Lissandra, especially if they dive all at the same time, she just pops the W, ults herself, ults one of them, doesn't even matter. Especially like if Samira tries to like look for the ulti, she just gets ulted immediately, stunned up, and then the team can just blow her up completely, and then, you know, there's nothing that she can do. So I do love the Lissandra pick here in response to the 3 champions that we're seeing present. As for the bans, looks like they're trying to target this spicy Alpha Arcadia Hecarim pick he mentioned. Taking away Fiora as well. Jimbo Baggins showing himself to be quite dominant on that. And, you know, looking at how the bans are going here, we might see a Jimbo Baggins Yorick game.
I'm pretty sure they're going to take it away. They're going to take it away here. Oh no, they're going to leave it up.
They're going to leave it up. Here he comes. Here he comes, boys. The caretaker.
Now, does this mean they have something prepared for Yorick just to slow him down?
I mean, maybe. I mean, again, you do have Aurelia. This was something that was mentioned earlier. Aurelia actually does do quite well into Yorick because her Q one-shots his ghouls and also resets her Q. So she gets health for Yorick's ghouls.
No. Okay.
They're actually going to lock in the Cho'Gath against it, which I don't mind. I do think Cho'Gath has a much better game against Aurelia. Obviously, she's a champion that does not benefit from having her abilities shut off by a silence. So, I mean, that's always a given factor. And as well as that, Samira has a pretty hard time of actually bursting down Cho'Gath. So, and as well as that, you know, she is a AD carry that kind of needs to get in your face, which allows Cho'Gath to get some cheeky one-shots. As well as that, though, it does look like this is a confirmed Aurelia top Veigar mid, probably. And then they're just going to look for a support here, unless a Dream Tamim is going to whip out his specialty once again. Nope, they're going to go for a nice standard comp here. Leona support with a Mumu in the jungle. Senna down in the AD carry role. Veigar in the middle. And then this Aurelia's going topside. I do like the Nautilus more so than the Leona, just because Ezreal has Arcane Shift, which he can use to dodge a lot of Leona's spells, but hey, you can't dodge Depth Charge, buddy. It's not possible. You get knocked up, so...
this is getting so spicy. These teams are just like favoring the 5v5 so much right now. Everyone's going for these big team comp plays. Oh, it's getting
the
so
set
spicy,
special
man.
coming out of Prodigium.
We might have to get this aircon cranking because I am sweating for both teams here. Holy moly.
Yeah, so I actually think that we have a bit of a draft difference in the side of Destiny once again. Cho'Gath does have a pretty good time into Aurelia, as long as you don't get caught off guard by pushing the lane and then getting chased down by auto attacks once she gets, especially her passive stacked up with Blade of the Ruin King. I think that's the one period where she can maybe deal with Cho'Gath, but as long as you play it smart, and you do position yourself at the tower, which should be fairly easily because Aurelia always wants to be shoving in that lane phase, trying to, you know, stack up her passive to play aggressive because she's not that good if she doesn't have her passive up in lane. And it's because of that she needs to use her spells. So often you'll find that she is going to be pushing just as part of her game plan. So Cho'Gath is going to have a really comfy time scaling up, becoming an absolute demigod, as well as that, obviously, Lissandra is just going to be doing wonders against the dive against that team. And Ezreal is actually was a terrible pick until I saw Veigar. I actually don't mind Ezreal into Veigar because you can Arcane Shift out of his cage, whereas things like Lucian can't dash out of his cage. So in that situation, that's where Ezreal becomes very, very good.
The set's going to go absolutely nuts. We've seen Prodigium do crazy things. If you were all here earlier in the stream when we played our top 5 plays of the season, one of Prodigium's plays made it, and it was his huge set dive. He ulted into the team, got a huge face breaker. Man, it was so hype. Hopefully we see some more of that again. See him play super aggressive in the bot lane. It's going to be another terrific game.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, what are your thoughts on the two drafts that we have here, Strata?
Destiny's draft is quite good, actually. They
I agree.
cover a lot of strengths and weaknesses, and I feel like Ardmona is going to have a wonderful time on this Ezreal because he's not going to get challenged in any way, shape, or form. Yeah, they might get depth charge on him, but there's just so much utility in the front line with J4, with Cho'Gath, even with Set and Lissandra. It's going to be really hard for them to get on Ezreal, so it's going to force Jewpies to play front to back, and that's the way they're going to have to play, unfortunately. They did lock in the Samira. It does offer a bit of agency, but against Destiny's draft, he's got to play out of his mind to pretty much win this game.
Yeah, and what I love about this as well is absolutely everybody on this Destiny lineup just has CC out the wazoo for this Samira. Bloodexa is not going to be able to just go in and click R. It is going to get cancelled in 2 seconds, and he's going to get blown up very, very shortly after. So
that's true. We're talking about Destiny CC, but don't forget that, you know, Jewpies have just as much, if not the same, I suppose. A Mumu ult, a Mumu Q, Veigar cage, Nautilus Q, Nautilus ult. It's going to be crazy. There's so much on the side for Jewpies here for BladeX's Samira to just go through and ulti through their entire team. This is going to be another super close game. I don't have a pick for this draft. I think at the end of the day, it's actually pretty even with the amount of CC, disengage, engage. I have no idea what's going to happen. This is exciting, man.
My 2 cents here is Destiny pretty much win pre-30, without a doubt.
Ooh.
After 30 minutes, the Veigar's going to scale, the Samira's going to scale, the Irelia's going to outscale.
That's true.
Cho'Gath may have the true damage with his ult, same with Set, but it's just the agency with Veigar will make that difference. And we're going to see how they play the CC on Destiny side. Are they just going to dive BladeXer? They're going to take out Challenger for Jade, or, you know,
that's
really depends.
Jewpies are their strongest too, though. Like we were saying earlier today, all their games that they played throughout the season ended pre-30 minutes, pre-25 minutes, usually around that mark. And if that's obviously where they're strongest at. They can just snowball those leads. So I think Destiny really need to go huge in the early game if they do want a chance.
Yeah, we're about to find out who is going to win this game, though. This game is about to be decided whether or not we see Challenger for Jade summoner spells. If he has Cleanse, good. If this Veigar took any summoner spell that is not blue and says Cleanse, this game is actually over because Lissandra Jarvan can just kill him like over and over and over again, like for free. Flash Lissandra snare into J4 flag and drag is a dead Veigar. Like as early as like level 2, he will just die immediately. So he needs to have Cleanse or this is just going to be a complete wash. We'll have to wait and see.
Dude, this is it. Man, these next 2 games are so important. What's gonna happen?
Well, it's going to be the Mumu factor. Both teams have had Mumu, and they both won with Mumu.
True.
And we're going to see if Alpha Arcadia can pilot a Mumu against J4. J4 does have the advantage at all scales of the game, unless it gets super late, and even then, J4 might just edge out the Mumu altogether. He just offers that type of gank utility, and he just has a cage with his ultimate, and no one can escape if they don't have summoners or dashes. A bit of passive play coming out from both teams. They're just guarding their river entrances, and they pretty much know that they're 1-on-1, and whoever wins this game is definitely going to have the upper advantage. We're going to see if Destiny can actually take it to Challenger for Jade and punish his aggressive play.
Yeah, this is the classic 5-point start from Jewpies Angels. If you guard every entrance into your jungle, they're not going to make it into your jungle. You might be able to catch someone if they have slow reactions, but it's just like gives you so much information too.
100%. And this is going to be the game for Brilliant Polio to actually prove himself. He's basically lost to Jimbo throughout the series so far, even if it was just for that game. And now he's on something like Cho'Gath. If Jimbo is able to win lane as Cho'Gath, it's going to show that there is going to be a bit of a top lane diff. But that remains to be seen right now. Pretty standard starts coming out from both sides. And we're going to see pretty early ganks potentially. Vesiku can pilot J4 into the bot side or into mid lane. We're just going to see how that goes. Especially with someone like Prodigium who likes to play aggressive rather early, especially with his pick that is set. But we're going to see how it goes.
Yeah, we'll just have to wait and see. But again, the Amumu diff has been real this series so far. You know, game 1, Bloodexa, his team was able to pick away that Amumu, and they were able to win. Team, you know, in the second game, we did see that Amumu piloted by the Destiny lineup, and they were able to win that game. So, I mean, whether or not this series is just an Amumu diff, we'll have to wait and see. But honestly, you know, Vex hasn't been banned a single game. She also has not been picked a single game, which is a little bit interesting.
Yeah, I guess they just haven't played it enough, I suppose, and they're not confident.
It's disappointing that at this stage, we're probably not going to see her unless maybe Bloodexa picks her up. But at that point, yeah, I just think everyone is really feeling the tensions and just want to play stuff they're really comfortable with. And obviously Vex being that new champion, no one's really gotten to that point yet. But like you said earlier, I wouldn't put it past them just having a truce not to play that champion either, because she is in a disgusting state right now.
Yeah.
What?
Oh, from Dream
Flash,
to Meme.
bang.
Flash Q.
No.
Okay.
Prodigium needs to walk out of this one, but I don't think he lives. He's going to flash the wall. Yeah, very nicely
All
done.
right. So, I don't know what to say about that. Maybe Jackson just had a mental boom just there. But
I hate that ability, bro. That did not hit him.
That was an absolute needle past that.
Thick is the definition of Nautilus, okay? Like, his hitbox, I'm not going to say it's broken, because Riot doesn't think so. Ooh. And he's in the mid lane now.
Actually been caught out here too.
Force the flash? No. Prodigium's
here, though. They have to watch out.
Huge. They can actually win this. Prodigium can put out a lot of damage with that face breaker.
Oh, they did see. They probably predicted J4 was there, so he just preemptively flashed.
Jimbo has to watch out.
Yeah, he's dead.
He's dead.
Damn, Brilliant Polo finally getting one back on Jimbo.
When you have max stacks as Aurelia, you have to go in, especially if they're going to flash like that. So, Brilliant Polio finally gets it done in the top side, punishing Jimbo Baggins on this Fiora and Challenger.
That's a dead Veigar.
Oh, no.
He cleanses nothing. That's so disastrous. Oh, but no flash available for Lissandra to follow up. They do get the cleanse flash out of Challenge for Jay, though, which is going to be very, very scary. Is this going to be a kill back for Jimbo?
No.
He has to walk the other way. No, why'd you walk that way?
He greeted so hard.
Oh, wait.
Jarvan's there. Flash forward. Ace is actually going to take that one away.
Brilliant Polio did a lot of damage there. Just wasn't enough.
So that was his fault for staying a bit too long. He did want to shove the top lane in. I understand that. But they should have known that J4 was in the area. But anyway, Jimbo Baggins just teleported. Pretty much took that kill back.
Oh,
that
and there's
hit.
another one.
Yeah, no flash available on this. Ezreal does Arcane Shift to get himself a little bit of distance. Prodigium, though, is going to
no
be the one caught with
flash.
no flash.
So fast.
He's trying to run for his life, but whether or not he's going to be able to get out with that phase rush is yet to be seen.
Oh,
No.
okay. All right, so Jewpies have realized that, you know what, if we're going to be aggressive like Destiny, then we should be aggressive just like Destiny. So they're taking it to them right now, and they're not playing around anymore. And man, Samir already on 2 kills. It's not looking too good for Admoda on this Ezreal at the moment. He's going to be so behind at the later stages of the game.
Yeah, this is a really tricky one. Like you said earlier, Chris, Destiny really needed to get ahead early and just snowball out of control, and it's just not looking that way right now. All the gold is in the hands of Jewpies, and they're just going to snowball that again with all their CS leads that we know they can pull out. It's a big yikes, unfortunately. It's going to be a really big struggle for Destiny in this one.
You can kill Jimbo here if you actually use your pilot. Good job, really, on Polio, actually picking that up. And, oh no, Guard caught out here. Just needs to walk up.
This is a very, very, very bad situation for Guard. He's going to get caught out.
You could have given the kill out for Arcadia. You really could have.
Destiny are feeling too spicy after that last win, man. They're just, not showing enough respect. They're definitely not winning some of these lanes, and big yikes. They're falling behind.
Yeah, the Mumu factor and the cage. So challenge for Jay's cage actually counters DST Guard as a whole, and just able to catch him out there for free. Oh, Prodigium in a tough spot here.
And a big W, but
he doesn't have flash. And the vision control is just flawless coming out of Jewpies. It's just punishing whatever aggressive play Destiny do.
Prodigium is getting support diffed right now.
Yes.
This is by far Dream to me's the most popular champion this season. We've seen him play this so many times and absolutely pop off on it. And he's running a clinic against Harmonium Prodigium right now, getting so many big Qs, catching Prodigium on his rotations.
And it was all out of the thick hook through the minion wave. Dream to Meme actually instigating that fight early on, and it's now led to all of this. It's forcing Prodigium to make some sort of proactive play, but now they've got to stop the bleeding. They've got to stay in lane and just try to tough it out. At this stage of the game, they really need to, refocus as a squad and just make sure they don't bleed anymore, and let Asuko as the jungler make these proactive plays and play off that. Because right now, they're definitely behind in experience, they're definitely behind in gold, and they're not able to get much done here, so they should really force a stalemate at this point of the game. But if you go for plays like this, under the tower...
that's Guard getting extra spicy. He's really died for it. And Challenger for Jade's just absolutely guided Asuka around the map, but the Q is going to finish him off here.
Okay.
Oh, big yikes coming out from Guard.
So,
he's trying really hard to get ahead and, stop the snowball of this Veigar, and he's just playing it so well.
He is, and unfortunately Guard started that 5 seconds too early. Asuko was nowhere in the vicinity, and he just pretty much gets soloed under turret, just watching out Challenge for Jay just walk a little left and right and not able to get auto attacks by Jacob. But now, okay,
ulti just coming straight out from William Polio. That is going to be Jimbo going down for that one too.
Okay, so he did not buy boots, so he's going to get dived on. A bit unfortunate. He does finish Brambles now. I don't know if that's going to be doing a massive difference, diminishing returns in lane. It's a bit late to get that at the moment, but you got to take what you can get. And Jewpies is coming out swimming. Really, and Polio realized that, you know what, I need to be more proactive against Jimbo. I need to take this aggressively, especially something against like a Cho'Gath. And right now, Destiny, they just need to stop making these aggressive plays.
Yeah, they need to
get caught out.
Stop the bleeding ASAP before this gold gets unreal. It's going to be a really hard task for Destiny going forward. I think all the guys that you don't want gold on have gold right now. It's just looking really tough.
Yeah, they do have the light in the at the end of the tunnel with Asuko on this J4. Hopefully they're able to make a bit more proactive plays, as he is level 6 now. Try to punish these over-aggressive plays coming out of Jewpies. But then again, it's really hard to pilot, because at this stage, 2k gold lead is quite detrimental to Destiny. They just can't afford to make these misplays anymore, or else it's just going to cycle, pretty much go out of control on the side of Destiny.
Jackson, my friend, you've been absolutely flabbergasted, mate.
All right, here we go.
Honestly, this is what I was talking about, by the way. If he doesn't have cleanse available, this is just a dead Veigar every single time. You can flash, it's not going to make a difference, my guy. You're just dead to this duo. They're so scary. Jarvan and Lissandra. The kill pressure is immense. I don't know. I'm still just tilted from that Nautilus hook. Like it bended around a minion. Like that's not all right.
That's not how it works.
He's really this Nautilus was watching Wanted the night before. He's like, yeah, I'm just gonna bring that into my games, curve some bullets, and man, Aurelian Polo is actually just running over Jimbo in this one.
So
maybe Jimbo should have gone for the Yoro.
So if Aurelian Polo really wants to shut out Jimbo on this Cho'Gath, he has to pretty much zone him off the wave completely, starve him to death, so he cannot play the game. Right now, he only has about a 1k gold lead in front of this Cho'Gath at the moment. He could make it so much more if he has better control management of his wave, but he's just playing aggressive over and over. He believes kills are what it takes, and that's just how Aurelian Polio plays.
Yeah, Aurelian Polio is just trying to go absolutely unga bunga on this Aurelia, going in every single time he has that 4 stacks available.
Man, this is just getting tougher and tougher for Destiny. All the gold leads are starting to come out, and oh man, how do they come back in this one? Like you said, they kind of need this game to, finish at 30 minutes before the other hyperscales come up, but thankfully they do have like the Ezreal and the Cho'Gath who also have some scaling. Do they have potential past the 30-minute mark?
Potentially, it really depends because there's a lot of outplay potential coming out of Jewpies, but there's a lot of utility coming out of Destiny. So that's how they kind of drafted. They really want to see if Jewpies make mistakes, but they should pretty much tower dive this Cho'Gath a lot here. They should really try to accelerate this Irelia to the point where she can pretty much come out with 10 kills in lane, but Mumu decides to gank elsewhere, but Guard just gets out here nicely, and bit unfortunate there, but challenge for Jade.
I think the Q might have killed him there, but I don't think it was up in time, unfortunately.
So Guard opting to stay in lane, does have the ultimate and flash available. Prodigium is hovering at the moment, so they're trying to get rid of as much vision as possible. Try to probably take control of this dragon a little bit, and Asiko's going to face check this Nautilus here.
There's another challenge for Jade's around the corner. He's getting stunned.
Oh my gosh!
He
pulls
gets
out
pulled
of the
back.
flag and drag.
But that interaction works out in the favor of Asiko, able to get out there ever so safely, and that's a free dragon with Jewpies.
Another Drake for Jewpies. I've got another interesting fact for you, Frank. I know you love my little factoids, but back in the first season, when it was Nando's Esports versus Destiny, Blade X's first team, the game went to 5 games. The series went to 5 games, and Blue Side won every single game that night. And that's how Destiny got away with it. If it went to 6 games, I think it still would have been tied up. But right now, it might be looking like the same scenario. It looks like Blue Side just keep dominating, getting these really crazy leads.
Yeah, it's because whoever's on blue side gets to pick a Mumu.
Yeah, it is. It's the win con right now. And Aurelian Polio.
Oh, he can outplay it.
Gank. He had the W distant guard.
Oh, you so late.
Rough. If you'd thrown that out a little bit early, you might have been able to do something. It's happening all around the map right now. They're diving all the towers. Ardmona's doing everything he can. He's flashed away.
No.
He missed out for Arcasia. Luckily, there's a blast going there for him. Blade X still has his flash up. That's going to be Ardmona going down as well.
Oh, no.
Prodigium's still looking.
Help Arcasia, no.
He skill broke the wrong way.
Yeah, he's going down here. Prodigium is going to get finished off by Blade Dexa. Dream to me.
Minions. What are you doing? What are you doing?
You got executed. It's okay.
Oh, did he got
maybe solo gold for Blade Exa, who knows?
Why did he walk back?
Prodigium missed the skull breaker and would have killed all of them if he'd hit it.
All right. So he had low mana. He thought he probably had W up. Realized he didn't have enough mana for W, then walked back in the brush, and then he died. So, bit of an unfortunate series of events coming out of Dream to Meme there. First death of the game, but he is still performing very well on this Nautilus, just able to hit these fat hooks left, right, and center.
And again, we saw really what Ezreal is capable of there and why Nautilus is so good into Ezreal, because Ezreal was kiting that fight so well. But, the depth charge was, bonk, 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 just chasing after him. And there was, it gets to a point where you run out of room to run. And then the depth charge hit him and he got collapsed on by 2 people, had to flash over the wall and then, missed the ulti. It was very unfortunate because that ulti probably would have killed Blood Exa if it landed. So sometimes you miss skill shot. Sometimes you lose game.
Yes, so Guard having internet issues again at the moment. He's just his internet sucks. If I would buy you a router,
That must be why he's losing
Guard,
lane,
I would.
actually.
You really should upgrade your router, Guard, if you're having these internet issues consistently. Don't use the stock router that your service provider provides you.
I think Guard's in Melbourne, so maybe because everyone's in lockdown right now, he's getting real bad internet.
And if he
I'll
lives in
make
a,
any excuse
if
for
he
you,
li-
Russ.
if he lives in an apartment complex, then so be it. Rest in peace. But that's just the way it is, I suppose. He's literally probably playing on double ping for all we know, and he's trying to make things work. Maybe that's why he's not looking so clean today. But
And it looks like we're back in the game. Just these quick breaks. We'll take these quick breaks.
Yeah, but he did pop off on LeBlanc the match before, so.
Yeah, one thing that I do want to pay attention to in this game is just kind of this looming scaling threat that this Vega is. He's 1-3-2 right now, but this is a champion that will just get to the point where he is able to one-tap a lot of the squishies on this lineup. And by a lot of the squishies, I mean Ezreal is just going to get deleted constantly. But Alpha Arcasia has to watch out here. He's actually in a 1v2 situation. I don't believe there's anyone nearby that can roam to help him immediately. They might be able to burst him down here before help arrives. He does have Frozen Tomb coming up that cooldown in just a second. Asko, though, not going to mess with any of that. They might find Jimbo Baggins, actually. He is caught out here by himself.
There's a good re-engage here for Destiny, actually, if they keep chasing.
Okay, so they're deciding to try and get onto Blade Exa here, but they're trying to punish them on the red side, pretty much take red for free. And Blade Exa in a 1v2 here, can he pilot an outplay? Like the opposite back here.
Yeah, DST Guard going to pop the Frozen Tomb immediately. Here comes Asko, though, on the wings, trying to do his best to peel his mid laner. Depth Charge comes through, as well as the Vega ultimate onto DST Guard. He's dropped very, very low. Curse the Sad Mummy is going to connect onto the back line. Alpha Arcasia, though, he has to watch out. The Cho'Gath damage might be a little bit too much. They do lose Asko, but DST Guard and Jimbo Baggins still alive in this 2v2. The cage comes down under the tower. Jimbo Baggins, no mana available right now, is forced to flash to keep himself alive, and this is going to be the side of Jewpies Angels claiming themselves the blue buff. And Bloodexer, he's actually just in this bot lane 1v2 situation. Prodigium.
All
right, he can still win this 1v2. Ardmona does not have arcane shift.
Yeah, Blade Exa wins this every single day.
He's
not in the range.
So unfortunate.
But it doesn't matter.
I don't think it matters. Yeah. It's one more auto. He'll be in range. Yeah.
All right, so that is just item diff there, unfortunately. Blade Exa on 6 kills at the moment. Just absolutely dumpstering Ardmona at the moment. It's looking pretty rough in the bot side, even though Prodigium did make a slight misplay, ulting under turret. That's just how it fell, unfortunately.
Man, that's so tough. Really unfortunate for the bot lane. I think if Prodigium maybe got behind him and ulted him towards the Ezreal, they might have had enough damage to put out, but it just was not enough. And Blade Exa is an absolute monster right now. He's 6-0. He's up a buttload on CS. Let's have a look at the gold too. Oh.
Just looking a bit too rough for Destiny at the moment. They should have realized, even though it was a 1v2, Blade Exa did have the outplay potential being level 11. And Ardmona and Prodigium both on level 8. Just the XP diff is just a bit too much this game. And leaving Blade Exa alone in the bot side, just able to soak up all that XP. It just shows that Ardmona and Prodigium need to play for another 20 minutes to be relevant in this game. And yeah, right now Blade Exa will be level 16 before both of those guys hit level 11 at this rate.
Yeah, sorry for these little freezes too, guys. It's just going to happen when the game gets paused. The league client needs a little bit of time for us to, fall back behind the delay. So there's no sniping involved if people are still watching the stream, etc.
Oh, here we go. They're going for an aggressive play.
Oh, that was such a fast cleanse. The Dream Team aim is here. Does connect the dredge line onto DST Guard. The damage comes through, but they actually don't have enough to finish him off. A Dream Team aim, though, has to watch out. Prodigium doing so much damage right now. So is Asko, but here comes Really and Polio. The ultimate comes through. It finishes off 1. It finishes off 2. Alpha Arcasia is staying alive.
And Guard got out.
And Guard got out. Guard lived on the skin of his teeth there. What a yikes. Unfortunately, if he'd stayed there, I think they kill a third one on the side of Jewpies, but a huge ulti came out from Challenge for Jade that just ejected Guard from that fight.
Yeah, and it was a bit of a very late TP coming out of Really Polio, and if he TP'd even like 2 seconds earlier, that fight would have been a lot different, but they do trade 2 for 2. Destiny just ever so slightly, just living on the scrapes there pretty much. So
What a yikes.
Yeah.
And Jewpies are at drag soul point right now. It's looking real dangerous. They've
Infernal
got,
Soul.
you know, in 5 minutes time, this game could well and truly be over. Destiny really need to find some picks here and catch this goal lead back up and, you know, stop the bleeding once again to be able to keep this game rolling.
Yeah, I'm just, you know, I'm waiting for Ezreal to do something this game. You know, I'm waiting for that champion to, I don't know, develop some kind of ability to, you know, win a game of League of Legends.
Yeah, he does have Divine Sundra, so he is doing a bit more, just a bit. But they're going to pick up Rift here in fine suit, and they should pretty much crack mid or top turrets here so they can expose and open the map a lot more. Acigo deciding to go in. Prodigium has a flank.
Yeah, Prodigium with a great ultimate there. The flash immediately comes through from challenge rejected by a little bit of time. Prodigium, massive haymaker though. The ultimates, they're flying everywhere. Ezreal is still in the backline right now, but he's getting zoned out by Rillian Polio, who is able to find a big kill. Meanwhile though, Blidexa, he's low, but he's going unchallenged. He finds the damage. Alpha Arcasia might actually die to the tower here. Yes, indeed, but the cage is going to lock up Ardmona. He's going to be next on their list. They're looking for guard maybe. Going a little bit too aggressive. The root comes through. Rillian Polio. He's going to be very low. Flash Q, and he's going to actually live. Oh my goodness.
Damage. The last tower shot did 0 damage.
So this is just Irelia thing. This is where the nerf Irelia meme came from, but it just goes to show that Flash Q, pretty much you're able to survive so many turret shots. He absorbs so much damage from the turrets. And that was just pretty much gold and experience diff right there. BladeXer actually took their whole team composition combo and somehow survived.
Man,
so
rough. Asuko managed to get into the back line for that one too, and he lived for much longer than he should have, but there was just nothing they could do. Unfortunately, Ardmona is just not doing enough damage. Ezreal does not really fit into their comp well enough at this stage. He at least needs some more damage.
No flash, but gets out.
She's dashed out. Prodigium's running forward. He's hit the face breaker, but Asuko's walking away.
4 of them. Oh, here comes DST guard, though. They finally get the 1000 shutdown. It's going to go over to Ardmona. Beautifully done.
He's so
Alpha
tanky.
Arcasia, he's a tanky boy, but he will die.
Dream Team's here. They've got vision, but they can't fight. Challenger for Jade's shortly behind him. That's another peel off. A good pick for Destiny, getting a few more kills there. A 2 for 1.
All right, so that was a very good play coming out of Destiny. BladeXer making a macro misplay. He thought he could just take blue for free, but ends up dying for it. And they had to send 4 to get it, so they could have taken top lane turret at this point in time, but they opt just to go for that trade. It was a 2 for 1, but nevertheless, Destiny can get whatever they can to come back into this game, because the 6k gold deficit is quite a bit at this 20-minute mark, and with a soul on the horizon, Destiny will have to play out of their minds to somehow bring this back.
Yeah, the gold lead is everything in this game, more prevalent than others. Obviously, it's like the main win condition, but with both these teams hard scaling, the gold just means everything right now, and Jewpies are looking so strong with their team points.
All right, it's come to the point where they know they can't 2v1 this Irelia just yet, but they're going to try anyway.
She has max stacks up. She can definitely win this.
Does pop the ultimate here. Misses the knockup, unfortunately.
She dashed
out of the ult.
She dashed out of the Jarvan
The
ulti.
outplay is there. The 1v2 from
flash away.
Rillian
He's gonna
Polio.
kill
He's
Jimbo
looking
too.
for more. He is going to give away the
1K.
1,000 gold shutdown, though. Not worth at all. That's going to be more gold given away than he earned for the 1v2.
Super dangerous. Meanwhile, all that was happening.
But they might
the
get
rest
Baron.
of the teams were fighting over a red buff, which just resulted in BladeXer picking that one up. No additional deaths.
But they opt to not Baron here, even though there is no jungler on the map. But Alpha Arcasia. Prodigium just walks
gonna
away.
happen with that one. Yeah,
I guess they want to reset here because Dragon is up in just a moment. And Alpha Arcasia looking for a bit of counter jungling here. Might as well get it done while you're here, because right now there's no dragon control from both teams, but Jewpies do get here first, and Jimbo Baggins does have TP. Maybe can look for a TP flank here, but they got to pretty much set this up in the next 30 seconds, or else Destiny's definitely going to be the back foot if they lose this soul.
Yeah, definitely agreeing with Gator on the Ashe pick on Ardmona. Would have been great here. Honestly, I think there's a lot of picks on Ardmona.
Oh.
That would have been great here.
Once again,
But
Asuko, you can't
big
dash through
fight.
the cage, man.
A Dream to Meme looking to be in a bit of a precarious situation in the middle of 4 heroes right now.
Yum, 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 yum.
a huge eat from Jimbo. It's happening again. Such a
Yeah,
big
Bloodexa gets hit
fight.
by the Frozen Tomb. They're looking for Jimbo Baggins, though. Massive curse to the Sad Mummy. Does connect onto 3. Bloodexa popping the ultimate in the back line. Is going to find Aceco. Is going to find Jimbo Baggins. Destiny is going down. Alpha Arcade with the bandage toss over the wall to finish him off. And now they're going to look towards this Infernal Dragon, grab themselves the soul, and look for Baron to boot.
Let's go, Jewpies. They're playing these fights extremely well.
Feels so sad for Guard. He comboed Bloodexa. No one followed up, and he was sitting there for 2 seconds, just not able to do anything. And then, yeah, the rest was history, and Bloodexa pretty much cleaned up that fight without any challenge from coming out from Destiny. And
yeah, I think Prodigium might have even mispositioned a bit there. He was in the back of the fight and peeled off the carries somewhat, but I think he just needs to peel his carries instead. It's a really tough situation for Destiny. I'm not too sure how they get back in there, but Jewpies are looking stronger than ever. These are exactly the kinds of games that we expected them to play today.
Yeah, no, the big problem with this lineup is that, you know, you have Cho'Gath, you have Jarvan, you have Lissandra, and you have Set. You know, they're definitely great, big team fighting, you know, brutes in the fights, but they're not hyper carries, right? They're not able to dish out tons of damage and solo carry a fight by yourself, which means you kind of put all of the duty of doing that big hyper carry DPS onto Ardmona, but he's playing Ezreal, so he doesn't do damage. So therefore, you know, there's a big kind of gap in this Destiny roster that is really preventing them from winning these fights, but they're going to get caught up in this cage at the moment. They do have to watch out. Prodigia might get caught by the dredge line. Yes, indeed. A lot of grit under his belt right now, though, to use. They might find themselves a Dream to Meme Death Charge. Going to get used on Ardmona a little bit early. Aceco, meanwhile, they're diving in. They're looking for Bloodexa. They're not going to find him, though. He's still living. Pops the ultimate. Oh, he's going to go over the wall. Goodbye, Ardmona. And right there, we are seeing the difference between Samira and Ezreal. He is tussing those Qs like pebbles at Bloodexa's head, and Bloodexa just turns around and absolutely one-shots him.
Once a nice ace for Jewpies, so once again, Prodigium just mispositioned. He greeted for the pink ward, and granted, he was able to get himself out, but at that point, his team had to come in and try to peel him, and all died for his efforts. And then right at the end, Prodigium's going to die just after that as well. Dream to Meme just copping a cheeky tower shot there too. He's going to take it back before Prodigium gets back up.
So they can actually take the Baron here for free like they're doing. They have all the control in this game. They have all the eggs in one basket. Questionable TP.
TP came in from Guard. He's got to get out of this real quick.
He does have Soul. Can Bloodexa... Oh, no.
Oh, really nice gauge from Challenger for Jade.
So a bit of a mental boom coming out of DST Guard. Questionable TP. They just maybe thought they could find a very quick counteractive team fight before they can use this Baron effectively, but they're pretty much going to run down mid. Flash coming out of Challenger for Jade. And Aceco gets away.
Yeah, Jimbo Baggins is quite big at this point, but Bloodexa is so huge. Alpha Cage are going to walk forward. Curse of the Sad Mummy is available. They're getting connected onto Jimbo Baggins. Meanwhile, Prodigium going to get caught by the Aurelia ultimate. They're actually forcing this under tower, which is questionable. Brilliant Polio is going to go down to the towers as well. Does have GA, though. The Resurrect coming through. Jade going to die to the towers. Will Brilliant Polio follow? Flag and Dragon is going to connect. They've got a big Jarvan ultimate onto Bloodexa in the backline. They do find themselves the kill onto Alpha Arcasia, but at what cost?
At what cost? And questionable engage by Aceco. No one following up there. They're actually going crazy for this 80 carry, which is Bloodexa. They really want to kill him.
Can't be stopped, man. Samira is on a roll. He's getting those resets over and over and healing so much from them. And that's just going to be the game. Ardmona's up. There's not enough to do. The minions are wailing. They've got a counter minion right in the back there. Just doing so much damage to these towers.
And he probably has enough gold to buy another item and a half at this point. Right now, he's just doing all this damage with 3 items. And he's at 16 kills. They're pretty much going to end the game here. Aceco probably with the last valiant effort. Looking for the flash combo to Dream to Meme, but he's pretty much going to get 80 carried down by Bloodexa. Ardmona, just a sad, sad man at the back. Pretty much using Qs, not able to contribute enough to this fight. And another kill coming out for Bloodexa. I'm assuming he's going to pick up Prodigium here. DST Guard actually looking to combo him down. He's just living through everything.
Went for it.
Cho'Gath's like, I can feast you, but it's not enough. And
that's going to be the game for Jewpies. Man, excellent game from Jewpies. It really looks like it's a blue side diff these games. Once again, Jewpies have actually just ran a storm. That was way more dominant than their first win as well. Big yikes for Destiny. They really need to hold on to their mental here and get it back. They can't let this tilt out of control. They've got the blue side in the next match. it's looking dire, man.
Yeah, it's Mumu Diff for sure. For some reason, he's just that X factor. He's just able to bandage toss in again if he has to land the ultimate, and he's just able to wreak havoc. But they did not punish BladeXer enough in the bot side, especially with the Ezreal and Prodigium pick. It's really hard to pilot those champions, especially if Nautilus hits a fat hook in between a minion wave and just is able to absolutely dumpster whatever hope they had in the bot side. But when those hooks hit, you just got to eat them.
Oh, we're
That's
going to
just
see
the way it is.
3 ADC bans next game now.
Hey, look, all I'm going to say is if we get into game 4 and I see Ezreal locked in phase 1, I'm getting up and leaving because the game is over. Like, dude, don't pick that champion, please. It's so bad. It's so bad.
I'm surprised we haven't seen Tristana or Ashe yet, to be honest.
Yeah, like Ashe, Tristana, both like definitely viable. I just like Ezreal just doesn't do anything.
I'm not even sure if a different ADC would have changed the outcome there, because the Dreamers meme just played out of his mind. He just hit those crazy Qs, which is just curving around minions apparently. Yeah, big yikes, man. I think any other immobile champion is going to get punished just as hard. It's a really tough situation, but hopefully they just don't let that happen again when they get blue side.
I imagine that Jewpies are probably going to ban a Mumu here. Otherwise, that's going to be first phase by Destiny, which is, obviously good. Destiny definitely can pilot that Mumu as well as we've seen Jewpies Angels pilot it. But the question is, right, they've been banning away Thresh, Senna, and Orianna in that last game. You're going to have to give up one of those bans to ban a Mumu, and you're either going to give Guard his Orianna, you're either going to give away the Mona Senna, or you're going to give away the Thresh to Prodigium.
And that's why best of fives is so fun, right? Because throughout the games, they develop these own little metas, and if you realize there's something else that's broken, you have to let something else that's broken through. Absolutely insane. Guys, we're going to take another quick break, 5 minutes. We'll be back in the action with game 4. We're going to 5 games today. I can feel it. It's in my bones. We can do this. I think...
Don't jinx them. Don't jinx them.
Oh, true. My bad. Sorry, Destiny. Shit.
I don't think Big Fudge is really in the point where you can, hit the
Now looking to
button.
go in under BladeXer here. It's going to be a 1v3 situation. Drops the ulti, deletes 2. Does he have 3? Galaxy Cat, no, the damage isn't there. And that is BladeXer finding himself a 1 versus 3.
Yeah, front to back. The damage on the Sivir finally starting
Oh my
to do
goodness,
this.
Hunt just gets blown up there, and Forsaken, he's in the back right now, getting locked up by Thebans GoPro, looking to find himself a kill, but no one's paying attention on Fleek, and he is just running an absolute train on Corona's spaceship. Quadra kill, flash forward, pentakill on Fleek, and that's what happens when you don't pay the due attention to a Vayne with this many items.
This and gets the parry though, but the ult is gonna jump. He misses the ult and he gets taken down by Galaxy Cat 26 with the solo kill onto Django there. And yeah, like, I don't think
patience.
Yeah.
It's hunting.
Oh, here we go. Another team fight. Will Set actually get punished here? That is a lot of true damage coming out. The Tarek ult actually coming in very early. It does not fall on Vayne, and we do have a bit of a freeze here. But Vayne is able to cut this out. Does pick up the... Oh my god, that Akali. That is a wonderful, wonderful 5-man right there. And this might be an actual cleanup from the Akali. That's set on Prodigium. My goodness gracious, a 5-man CC. That is just absolutely crazy.
Keep performing. Yeah, Nixu is found, caught out here completely. Face checks three champions into that, and a beautiful combination. Knock up into knock up. Wombo combo, he tries to turn it around, and Chris Ryder is just headbutted over the wall to safety there. They're trying to pick him off. Sping Ding finally gets him, but Nublis is on his tail. Here, Artur right next to him. They have to be careful. This Yasuo has the ultimate available. He's able to pick up Sergeant Crone. They're trying to kill him. So Yasuo's outplaying. He's dashing back and forth. He's taking everyone down. This Yasuo with so much life steal. And the quadra kill. The quadra kill from Dark Knight. I think that was a bit of a ripper. Dark Knight was definitely pumping out damage, but Yasuo was the superstar of that team fight. He was dashing left, right, and center, outplaying Job Seekers completely.
They're going to take this dragon, sets it in the back line. They might keep
Oh,
going
it's
here.
a beautiful
huge E.
engage.
Oh no!
Yeah, and this
Job
is what we're
Seekers have
talking about.
absolutely demolished this fight. They've played that so well. From the set in the back line to the blitzcrank hook follow-ups. They were pretty safely behind the tower. So that's really on cooldown. I think that's down for about a minute, maybe a minute and a half. So we'll see how that goes for those guys. The rocket just got sent up into guard. I think that rocket just stopped guard's back, and he's going to get collapsed and killed by the team.
A wonderful play there.
Huge rocket from Challenger for Jade. That was so perfectly placed. I don't think they had vision. They didn't. That was a blind rocket to catch the Gnar, stop him from the backing, and just got a perfect 4-man collapse there. What's the lead?
Nunu coming in. Initial D, deja vu. Malix pops the paranoia, looking for Vayne in the backside. Huge slicing maelstrom from Bin Laden is going to wipe up 3 on fleek. The last one alive. Big damage onto Conditioner, finds the kill, but it's not going to be enough to keep himself alive for too long. Manages to trade one back, but a massive 4-man wipe. That's what happens when you fight without your strongest player. And Casuarina Gentlemen crawl themselves back into a winning position.
closer, but with a deepest red. Oh, beneath them we look on. When they part comes the hatred they bring. Lost in certain fate. And we'll make our final stand. Lost in the dark, we've come so far. Another step to rid the pain. Go and be counted till your last day. 'Cause only nightmares break their flames. So stand upon these fallen lands and follow in our Father's plans. Yeah, until the end we will remain, and we'll hold on until the last
Let's go, baby.
Welcome
Game
back
4.
to Game 4 of Destiny versus Jewpies Angels right here for your next tier esports league for 2021. We're on the grand finals, and I gotta say, it's been a great series so far. I'm Katie, is joined here on the casting desk again by Strider and Django. What are our thoughts about this upcoming match? What do we think are the changes that need to be made in this game in order for Destiny to steal this back and tie it up 2-2?
Don't first pick Israel.
Yeah,
it's
cool.
really important that they don't show their 80 carry that early in the draft phase. But now they have blue side. Now they have the Moo preference. But we're going to see if they ban it away by Jewpies. But he is the X factor so far in this series.
Yeah, we're definitely looking for the Amumu ban too. There's so much priority on it. Maybe it's not bad enough to ban, but it's not, good and bad enough to leave out either. It's, definitely interesting how this one's going to play out. It seems like blue side is just taking every lead this game, and is it just coming down to the Amumu pick?
If they want to change the dynamic of the game and play somehow a different draft, but they finally
there it
take it
is.
away.
Why would they ban it?
Yeah, that is very interesting. They must have something else they want to first pick. Maybe the Yorick.
That was a free ban essentially, but yeah, bit of a questionable ban. But I guess they just respect Moo enough to actually ban it with one of those bans. But
Yeah, and they've left Samira up, which I'm expecting Blade Exeter to pick up again here within the first, set of picks for Jewpies Angels.
we finally see Prodigium on fresh here. That is the real question.
Unless they first pick Samira.
I mean, does
I'm not sure
Ardmona play it?
Yeah, I haven't seen him play it this
I know he
season.
plays Varus, Ashe, Tristana, but I've never seen him play Samira ever.
It's look, if this is Ezreal, I will be
Echo.
upset.
Ooh.
First pick Echo is interesting. I'm not sure. I mean, it is
That's a
technically
waste of the
it is
first pick, I think.
technically a flex pick, but I don't think God plays that
Oh.
champion, and Aceco is known for it.
Oh no.
They did leave the Alpha Occasional Fiddlesticks up though to take away that Amumu, and this is a champion that you do not want to be playing against. Alpha Occasia kind of made a name for himself on this pick for solo carrying.
I guess this
his
is a
team.
jungle flex. ACCO's main Echo versus Alpha Arcadia's main Fiddle. We'll
Yeah,
just have
this
to
is
see.
going to be very interesting. And every day I'll put that on Alpha Acacia's Fiddle. He plays that champ better than like I've ever seen it play before. He hits every flash ult and gets so many big fears and does huge damage because he snowballed the whole game. Yes, it's going to be really big. And they're going to get the Aurelia again too. It's just ran a storm over Jimbo in the last.
Yep.
Going to stop him from picking the Yorick too.
Jackson's wish may come true. Blade XR is poised to play mid. That's the way they've drafted and positioned themselves. But maybe he wants to verse guard just once this series. So
Maybe he's tilted from Prodigium. You know, he couldn't kill Prodigium last game and was trying to get away from him. But this will just mean Prodigium will play a big roamer and just go mid because we know he loves to camp Blade X when he plays mid too.
Yes.
Very interesting.
And Kench actually being locked here as well. It is a pretty standard top lane pick, just able to play safely, offer a bit of utility and bully a little early with his base damage. But they're locking in Pyke. Okay. Pyke is very aggressive. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a Draven come out of Ardmona here just to try and make bot lane really spicy and snowball out of control.
No, he'll pick Ezreal.
Nah, they won't pick Ezreal.
He's also a great roamer, which Prodigium loves to do as well. He loves going to every lane with, you know, we've seen him do it on the Rakan, and Pyke is super good at doing that through the river as well.
And if Blade X actually read the patch notes, Draven does have an execute now.
Oh, there it is.
He's going to lock in Akshan. I need to see Draven this game. If Pyke and Draven had picked together in the bot side, they can snowball really, really hard. But Jewpies and Fashion have not given away anything in the bot side just yet. And they're going to pick it pretty much here for free. But they're going to pretty much ban out control mages. But Guard is also known for playing Pyke mid as well. He actually does play it.
Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me either, but I'm expecting this one to go in the bot lane. True, all the picks they have right now are great flex picks as well.
Oh, Akali here. Okay, he did have a pop-off game. He did have a pop-off game with Akali.
Yeah, that was against us, I'm pretty sure. He absolutely tore a storm through Youngbloods with the Akali. I would have liked to have seen it, actually. We know how good it is.
Yeah.
We've seen him snowball on it like a few times, and he's super good at that champion. Hovering the Jinx?
Yeah, Challenger for Jay does play Jinx. It's one of his 80 carries.
Okay.
So they're still taking this relatively serious.
That means action mid.
And they do have a lot of 80 damage with the Fiddlesticks combo. Just makes sense. But I won't be surprised if we see a CC pick coming out of Dream to Meme. But I'm seeing if Ardmona actually locks in Draven here.
The Thresh is still up as well.
Yeah, Thresh would be
here we go.
Pretty decent here. Ardmona growing brain cells between last game and this game. And
Oh.
oh my goodness.
No, this is not happening.
It's super good against the Akshan.
It is definitely very good against Akshan. Oh,
I think Yon might be a better pick into action here, but
true.
I mean, Rise is also pretty decent. He's not able to do. Oh,
right,
okay, this is
he's
good.
behaving himself.
Nice.
All right, he's picking TF here,
That's
offering
a big pick.
So Kench and TF, pretty good combo with Ash. A bit of AoE globals.
David's excited.
Globals coming out, but we finally see the David special.
Oh,
Twisted Fate. No.
He's locked it in. Oh, God. That's Vex support.
Yeah, and it's quite good.
Holy smokes. Yeah, this is going to be nuts. Pyke is going to have so much trouble actually trying to engage when Vex is constantly fearing him away. This is going to be so hype. What a yikes.
Yeah, a bit of a yikes. And I don't agree with the Ash pick, but it does still work regardless. They do have a pretty good team fight composition with the Ash, TF, Pyke, and Kench, CC, just all following up on each other. But seeing Vex in this game has kind of given me a little bit of a mental boom because I want to see how Dream to Meme actually pilots it, if he's going to make it a meme-worthy champion or if he's going to just absolutely feed. We'll just have to wait and see. But with the Jinx lane, I would imagine this Vex would have to roam just a little
Jackson's
bit.
quickly looking up Vex and trying to learn everything he can about it. Yeah, this is going to be a big yikes. I actually haven't seen him play support, have you?
Only once, but it wasn't really good in one of my games.
Okay.
So he's more of a mid lane pick. And just has so much control in lane. It's just so oppressive. But Yeah, Vex support. I guess it kind of works into Pyke. I can see why they picked it, but
yeah, I think it's super good too, especially if you fear him while he's in his W. He just runs away from you faster. It's super good. She has so much of that. It's going to stop Ash from constantly like kiting you the whole way through as well. Yeah, I actually think it's a pretty good pick, but I do think she's needs a lot of scaling too. I don't think she's I haven't had that much experience with her either, but from what I've seen, she needs to get ahead to really snowball and take over games and be disgusting like we've probably all seen her do in solo queue at this point.
yes, very much so indeed. And it's going to be a pretty stale bot lane unless Ash doesn't use her Hawk shots correctly.
Right.
And they're just pretty much going to be a farm lane. It's going to be a mid-top Fiesta with the jungle mixed in. And knowing Alpha Arcasia, he's probably just going to play passive till 6. He might contest a scuttle or two. But if they're going to pick something like Pyke, you would imagine that Pyke's going to roam a lot just to try to get this game going.
We've had so many conversations about these teams, and there are so many players within these teams that have so many claims for top 5 in the split. And I think this is Dream to Meme's chance to solidify his place in that too. He has the absolute ridiculous carry champion, and if he can pull it off right now, he can definitely lock himself into that conversation without a doubt.
Yeah, 100% Vex win rate, and don't want anything better than that, I suppose. But it's going to be really tough for him to actually do anything in this lane, especially against their bot side with Ash and I believe it was Pyke. But
yeah, that's right. And
yeah,
I imagine that maybe the Pyke just roams the whole game. We've seen them do that. Ardmona's super good at playing safe and just farming under his tower, while the Pyke just roams away and destroys top and mid. He does fall a bit behind in XP, and Pyke really needs to hit 6 to get going, but I'm sure Prodigium can do it. Like we said, he's made a play for best in the league at this point. There's people in chat that would agree with that statement, and this is a chance for him to solidify that spot too. Pyke is another super hard carry champion. I think you're right. I think the bot lane might be stale, but it is going to come down to the supports in the late game, I think, and how well they can use all their utility and their executes, their dash, their resets, and this is going to be a fiesta. This is just what we're looking for.
100%. And Blade Exile and Arkshan in the mid lane is going to be popping off too, I suppose. But we're going to see how much pressure Prodigium puts in the mid lane as well, just constantly diving that Arkshan.
What have you learned, Jackson?
Dude, I just read her all her ability. I still have no clue what the what is her passive, dude? Like what? Yeah. She gets her passive when she spawns. I'm so confused.
Yeah, she has a little bar. When the bar fills up, her next ability will cause them to fear. But she has a bunch of AoE abilities, so she can just fear the entire enemy team.
What fills up the bar?
Using your abilities and respawning and going back.
So it's like Renekton sort of.
Yeah,
kind of like it fills up, then she's able to do
It also doesn't deplete from my memory.
Yep. Yeah, deplete straight away.
That's kind of scuffed, but all right. It sounds good.
Good, let's go.
We'll just have to actually watch and learn as we cast, I suppose, on Vex.
This is Destiny's chance, man. They've got to win this game if they're going to keep the blue slide dream alive. This is it, man.
I don't know if Destiny have actually played against Vex before at all, so they might not. They might be going in green here, just about.
Going in green. Fresh. Well, let's hope they can shut this Vex down.
Idiot pause. I'm assuming it's internet issues.
Love to see it. Yep. Or maybe someone just didn't finish their quick pre-game break. Some rituals that some people have. Looking at you again, Gardeners. All right, and it's game time.
Yes. Have to wait and see.
So Destiny definitely on the back foot here, down 2-1 against Jewpies. Jewpies are now on the red side so far. It's been 100% win rate on blue side. Hopefully they can break that and close this out, or if Destiny has something to say about it. But pretty standard river coverages throughout, but it looks like a bit of a cheeky Jewpies peak here. Pretty sure they got spotted out, or that's just a questionable mark that they didn't actually cover that entrance, but yeah, it's a pretty standard layout coming out from both sides. Alpha Arcadia probably will start blue side if he's sensible, but if he starts red side, might be big brain for all we know.
Looks like the chat has finally come to agreement. It finally entered the poll, and they've gone 69% for Destiny. I wouldn't have picked a more appropriate number. These guys, everyone's in their favor. As usual, they have all their fans in the chat. This is the time to show it, boys.
I mean, if I like how they back their team no matter what.
That's it.
And they kind of represent TSM fans with how loyal they are to their
Exactly.
franchise. And Destiny are definitely the top 2 team at this instance. Right now,
Sure.
Jewpies does have an edge.
Definitely TSM.
And
They're in
they-
like every grand final. They have not missed a grand final since NTEL has been in effect. It's big from these guys.
I do like the Twisted Fate pick here, though, because, obviously you're able to pop the ultimate, and that gives you intel on where Fiddlesticks is, so you're not going to walk into a gank and not know that Fiddlesticks isn't there. So every fight that you take, you're probably going to know where Fiddle is, which means you can't just get caught off guard by these crazy crow storms over the wall. All they need to do is just make sure that they're using Destiny before the fight breaks out in order to keep that one going.
Yeah,
Did
and
you
they
see
also have Ash's Hawk Shot as well, so they'll obviously have a lot of intel all the time, but a lot of issues coming out
It's
of
that bar,
Destiny's
right?
side.
Yeah, so that little orange bar that you can
It's
see.
already that much full. You just
Yeah, just from walking around.
I don't like this champion.
And
Well,
she's
we
got
gotta
a
learn it.
big circle E that, gets bigger based on the distance. And at max range, you can definitely hit all 5 of the enemy team and fear them. Then hit your ulti and reset and reset and reset.
It's pretty much like a range beyond death with Urgot, just
Yeah, that's it.
it's kind of bonkers how much fear
How
that
far it
actually
can go.
offers.
Mhm.
But I'm really loving the loyal Destiny fans. They really believe Destiny's going to win this game, and they have every chance to win it. They just got to execute their comp appropriately, make sure they don't get Crowstorm, like Jackson mentioned, out of a blind side, especially if you have TF and Ash just able to have so much constant vision throughout the map. Make sure there's no surprises coming out of this Fiddlesticks.
Yeah, it's not even the crow storms that is scary though. Big thing about Alpha Arcasia that he's known for is just his ability to, make these plays pre-6. He consistently is, popping the Predator, making those early pre-6 aggressive plays, and getting himself a lead before he even has access to Crowstorm. And I feel like Destiny can't let him do that. They can't just let this Fiddlesticks get online without even having his signature ability. Because normally the thing with Fiddlesticks, right, is you're very strong once you get level 6. Your ganks are incredible after level 6. Pre-6, though, the champion isn't meant to be able to offer that much. But, here you have Alpha Arcasia, pops the Predator, runs in, smacks Q. And meanwhile, though, bit of a level 2 all-in happening right now. Hook into stun onto challenge with Jay. They're going to get some nice damage with that Ignite.
Oh, no, don't flash. Okay.
And they force out the heal from a Dream to Meme as well. And Challenger Jade's going to be forced to recall here. That's going to be a big advantage going over to Ardmona at this early into the game. Just easily able to grab himself a nice CS lead.
So I'm actually very surprised that Destiny have actually not picked up Gnar throughout this entire series. Maybe they just believe the Kench offers that much utility and it's a really safe laner against Really and Polio, but I'm kind of sad not to see the flashy Gnar combos that Destiny offer. But a lot of pings coming out in the mid lane. Looks like they're going to try and set up a potential gank onto Blade Exa.
Yeah, I do believe the Gnar was banned in the last game when they just targeted all of Jimbo's champs. Maybe that was the first game. They just didn't want him on any of these comfort picks. So maybe they're not even worrying about him too much.
Not in rage, unfortunately. DST guard nearly walks back in.
Oh, Blade Exa.
It's alright. Just heals right back up, but they're going to pretty much take this scuttle for free. Alpha Arcasia not able to have any impact on that side, and he has less scuttle on the top side as well, so it could be a potential double scuttle for Asiko on this Echo. And right now, Destiny do have priority in this lane, and it's really good that Echo is hovering here, but he should really try to take that scuttle to put this Fiddle quite behind. Because right now, it looks like he's just passively farming to level 6, like you mentioned, Jackson, not just able to offer a lot. And if he's able to get to the level 6 freely, then that's where Alpha Arcasia really comes online.
And they're about to get roamed on. They didn't see him coming. It's going to be a big Q out.
Yeah, definitely a great flash there.
Challenger for Jade's going down. That's dead. That's first blood going over.
Teleport coming through here, though, for Really and Polio. Looking to maybe get something done. Does have the stun here to connect. It's actually going to miss on all 3. Disastrous. And meanwhile, he has flashed down to the bot side while Tom Kench happily farming up. If he dies here, that's going to be absolutely disastrous. It is only Vex and Aurelia in a 1v3 situation. They're looking to go aggro onto Really and Polio. The passive is applied from Aceco. A bit of a weird champ flash from Vex to try and get himself away from DST guard, coming in with the TP and the gold card. And it's going to be Destiny putting themselves up 2-0 already. 1.5k lead. And only 4 minutes into the game.
Exactly what you want to see from Destiny. They need to go for these 8 plays and just snowball their lead and carry really hard. Once again, this could just be blue side diff once more. Like, it's just insane at this stage.
Yeah, and they did blow all of Ardmoda's summoners on Ashe, but her utilities and slows were just strong enough not to get Jewpies onto her, unfortunately. And they pretty much take a free Infernal at this point, uncontested. And right now, Blade Exo is just pretty much farming to level 6 at this point, just not able to roam a lot. He just wants to get there safely so that he can start impacting the map, but at the same time, DST Guard can even do that even better, being Twisted Fate, David's signature pick.
So I know you've made Aurelia one of your signature picks recently. She just made a pretty bad play. You know, the TP is down and she's missed like some pretty big waves in the top lane. Do you think, is she like, going to fall behind, or does she still have a chance in this game?
Big time. So when she TP'd, she had a wave under a turret. She lost a bit of XP, and she did not have any stacks. So she was not even on 4 stacks when she engaged. So the chances of her actually killing someone was relatively low. So it was a bit of a misplay coming up really. And Polio probably just underestimated or overestimated Aurelia's ability at level 5. And Alpha Arcadia does have an XP advantage at the moment over Asako, but might get caught out here.
Yeah, they're going to find Alpha Arcadia. In comes Bloodexer, though, using that Akshan roam potential down with Brilliant Polio, and they might have bitten off a little more they can chew as the double auto coming through from Bloodexer to finish that one off. They might look for more here, though, as Asako's actually walked up, gets hit by the Fiddlestick Sphere, and that's going to be a big punish. As now they might find themselves DST Guard as well. No, he's going to be able to retreat nice and safety. Here comes Jimbo Baggins, though. Going to swallow him up. Look under the tower with the gold card. DST Guard grabbing himself a cheeky little kill.
Okay, so really Polio had flash there, and he decided not to flash over the wall. But this base damage coming out of Jimbo is just absolutely absurd. But he had a chance to flash out. Really unfortunately, Polio did not flash over the wall, and that instance got swallowed instead. Ooh, Mona.
Yeah, there's the fear coming out on Mona, nearly getting feared into the traps, but just lucky enough to live that one. Yeah, that was really fortunate for Alpha Arcadia to actually catch Prodigium out there. Like we said, when he's on these roaming champs, he really favors the roams mid and top, and to catch him out before he actually makes it into the top lane is huge. Looks like he is just barely.
Oh no, here we go.
Everyone's
the Crow Storm. In he comes. Alpha Arcadia doing what he does best, popping a counter gank here. And that is going to be a nice couple of kills picked up. Here comes the TP, though. Ooh. Maybe they might be able to make some back. Dream Team has to watch out as Jimbo Baggins is on the pursuit. Abyssal Voyage comes through. The knockup is there. Looking to chase him down here. Oh my god, over the wall. A Dream Team is actually going to find Asko. Here comes DST Guard looking to get the stuns, but Akshan is waiting off in the wings. They have to be careful. This Akshan is going to join the fight in a second if they keep chasing this one, so they're forced to back away, and they're going to go down, losing themselves 2 kills for nothing.
Damn, that was so close. Really unfortunate.
That fade away from Dream to Meme, though, was pretty nice.
Absolutely dunked on him. That was really nicely played.
Right.
They just couldn't collapse on them whatsoever. And that's going to be it. That's the gold tied right back up.
So that was really good for William Polio. He was able to get free time in the top side, able to take a plate, farm for free, and pretty much has a big lead on Jimbo Baggins at this point of the game. He probably could have taken another plate as well if he wanted to be a bit more aggressive, but opts to back here. And he's pretty much going for his Merc Tread start. I guess he just respects the CC coming out of Jimbo Baggins and just Destiny's lineup in general. But right now, it is looking pretty even across the board, but Jewpies definitely have the fundamentals down. They're just farming a bit better than Destiny, and they always have these slight leads over them.
Yeah, certainly does seem to be the case as Prodigium. You know, he's been landing these hooks, but you just have to watch out. That arrow hit. Interesting stuff. The cleanse comes through from Challenger Jade immediately. Hook is actually going to connect from the side of Prodigium. They do have to watch out as that Jinx rocket is online and available.
And right now we're seeing the outcome of Prodigium's roams. He's been punished and is now down in XP as well. This bot lane's really going to suffer. I think he needs to commit to the roams and actually find something in order to get back into the game.
Yeah, and if Destiny go for these plays where they're pretty much spamming their ultimates onto Jewpies' bot lane, they also need to do it in synergy with Twisted Fate, or else they're not able to utilize or part that champion really well. And that would have been pretty much a kill on Challenger for Jade if DST Guard was able to TF ult and get onto them. Hopefully he's able to find something.
Challenger Jade's actually forced to flash out here. Ardmona flashing forward, but he gets hit by the Dream to Meme burst. They do find themselves a cheeky kill onto Prodigium.
There he
In comes
is.
DST Guard, though, looking to finish off a Dream to Meme here. Will Prodigium stay alive? The minions might hit him. No, he's going to live, and they're going to be able to finish off a Dream to Meme as well. And that's going to be Destiny claiming themselves a cheeky little couple kills to put themselves back in the driver's seat of this game.
Yeah, Prodigium with the fancy feet there. But once again, we've seen it like the...
Rocket!
Oh! Got him! Challenge for Jade, nailing
Bro,
him
he
from
is
base.
laughing right now.
Oh, you love those ones. Absolutely blind.
Cat gold
Downtown
too. Oh, he's so
in
sad.
the chat.
All right, a Crow Storm onto guard, forced to stop
Oh, he's
watch
thinking
straight
tower.
away.
He dies here.
No,
Oh,
yeah,
he
stop
has-
watch himself.
Very nicely played from Alpha.
And Herald.
Calculated.
All right, so he's opting not to use Herald here. He might wants to take Drake, but he knows Asico's in the area. He tries to back off, dodges the stun.
What was that damage?
What was that play? A nice flash to dodge the
He's not going to get out.
Yeah, this is a very dead
Akshan
Pledex.
is
Actually
not
wastes
coming.
the cleanse, which is unfortunate as well. He has no cleanse available for guard in this mid lane now.
Yeah, that was a bit rough. I think he saw that the Fiddlesticks, that Asuko was coming, and then, instead of dropping the Herald, went to go catch him out instead and realized, wait, I can't do that.
Yeah, and I think what really caught Jewpies off guard was that echo damage. They thought he might not do that much, but he just pretty much popped whoever.
so much-
Brilliant Polio
Ooh.
goes under turret and doesn't want to give the assist away. So very smart play coming out of Brilliant Polio not to give TF anything there.
But kill secured. You definitely don't want to be giving Jimbo more gold than he needs. It's going to make it really hard for Aurelia to deal with him in the late game.
Yeah, guard is playing the map so amazingly right now. He's every single TP, every single ultimate has just had so much impact, and I think he's done like 2 TPs and a couple ults like this game already, and it's only 11 minutes in. This man, 2 kills under his belt, and he's, basically participated in so much for his team. It's absolutely incredible what he's been able to pump out so far. And obviously, TF is a champion that does scale actually quite well once he does get the Lich Bane online, etc. They might find themselves cheeky couple of picks onto Bladexa, potentially Aceco going forward, looking for the stun, but that Akshan mobility coming up clutch.
Yeah. He nearly dashed back into the W, but that's just played exit, timing it to absolute perfection. He knows his champion really well. He's been playing 80 carry a few times this season, and Akshan is coming. He's really scaling up. He's going to have that damage ready to go.
Oh, here we go. They're going for an aggressive engage onto Dream to Meme.
Oh, there's not enough damage to deal with him, though.
Yeah, Enchanted Crystal Arrow, absolutely a very, very good ability at just forcing these out.
Yeah,
They do
here
have
we go.
Destiny, though, coming in here. Destiny with the Destiny. They're looking for Challenge for Jade up first. As in comes Aceco. That Echo Burst is incredible as they find themselves a nice little pickup there onto Challenger for Jade. Caught lacking.
Here we
Pops
go.
the cleanse, and it's not going to do anything to save them. However, Herald dropped in the mid lane, so this looks like it's going to be Jewpies Angels picking up first tower. Whether or not Destiny are able to claim one back for themselves here on the bot side is yet to be seen.
They should really
so
go for
much gold just going over the Jewpies there, and they also got the hit on the second tower, the second charge, which is just huge too. These guys need to get back and regroup quickly. You can see that Fiddlesticks is just taking all that jungle. They're going to feel really starved after this next
Oh
match.
no, and he's going to pretty much set up what happened not too long ago. Pop the ghost, but it's not enough. Oh, it actually... Bang, 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 bang.
That's it. The flash not going to be enough to save him there. Akshan and Fiddlesticks just coming out of Fog of War, both going to dunk on you like that.
So Destiny did know Fiddlesticks would have been on their side of the jungle, so that was a bit of a misplay coming out of guard. He should have known that he might have got ulted on there, but he just did not respect the vision that they had, or Jewpies had, but that's just the way it is.
They definitely did have vision because he didn't get feared, but he just flashed out of it immediately. Maybe he thought that was going to save him, but just was not enough.
Yeah, so Echo definitely always looking for Challenger for Jade, always by himself, but he is poised to take over this game if he continues to make these wonderful plays with synergy with his team. Right now, Guard will have his ultimate hopefully up in the next 30 seconds or so to make another proactive play, but Jewpies always seem to have, are one step ahead all the time. They make the Rift play in mid, they get all the gold, even though Destiny commits so many ults to the bot side just to pick up Challenger for Jade. He has died 4 times this game, but at what cost? They're still down 2,000 gold. But Destiny do have dragons as a result as well. So hopefully they can put it to Jewpies, get the 3rd Drake, and force them to make a decision a bit later without falling too far behind.
And I just really can't put my finger on it, but whenever blue side is doing this, they're getting so far ahead on the objectives. You can see Blade X is actually just hanging in the wings there. He's waiting for Guard to overstep, but I think Guard realized that, you know, he hadn't seen Akshan in a little while.
Yeah, and I really would like to see Ardmona hawkshot a lot more. He hasn't been doing a lot of hawkshots this game. They just need to keep hawkshotting the enemy jungle, so they just know where Fiddlesticks is all the time. And right now they're looking for a 3-man tower dive on top side. Let's see if they can pull it off.
Yeah, this is not looking good for Jimbo Baggins. He gets nibbled up into the Ace-Go stun and left, right, good night. That's going to be a nice, easy pickup for them. They try to find Ardmona in the bot side, but he's actually going to live 1v3 by the looks of things. Or is he?
That was the Vex ult, but it's not going to be enough. She doesn't get the reset.
Yeah, no Shadow.
Oh, he's got Predator.
And he goes with Predator, and that's going to be Alpha Cage flashing forward to pick up Ardmona in the bot side. It is going to come at the cost of their top lane tower by the looks of things here. Bladexa might go down as well. Yes,
Can he
indeed.
get there in time?
Or will he find Ace Go? Oh my god!
Yes, he does.
Smite to kill.
Away. So this is why I really like Jewpies. They made the call to make a flip play on the opposite side of the jungle. Now they have Dragon priority, they have Champion priority as well. And now they've called out Jimbo Baggins as well. He might just walk out here though.
Yeah, I believe he has his W up.
It's a very tanky frog.
And that's going to be that.
So one thing to note here is DST Guard actually has his ultimate up, Destiny, before Blade XR can actually get to this dragon. So hopefully Destiny can take priority, try to force this dragon. But if not, they're going to play it safe by the looks of it. They're just going to give it away. They're not going to contest it.
Yeah, and that's really important for Jewpies too. Slowing down the snowball of the soul point is just going to drag this game out a little bit longer and get Akshan, get Vex, get Jinx, everyone on their team that little bit of extra snowball they need to absolutely dominate these fights. Destiny's team comp is very pick orientated at this point, and I think when it comes to those late game team fights, Jewpies should just run over them.
Yeah, and right now it's looking like a jungle matchup. Echo and Fiddlesticks definitely going at it. They're both making really good proactive plays across the map, and at this point, it's only 2,000 gold difference. It's not anyone's game at the moment. DST Guard does not have Flash here at the moment. He is popping Destiny, though. They're going to pop out for Blade XR.
Yeah, he's just blowing the cleanse as well.
Oh, Enchanted Crystal Arrow is actually going to connect. They find themselves a hook onto Challenge for Jade. Kiting this one back, though, looking to play it slow. No ultimates on the side of Team Destiny, though. They just blew two of their bigger ones, trying to make the play, but it did not connect, and therefore they're just going to fall back here. Rift Herald available. Looks like Jewpies Angels are going to be the ones to look to start it here.
Yeah, and it's really unfortunate that they weren't able to capitalize onto Blade XR. They forced a bit of an engage there at the entrance of Shelly, and it just pushed them off ever so slightly. And now they have Shelly priority. They're going to pretty much pop it here in the mid lane. There's no reason for them to pop a top side. They're pretty much going to look for a force play onto Ardmona. He has no sums.
Yeah, no sums on Ardmona, so that is a very, very dead Ashe, unfortunately, with no Enchanted Crystal Arrow of his own to speak of. And definitely is going to find himself going down in short fashion. But Prodigium might find himself a cheeky solo kill here, actually. He does have his ultimate available.
Oh, he knows he's being chased down here. That damage coming out of Blade XR flashes in.
I think you just flashed the wall there instead, right? You might live that a little bit better into the brush as well while you camouflaged. A bit unfortunate.
Yeah, I guess Blade XR just does too much damage with PTA. And Prodigium fell over.
Yeah, exactly right. This is looking really tough for Destiny right now. Even though the kills are all tied up, I just don't think that's what it's going to come down to. It's really the team fight. Jewpies are making so much of their gold back, and they're actually starting to pull ahead now too. It's really dangerous. Just to reiterate what Gator said in the chat, he's so right that the win condition for Jewpies is just so much more clear than it is for Destiny. It's really hard for Destiny to actually find these picks and get what they need to snowball this game out of control. Where for Jewpies, it's so obvious. They're just grouping up and getting so many picks, getting all these great trades. Really tough for Destiny here.
Yeah, and Prodigium looking here, and he might get caught out here. Nah, he just pops away. Just that damage coming out of Fiddlesticks, just absolutely absurd, just with basically two abilities, and Prodigium is forced out there completely. But Jewpie is actually out-macroing Destiny here, always taking favorable trades throughout the game, from rifts to taking towers and just trades, and a bit of a surprise attack coming out.
Ooh, but not going to be enough.
Destiny popped in retaliation. But at what cost? It's pretty much not going to get anything done.
Yeah, they're looking for the teleport, but he's not going to find anything worthwhile here, unfortunately. And this game has really just come to a bit of a stalemate. I think both teams are really scared to try and make something happen right now. You can feel the nerves really kicking in. I think the next big team fight is really going to decide maybe the series.
Yeah, and Alpha Arcade is actually holding on to Rift, I believe, at the moment. He's just looking for a prime time to actually drop it so they can take this dragon. But it's going to time out, I would imagine, pretty soon. He's probably going to pop it in base. Hopefully they can make something happen off it, because right now the game is, like you mentioned, has come to a stalemate. They're pretty much farming up, trying to get their second or third respective items to make sure this defining team fight will probably either bring Destiny back or Jewpies snowball even harder. But they really need to find these Destinies and Ash Ultimates to try and find a pick here. But Jewpies always one step ahead of Destiny at this point in the game.
Yeah, really tricky, and the bleeding's just continuing. It's so hard. The game has just been stale for minutes now. And like we said, Jewpies are just the better farmers. When it's going to come down to just getting gold from the creeps, from the jungle, I think Jewpies just got to run over Destiny all day in that respect. And I think this next objective is going to decide it. The Ocean Drake's coming up in 30 seconds, and Destiny needs desperately to stay in.
Dodges it.
Yeah, actually does get the ultimate dropped on him, though. Aurelia going to blow him up. Absolutely one shot. Enchanted Crystal Arrow does come through onto Rillian Polio into the knockup from Jimbo Baggins. But the Crow Storm, here it comes. Alpha Arcadia looking to get the damage down onto Jimbo Baggins. DST Guard has joined the fray, though, looking for the gold card. It's going to connect onto Alpha Arcadia. Meanwhile, though, Challenger Jade in the backside, looking for those rocket shots. Aceco goes forward, looking for a stun, but he is not going to find it, unfortunately. And I thought they just surrendered then. I was like, what was that?
Come on. All right, they dropped Rift here. They really want to secure the second Ocean Drake or put them in a favorable position here, but I don't think Destiny's going to give it up just yet.
Yeah, in the jungle where they're trying to contest the Drake, it's a bit of a yikes. I think he might have gone for a ward there, honestly. But they can't get onto him. They're just chasing them out of the jungle.
Oh, big damage coming through from DST Guard. He finds himself the kill into Alpha Arcadia. Prodigium's going crazy. The resets are there. And they might find Rillian Polio as well. He's almost in execute range. Yes, Prodigium finds another. And now Bloodexer, the only one left alive, is going to get hit up by the Jimbo Baggins. Depth from below. And that is Jewpies Angels aced. And that is the Dragon going over to Team Destiny with their back against the wall. They find a way. They find the footing to put themselves back in a winning position of this match.
That's crazy.
Exactly what Destiny were looking for. That's the perfect fight for them. The Crow Storm wasn't up. Alpha Arcadia couldn't do it, and that's the big AoE team fight that they have to play around. Bladeaxer wasn't able to get there in time and got knocked up on the way out too. It's really unfortunate for Jewpies, and Destiny have just gotten all that lead right back and taken the gold. And like we said earlier, if Jewpies hadn't gotten that Ocean Drake, this game is just over right now. Destiny have the Ocean Soul and can just run a storm. But with that Drake, they bought themselves another 5 or so minutes until the next Drake. It's getting really tense right now.
It is, and Destiny absolutely capitalized on a very big macro play, misplay coming out of Jewpies. They pretty much went into their enemy jungle where Destiny had all the vision, they had the Destiny, they had the Ash Ultimate, the Hawk Shot, they knew how to play the fight, and with Jewpies' limited vision, they just were picked out left, right, and center, just Prodigium just popping off with the Pike Ultimates, and just Echo actually just popping off with a lot of damage throughout that team fight. I'm wondering how much he actually did. It's just, he's playing a huge incremental part to this team comp, and he's pretty much keeping this team alive and even giving them a lead. That's just how good Aceco is at the moment on this Echo pick.
Oh, they might have just found Jimbo right here, but he's too tanky for either of those two to deal with right now. Ooh.
Oh, here we go.
Well, Akshan is coming.
He wants it.
There's the stun that's been traded out.
He can take the turret if he wanted, but he doesn't want to get caught out.
Yeah, certainly needs to be on his best behavior, not to push up those waves too far. Otherwise, Akshan forever looming in the wings could bring him down. But, you know, the thing about this, though, is you have no TP on Akshan available. All of the team is grouped around this Baron. You have Destiny to join the fight. What does Akshan have? Absolutely nothing. So he's more than fine to, you know, take this Akshan down in the bot lane, make sure that he has to stay there on his dot, making sure that, you know, TF isn't allowed to push up too far, because every second that you have Akshan down here is another second that you're allowed to force a 5v4 with that Destiny towards the Baron.
And exactly, if the TF makes it to the team fight, Akshan can just start walking up, and that's perfect for him because he wants to get there at the end of the team fight so he can just revive all of his teammates after that too. It's really strong. We might just see that take place now if they get a pick.
Potentially, but right now, I think Jewpies are going to behave themselves until a Baron fight comes up or that Dragon fight comes up in the next couple of minutes. They don't want to make the same mistake they did where they just forced a very big fight in the enemy jungle with limited vision and they just absolutely got caught out. And Destiny don't want to give up just yet. They want to force a game 5 here. And right now, I'm not sold on this Vex pick completely. Maybe Dream to Meme is just a bit too new at the champion, just not able to have a big impact like Prodigium has in this game.
Yeah, exactly right. He opted for the Night Harvester. I don't think anyone's really figured out the best build for her just yet. I've seen a lot of people just go with the Leandries for, you know, just the burn. You can play it in like kind of a poke style, and I've seen people go for the Ludens just for absolute burst too. So the Night Harvester is pretty interesting. It's typically a pretty snowbally item. Oh, Destiny's coming through. He found the stun and trapped himself under tower.
Yeah, that's going to be the cleanse coming out, though. Massive fear from a Dream to Meme to buy his AD carry a little bit of time.
One shot. No, he's feet under turret.
No chance to Chrono Break, I'm afraid. And Ardmona going to be going down next as well. And this is not looking good for Team Destiny now as they've just found themselves 2 members down.
That's a Baron. And yeah, double fear coming out of Vex and Fiddlesticks. That's 4 seconds of CC, just not able to do anything. It just gets absolutely dumpstered even under their turrets. So bit of a misplay.
Also just found Jimbo there too, which could have been absolutely devastating. Now they still have a chance to fight this. The Dream to Meme's just cutting everyone off.
All right, BladeX is actually in a tough spot here. If he actually gets thrown over to Prodigium, he's going to get
good. He's going to get hit. Oh no, he's on the wrong person. Oh no, a Dream to Meme actually does get taken down. They might find BladeX as well. The stun connects. He ults the wrong person again. But X is still alive somehow. No, Jimbo Baggins finally going to finish him off. But in comes Alpha Arcasia with the Crow Storm. He finds DST guard. Prodigium over the wall. But a great zap from Challenge for Jade. It's going to stop him in his tracks from running away. Jimbo Baggins going to do his best to flash the wall. But here comes real Liam Polio with a flash of his own, taking him down. Ace goes rejoin the fight, but it might be a little bit too little too late. That is very, very low. He finds Challenge for Jade. Alpha Arcasia has to watch out. He's right on top of the Chrono Break Shadow. Here comes Admona though. That's going to be the Ash damage. And suddenly Destiny turning things around. The arrow, it's going to connect onto Aurelian Polio. Admona's chasing him down. You can't run away from Ash, my friend. As that is going to be Destiny turning what was a disastrous situation into a 1-team fight. And now they are looking for this Ocean Soul.
They are absolutely going to snag up this Ocean Soul. This is absolutely huge for Destiny. That almost just went, you know, in the opposite direction. Jewpies were going to do the Baron, but Jimbo was just alive long enough to get force everyone to peel off the Baron. They picked up the remains of Destiny, but everyone else had spawned by then. And Asuko and Ardmona were just able to clean up the scraps. And because of it, they have got the Ocean Soul. This is looking really good for Destiny right now. We could very well be looking at a Game 5 in this series.
And I just want to point out that BladeXR actually made the mistake and baited his entire team in to fight that. An extended team fight, he actually is the cause for their team to lose that. They just did not have track of timers. They did not see Echo come back in. He did get blown up earlier in the fight, but then Ardmona pretty much got all the gold he needed, and he's right back in this game. Challenger for Jade also got a kill as well. It's definitely looking like Destiny of punishing Jewpies over aggression in these extended team fights.
Yeah, BladeX is typically, you know, the commander in these team fights for Jewpies, and yeah, perfectly said. For him to make that call is just, you know, another really unfortunate mistake that we've seen BladeX make today.
He's going to get actually stunned up here. DST guard finding the gold card into the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Is he just dead? Yes, he is. Prodigium with the ultimate execute on the pike to finish him off, and that is going to be disastrous. No BladeXer for 43 seconds. Destiny, they've pinged the Baron. They're looking for more.
That's exactly the win comp. If you're wondering, Gator, that exactly right there is Destiny's win comp. They just throw infinite CC onto someone until Pike can just execute them at half HP. Perfectly played by
they're going
Destiny.
for more.
He's used the Destiny to get in.
Yeah, really, Polio has to watch out. A Dream to Meme is going to be the first target of Aceco right here. Pops the chrono break to get himself out to safety, but in comes Jimbo Baggins looking to finish off a Dream to Meme. No, DST Guard is going to be the one to do it with the rapid fire cannon gold card. Ardmona has to watch out though. He's frontlining just a little bit. Has to watch out that he does not get blown up. Alpha Arcasia still alive. Crow Storm ready. If they do attempt to go for this Baron, they have to be careful.
Yeah, but they do have the front line and Jimbo Baggins. They can actually buy this, but they're going to play the safe option. They don't want to give Jewpies a chance to get back in this. They should do the sensible thing, which is pretty much take this mid lane turret so they can open up the map just a little bit more so they don't get crow stormed by Alpha Arcasia. And right now, Destiny up 4k gold here, just getting caught out. No, they're just catching out Jewpies so much to the point where they're just punishing him even the smallest mistakes. And just like Late XR, he actually got caught out in the mid lane, which pretty much started this whole series of events. And that chain CC coming out of Destiny is absolutely disgusting.
Certainly is. The clock is ticking right now. Every single minute that goes by, this Ocean Soul is just generating more and more value for Destiny. They're able to just push their limits just that little bit extra due to the health and mana that they're getting from that soul. And honestly, Bledexter is kind of feeding right now. 4 and 5 on this Akshan pick. He is just getting absolutely crushed by this lineup. We are seeing time and time again Enchanted Crystal Arrow, Pike, the Destiny and the gold cards coming out from Guard. Just super well played, making sure that they're stacking their CC to bring down this Akshan. And, you know, at the same time, it's almost like...
Oh, might have found him again here.
Does have to watch out. You know, it feels like Jewpies Angels very much are like a chessboard, and if you take down the king, the rest will crumble.
Force the flash.
Enchanted Crystal Arrow is actually going to connect onto a Dream to Meme. Jimbo Baggins is going forward, looking to finish him off. He does pop the Zonyas and go golden. The damage coming through from Akshan and Jinx, though, might be a little bit too much. He's forced back. Ace goes very low this fight, living on 1 HP. I don't think Destiny can fight this, but again, thanks to that Ocean Soul, they're able to kite it out and look to just back off and not fight this one.
Yeah, the warning pings coming out from Destiny there that you can see they are trying to get out of that fight ASAP. It was looking really dire. Asuko going down to 1 HP.
Crow Storm is actually going to connect onto the back line. He doesn't find anybody with it though. Jimbo Baggins might be the first one to go down. DST Guard doing his best to try and peel for his top laner, but he is unfortunately going to go down just before he can get out. Destiny comes through from DST Guard to get himself out to safety among 4 members of the enemy team. How did he guess that he would be able to live from that? What a play. However, Jewpies Angels are not going to let this go without a punish as they move towards Baron.
Yeah, this is super interesting. Jimbo's the only one that's gone down, but at this stage, he might...
that damage!
He might be the least most important player on the team.
The GA is there for Prodigium. He might be able to get out to safety. Yes, indeed. Aceco going to get caught by the stun, though. Hook comes through from Prodigium. It might get punished for it, though, as Alpha Acacia comes through from the side with the fear. Bledex has to watch out. Massive chrono break. Finn Clark with the ultimate. Able to take out the backline. This fight's just gotten interesting, folks. William Polio is going to be the second. A Dream to Meme will be finished off by Ardmona. It's a 1 versus 2. And he's got so much damage, but Destiny has more as he finds himself a 1-fought victory. And oh my god, how are they doing it?
Put that in the highlight clips, Asuko. That was an absolutely disgusting ultimate. He is absolutely top in damage charts this game. Every time he gets here, he is doing a stupid amount of damage.
That's just absolutely
that's
crazy.
The Baron, man.
How did he figure out to drop it right then and there? They just had the preemptive abilities with Asuko on the Echo, just able to pretty much pick up a 3-man combo ultimate in line with Ardmona's Ash as well. They weren't able to escape. And unfortunately, they had to take that one on the chin, and they take Baron, and now they're poised to force a Game 5 here. It just shows that Destiny are making all the right plays in these extended team fights. Even though Destiny do have the upper hand early on in these fights, the longer it goes, the better it is for Destiny. With that Ocean Soul, with that Ash pick, with the vision control that they have, it's just they don't quite have the front line to deal with Destiny's composition. Like, William Polio is a bruiser, but he is not a tank like Jimbo Baggins. Yeah. They're just able to win these extended fights.
Exactly right, Chris. Jewpies Angels are just struggling to actually execute here. They keep finding these picks, but they need the aces. They need the team fights to be able to do anything here. And it's really, you've seen them get punched so much. Asuko's looking, not quite going to find it there.
Yeah, so this is the one thing that teams don't actually get a chance to play Jewpies at, and is that these extended team fights later in the game. Jewpies have not really been tested in this retrospect, and now that Destiny have actually got them on the back foot, BladeX in a very bad position.
He does pop the cleanse, but he's got nowhere to go. Aceco is going to do like 70% of his health in a phase dive. Oh my goodness. Brilliant Polio is the next target. He's caught between too many players. He's just going to get taken out. And this is just a massive Crow Storm, though. In comes Alpha Arcasia, looking to try and turn this one around. Jimbo Baggins and Aceco are still alive. So is Guard. They're just pumping out the damage. He finds another. How? Jimbo Baggins is on top of Challenge for Jade. Look at the damage out of this Tumpketch right now. The gold card as well. He goes down. They might have found another team fight. Really, Polio is the only one left alive. And Guard is going to go golden. The Ocean Dragon going to be healing him up on just a prayer. And he lives. And that is going to be Elder Dragon going over to Destiny. What is this game?
I'm not sure they have the DPS to do it fast enough. Oh, no.
They do.
BladeX is in 10 seconds. It's probably not going to be enough time. He might be able to get there. Probably not.
So Destiny might do the safe bet, and they might actually wait for Admona to come up here, so he actually gets soul as well. It's important that he gets it as well, but if they're going to burn it down, then so be it. They don't want to leave it to any chance, but they're actually going to do it. They're going to wait for him to come up. And yes, they do want Ardmona and Prodigium with Soul. Destiny are winning these extended fights, and they're out microing Jewpies here. It's unfortunate that BladeX actually gets caught out again early in the fight and has no contribution to that 4v5. Just absolutely gets blown up. Aceco, this Echo pick just blows up people. It's just okay. You know that how to play that champion.
Yeah, he's playing his best Echo game of his life right now. It's absolutely insane. And every time they kill BladeX, they're just stopping Jewpies in their track. The way you play Akshan is he just comes in, he has to clean up the fight so your whole team can res, and he gets a bunch of gold for getting all the kills. But if he dies first, there's no one to res. The group kind of just dies there, and Ruli and Polio, their only tank, doesn't get to come back.
Yeah, and it's really hard. And I believe this is starting to become a bit of a top lane diff. Just Jimbo Baggins just so tanky. Prodigium.
Oh, Prodigium
flexing a little bit in the front line.
Yeah, he almost just got absolutely annihilated.
Yeah, right now they have Soul. They really should force something here in the next 2 minutes or so that Jewpies cannot respond in suit, but they're not leaving their base whatsoever. They're not going to take any chances. And right now, Destiny with the 8k gold lead, just pretty much taking all the outer turrets here with the Soul pressure. They're just pretty much looking for a cheeky fight here over the wall. I'm pretty sure Aceco can one-shot whoever he actually combos, but they're not finding anything here, unfortunately. The Destiny not playing the Soul just right. They should really take all the outers as soon as possible and just force a fight somewhere. And under these turrets, they do have that big advantage. Jimbo Baggins can tank the turret for days. Man, they should really force this now.
And they just keep pushing. Hey, you're absolutely right. They have to make the fight happen right now.
They're too passive. They're too passive. They're not going to do it.
They're going to be maybe playing into a Alpha Arcasia Crow Storm, though. This is very scary. You see BladeX waiting in the wings as well. Aceco's going to look for him. Decides to just back out, but you have to really respect this Echo right now. His ease and a passive proc is basically a kill on any squishy on this Jewpies lineup.
And they're all squishy, that's the problem.
And
really,
he doesn't even
the only one with any resistances or HP.
Yeah, in goes Jimbo Baggins, though. He's looking for the initiation. Gets caught up in the Jinx traps, I'm afraid. DST Guard is looking for Alpha Arcasia, though, absolutely just running him down. Pops the Zhonya's to buy himself a little bit of time, though. They're caught up in the Aurelia ultimate. This could be bad. Prodigium nearly dying. Jimbo Baggins with a save, though. Massive save for Jimbo Baggins. Able to keep his support alive. Prodigium's going to back out of there. Heal up with the Ocean Soul and the passive. They found themselves one inhib. They're looking for a second inhib. Taking the mile with this Elder Dragon right now and the Ocean Soul. Aceco, no, bit of a misplay.
Oh, they have to take it.
Oh my goodness, this is massive. The Crow Storm comes forward. Jimbo Baggins. Aceco is gone golden, though. They have to watch out. William Polio goes golden as well. But there's 4 people on top of him. He's dead for sure. Here comes Jimbo Baggins. This is a very dead Jinx. Double kill for Echo. And now they're going to be going for it. They're looking to take this all the way to Game 5. This is officially a better Destiny than last year's season. They've gotten themselves ahead of their previous record, and they're going to take Jewpies all the way to the final nail in the coffin.
Wow.
3 stars, baby. baby. Let's go. They're going to
Okay.
get that extra little bit. This is getting too spicy, baby. There's some silver scrapes on the way.
can't believe it.
Boy. That was probably maybe one of the most composed Destiny games we've ever seen. That was like, usually they play so Fiesta, and there was just no Fiesta. They were just waiting every time.
I don't know. That was so that definitely felt like a fiesta to me, but it feels like
did.
Destiny thrived in that kind of environment. Like Jewpies Angels, you know, they're so used to taking those calculated fights. They're used to taking fights where, if we fight here, we win, guys. Let's fight, right? Whereas, you know, when it's like Destiny and Jewpies at the game that we were watching, any team could win, and it just came down to who played fights better, and Destiny played the fights better. They were getting the multi-man Echo ultimates. They were making sure to spread out, not all just randomly get hit by Crowstorm. If you noticed, Alpha Acacia was not able to get a massive Crowstorm all game, really. Only 1 to 2 people at most, and it was usually the front line who had magic resistance anyway and was not able to get killed in the duration of the ultimate. So just Destiny played that so unbelievably well, and I'm so excited to see what this Game 5 is going to bring us.
Yeah, that's so huge. I think a lot of streaks that got broken there. I think that's Action's first loss. I think that's the Fiddlesticks' first loss.
Yep.
The Vex's first loss. It's crazy.
Wow. Okay, so I gotta say, the extended fights, putting Jewpies on the back foot, they just don't know how to play these extended fights. They just try to go for these favorable trades early on, and they get punished, and they don't realize the death timers. And yeah, Echo just pretty much hard carried that game with a bit of Prodigium pickoff as well. So, man, Finn Clark, eh? Okay.
Finn Clark, baby. Silver Scrapes is on the way.
Absolutely. Well, folks, honestly, I'm excited to see what's going to happen in Game 5. I'm sure you're all excited to see what's going to happen in Game 5. We're going to throw it over to a quick little break, and we'll see you in just a moment. I don't know if you keep the first one on or off. I'm not sure. All right. Well, so David has actually had to leave. So we're manning OBS and here at the same time. So Django, he's still on the casting desk. He'll run around here in a second. He's just sorting things out. But we are into Champ Select, and it looks like Ash and Senna getting banned out by Jewpies Angels. Ardmona having his work cut out for him here. He's gonna have to dig a little deep in the champion pool.
A little bit. Respectable bans, I guess, after that Ash game. They just couldn't get on her. And, that's why they took it away. Wonder what this third ban will actually be. What's it going to be? But
Here comes the
Okay.
LeBlanc.
the LeBlanc ban. All right. Yeah, I guess LeBlanc's one of the better mid laners in this patch, and it has been banned a few times in this series. And Jewpies do have the notorious blue side where they have a 100% win rate so far this season. Can Destiny actually topple and get rid of that 100% win rate like they have on Akshan, like they have on so many other picks? And they take Mumu away because of that X factor.
Yeah, dude, they don't want to play against the first pick of Mumu, but Jarvan maybe getting locked in here for Alpha Arcasia makes sense. It's definitely one of Aceco's more favored picks. I would expect there to be an Echo lock in here right away. They've definitely favored that Echo in first phase of draft when, previously it looked like it was the only jungler available when, the Jarvan was banned out, the Jarvan was picked out. He would always reach for that Echo second, and we saw him have a great game on it last time. I can't imagine he's going to just give that up. He probably wants to keep that ball rolling forward. Or is he?
Diana instead.
Okay, so Aceco, that could be mid as well, but most likely jungle. But J4 is actually flexed between jungle and support. I've seen Dream to Meme play it a ton with Blade Xer in the bot lane with Lucian. I don't know if they'll actually pull it out this game, but Diana actually picked here in a deciding game on red side where she does have a disadvantage against a very aggressive jungler, but they keep to the recipe and they pretty much lock in Kenchia. They love that champion and they love it so much that they're willing to lock it in first phase.
Well, I think the Diana is a favorite pick of theirs, and almost does the same thing as the Echo. She can pop off, she'll dive in, she'll CC the whole team and blow them up if given the opportunity. And we've seen him do it so many times this season. We might just see it again.
Yeah, my favorite champion for sure. Fizz is actually hovered here, and a top lane Fizz would be interesting, but no, they lock in Samira. I guess he did have that pop-off game before, and he doesn't feel comfortable in the mid lane anymore. That's why we see him in the 80 carry role. And challenger for Jade, actually probably being sensible here, locking in the Orianna. Syndra is up if he's willing to pilot that champion, but offers to go for Orianna instead. What are your thoughts on that, Jackson? Picking Orianna over Syndra, do you think that's all right, or?
Yeah, it's more comfortable. Oh, actually, no, wait. I thought you were talking about Guard. No, they've actually gone Orianna here. That's interesting. I mean, you pick it away from Guard, I suppose. Not going to give him his comfort champion. Obviously, we do still have Jimbo Baggins on the Tom Kench, which was terrifying. And we do see Blade Xer on the Samira. But yeah, I think Syndra actually gives Samira a really hard time. You have Scatter the Weak to keep her off when she goes in. And then on top of that, you're able to just blow her up with Unleash Power.
Does Samira's projectile cancel her
Syndra balls? Yeah,
no, it would, but like you'd ideally hit the stun first and then click it so that she can't.
It's pretty much pixel like difference. Like Syndra's Scatter the Weak is pretty quick, and if Blade Xer is on point with Samira, then he can block all of that.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting considering that Challenger for Jade actually played Orianna in the first match too, and it wasn't that impressive really. It was just safe, and I think that's why it beat Guard originally. Now they've gone for the roll swap again, and we said that Guard needs the Syndra, and maybe this will be the one.
Yeah, and support actually being targeted here on both sides. Just wondering what actually is going to get picked here. I believe Prodigium does have a slightly bigger champ pool than Dream to Meme. We've got to see what they're both going to pilot here. But the J4 Orianna combo, pretty standard across the board. But that Diana diving on the back line does offer a lot of damage and utility as well. But just has to be pretty much on point, or else she's just going to get bursted down. But set taken away from Prodigium, so they are attacking the support champ pools.
What supports would you guys like to see these two pick up?
Oh, it's tough. I would like Lulu with Samira, but I don't know what Destiny are going to lock in here. They might go for Ashe, and they might go for another utility support, but they might just lock in Tristana as well. It just depends how Ardmona feels. Varus is also open up as well. Does offer a lot of utility, but Tristana actually clicked in.
Yes, it's not the Ezreal Jackson.
I know. I'm so happy. Tristana definitely is good here. Just her ability to rocket jump away from things like the Jarvan, as well as give herself a bit of space between her and the Samira with that ultimate is going to be a definite factor in these fights. As well as that, she obviously has the ability to jump in and combo up with the Diana and the Syndra. Engages, as they do have quite a good engage range. So I do like Tristana here. I really do like Seraphine. I think this champion is broken. I think this is a great game to play it into as well. As just, they have a lot of champions that are going to be kind of dawdling around looking for engages, such as, the Syndra, the Diana. Seraphine's able to just, smack them with that ultimate, get that massive AoE. Honestly, Camille is up for the first time this series. We have not seen Really and Polio able to actually lock this one in yet. This has been something that's been target banned in every single game this series.
Insta-locked.
I don't think the bike was that effective in the last game.
I think it was. Specifically mid-game, he pretty much caught out BladeXer three times.
That's true.
And that kind of forced Jewpies to take a instant disadvantageous fight for those last couple of that last game. So Prodigium feeling really comfortable on Pyke, and I can see why. He's just able to pilot that champion really well. And with a mobile mid laner like Orianna, even though he does have phase rush, can still land those hooks from outside of vision. So we've got to see what Pyke does. Tristana can pilot the 1v2 quite well with her kit in general.
We've seen Armona do it many a time.
And Dream to Me won't have as much impact because it'll be pretty much sitting with Samira this whole time. Can roam around a little bit, but not as effectively as Pyke.
I really do like the Seraphine, though. She has such a big impact ulti that when it's been missing for an entire series and suddenly you have to start learning to play around it, it's going to make a really big difference in some of these fights.
100%. And it's going to come down to vision as well. If Seraphine is able to cast that outside of vision and Destiny can't react to it, then it's pretty much going to be a sold game. But I think this game is actually going to come down to junglers again. So can ACCO pilot Diana really well to the point where J4 has no impact, even though J4 is probably better in every way when it comes to ganking and just the ability to affect the map. We're just got to see how it goes. I believe Diana might need level 6 before you can even engage on J4, but we'll just have to see.
Yeah, so one thing to note here is Samira obviously benefits from having a bit of a CC engaged support, someone that can get her snowballing, someone that can, allow her to dash in and start stacking up for her ultimate. Seraphine is definitely going to be someone that's going to be great in a 5v5 for her team. Not so great in the 2v2 though, especially when you're playing against the Prodigium Pyke, who is really good at connecting these hooks. I think anytime Pyke is able to connect a skewer onto Seraphine in this lane, it's almost assuredly going to be a kill with the Tristana as well. So they have to be really, really careful in this 2v2 to not allow Prodigium to just get agency of the lane, land those hooks, and then, enable the Tristana snowball, because when Tristana is ahead, she is terrifying. And as well as that, mid lane, Orianna Syndra, this is a classic matchup. You see this in pro play all the time. Super even. They both have about as much kill pressure on each other as anything. Syndra has a little bit more solo kill pressure, whereas, Orianna has a little bit more team fight presence, just in general. So I think that's going to be an interesting matchup. As for the jungle, obviously Diana, not the best early game jungler, does like to get her level 6, but the way that this champion is able to scale is terrifying, and she has one of the fastest clear speeds in the game, so she's likely going to be getting very, very, very farmed ahead of this Jarvan, which means that it's going to be up to Jarvan. The onus is going to be on him to make sure that he's abusing that, getting those level 2, level 3, level 4 ganks in, trying to snowball his lanes before Diana is able to come online and show presence across the map. And as for the top lane, Jimbo Baggins is going to have his work cut out for him here, locking in the Tahm Kench when they knew that Camille was available for William Polio is certainly brave. William Polio known for this Camille pick, and obviously Camille is just known as the tank killer. Tahm Kench really is just a walking bundle of stats and health, and Camille loves to smack her Q into that, so this is going to be a real interesting one to watch if Jimbo Baggins can avoid feeding into that Camille.
Yeah, and you pretty much described it perfectly. I feel like Jewpies drafted pretty well in this instance in a 5v5 scenario, but Destiny's going to thrive off skirmishes quite a bit as well. So it's going to come down to vision control and what they're able to accomplish here. Can J4 get those ganks, or can Diana get level 6 without being punished with counter invades, or potentially being pressured even at her camps? And if Prodigium can actually roam the map really well and put a challenge for Jade on the back foot, But it's going to definitely come down to the jungle matchup here. I believe the lanes will play passive for the first couple of moments, and then once we hit level 6, I'm sure there's going to be a lot of chaos and a bit of a fiesta, as Destiny would like to put it. I think if they can make Jewpies not play their game, they have a chance to win this game. I think this is a 50-50 at this rate, and the drafts are pretty close. What are your thoughts?
It's just going to come down to not letting Bledexter get fed, really. If Bledexter gets massively ahead on the Samira pick, I think he can absolutely mop the floor with this enemy team. You look at the lineup here, there's not a lot of CC present on the side of Destiny. They only really do have Pyke, and it's not really instant CC at that. So their ability to shut down Bledexter outside of this DST Guard Syndra pick is going to be a little bit on the limited side, so they really have to make sure that they're not allowing Bledexter to just snowball out of control with this pick. But at the same time, if they're able to actually capitalize on this bot lane 2v2 weakness of this Seraphine pick with the Samira, then that could go a completely different direction. And then we could see Ardmona actually in a driver's seat to use this Jimbo Baggins front line combined with the Diana dive with the Prodigium Pyke to actually be able to sit back and carry the game in that 80 carry position. And obviously, we have seen Jewpies Angels identify Ardmona as a possible win condition. We saw a ton of bans centered around him in the draft phase. So I'm definitely going to have my eyes on him as we go into this game.
Yeah, so this is a game 5. No one wants to make mistakes. And I'm hoping that that doesn't put Destiny put them in a bit of a passive playing style. They do thrive off a bit of chaos and a bit of putting it to Jewpies. And if they allow Jewpies just to scale and just able to generate gold and experience, it's going to be really hard for Destiny to actually put any pressure on them because they, like you mentioned, they do lack the CC and the lockdown. It's going to be up to ACO to pretty much look for those 1v5 dives if they catch anyone out or if Prodigium lands a hook. But I'm pretty sure Bledexter and Dream to Meme will have a pretty passive lane phase here if Prodigium just pretty much roams the map for free.
Man, it's just been such a crazy story today, hasn't it? It's just, no one really even expected it to come to 5 games, and Destiny have just played out of their minds. And, the stories that Blue Side has just been dominating every game, and we've seen it happen before with Destiny, but usually they're the ones that get it on the 5th. It'll be really interesting if there was ever a chance for them to play the best game of their lives. This is it. This is their 3rd star right here.
I don't even know if, Blue Side dominating is really accurate, because while Destiny did win that last game, it was certainly a game of inches. We saw them, losing fights pretty convincingly, and you were thinking, oh, Jewpies is going to win this, they're going to take Baron, and that's going to be game. And then Destiny would just kind of fiesta crawl back thanks to some crazy micro play made by some of the players. So I think this is definitely closer than many would think. This game, these two teams are so close together in skill right now, and really it is coming down to drafts in a lot of these games. I feel like, in the first 3 games of this series, the drafts were a little bit questionable from Destiny, and they were able to kind of scrape by to win, their game. But in game 4, I feel like they really came online. They really figured out what they need out of these drafts, drafted a comp that didn't have holes like their last ones. And, they've drafted another great composition here. This is a comp that you would expect to see in, all levels of play. I'm excited to see if they're able to take it all the way.
Yeah, 100%. And right now we do have the junglers going for the top side, jungle clear path, full clear to bot side, and maybe there's going to be a bit of a gank happening in the bot side, but I don't think it will. Like you said, ACO definitely does have the slight clear advantage over J4 and is just able to take this scuttle uncontested. And it's going to put Alpha Arcadia a little behind here. Hook coming out to
team actually going to get collapsed on here. Rocket jump comes through. That's going to be first blood going over to Ardmona, and he gets the reset to hop right on out of there without Alpha Arcadia being able to do anything. He is coming in here, but they do have this Ace Go Diana in the bot side if need be.
They can collapse on this J4. Oh, that flash!
Yeah, Prodigium has to watch out here. The sun's going to connect onto J4. Bledexter maybe getting a little bit aggressive. He doesn't have the damage to finish off Prodigium. Oh no! Ace goes caught in the middle of 2 people though. Ardmona has joined the fray. Rocket jump onto Bledexter, looking to get the damage to finish him off, and he finds it. In comes DST Guard. They're going to find another one as well, and Destiny 3 kills already at only 4 minutes into this match.
It's a disaster for Jewpies.
Wow. Okay, so Destiny aggressive right out the gates. They did not even wait. They realized they had the advantage when Jing to Meme was in base. They just decided to take it to Alpha Arcadia, and he got caught out pretty much, and it was unfortunate, but DST Guard actually got there first without TP. Challenger for Jade actually using TP to try to make up for it. But Destiny won that in every way, shape, or form, and they already have a 2K gold lead. That's insane.
Yeah, played to perfection, absolutely. Just the perfectly timed that gank, and you know, Prodigium wasn't too worried about getting the flag and drag from Jarvan because he knew he was going to dash out, even if he got knocked up, and he was just going to pull him into the rest of his team. It was just a perfect situation, and they played it perfectly too.
Yeah, and I think that was a bit of a miscommunication as well. I think Alpha Arcadia actually went in a bit too quickly, and Blade XI couldn't follow up, and it just allowed Prodigium to pretty much get out of there safely without taking too much damage. And it kind of baited Destiny in. So, no, baited Jewpies in. And yeah, 3-0, first gold. And Prodigium's popping off on this spike. I got to say, man, he's really playing well.
Yeah, and that is Xerxes Greaves and first recall for Ardmona. He is so stacked right now. The movement speed is just going to be so good at getting in Bledex's face, and not only that, but the attack speed as well. They're looking for a Dream Team meme again, actually. Wow. Look at the damage. Oh my goodness. They just find themselves a free pickup onto a Dream Team meme, and this is exactly what I was saying in draft phase. They are just able to abuse this Seraphine paired with Samira, because Samira just does not have the tools to just keep people at range, play back, and allow himself to play with the Enchanter. He has to play up on this champion. And when you pair him with something like the Seraphine, who just wants to sit back and just chuck her spells and chuck her shields, she isn't able to do that. And therefore, you're just allowing Pyke to just land these hooks, allow Tristana to go in, make these plays, and blow up the squishy Seraphine health pool.
Yeah, and it's just absolutely crazy what's happening right now. Like, Destiny up 4-0 at 6 minutes. They got all the golden experience required, and right now, Jewpies are just trying to survive, try to get to that 5v5 team fight, but Prodigium's not having any of that, and he's just pretty much forcing the fight from the very get-go. Just Alpha Arcadia can't get anything done on this J4, and he's already level 5, and it's really tough because Asico is just pretty much scaling for free. A very forced command shockwave, forcing the flash out DST guard.
Yeah, it's just, you have to be worried about Jewpies' mental right now. In the last 3 hours, they've lost 2 games.
Oh my god, they actually get him over the wall. The stun connects. DST guard is there. They'd have to watch out though. He's getting chunked down by Challenger for Jade. Aceco might be able to finish this one off. No, doesn't decide to go forward. Here comes Lilian Polio though, gonna look to try and lock down DST guard. One more auto attack will do the trick. Scatter the Weak comes through, but unfortunately, he is going to get taken down, and that's going to be a 5-man roam to the mid lane.
Wow.
In order to take down DST guard.
Yeah, you love that for Tristana. She's going to pick up a few, just the one fat plate.
Yeah, and that's still enough. 160 golds, 160 golds.
That's
so Ardmona definitely has a big lead coming into this matchup with Blade X. It's pretty much 12 to 1300 gold, and that's just absolutely crazy. That's a BF sword, pretty much.
That's it.
And he decided to finish Boots early with a pickaxe. It just shows that he's really confident landing those auto attacks, and just the base damage of Tristana is just enough here just to pretty much 1v2 this bot side at this point, and Prodigium's just allowed to roam endlessly.
That's it. Yeah, like I was saying, the Jewpies mental, man, they've lost more games in the last few hours than they have ever. They lost 1 game last season, and it was against Destiny. And Destiny have just taken 2 more games off them, and it's looking like a 3rd right now. They've got to be worried. They've never been in this situation before, where they've had to play from such a big deficit with so much tilt and such a big threat.
Yeah, and it really comes down to your team's composure. Like, Jewpies are a really good team once they're challenged, and Destiny is showing that even though they're challenged, they're on the back foot. They weren't the favorites to win this, essentially, and they just showed up. They put it to Jewpies, and now Jewpies are on the back foot, and they're down 2k gold, and this game is pretty much on Ardmona's head.
Bledexter face checks the wrong brush.
Oh, that's rough.
Aceco is waiting there, but meanwhile, we do have Alpha Arcadia trying to make a play in the mid lane to make up for it. DST guard is going to find himself taken down.
And yeah, I really like what Destiny is doing here. They realize that they have a really big advantage in the bot side, and now Asico is actually showing up when he's level 6, and that's a really good thing. And they can pretty much tower dive this bot lane over and over again. If J4's not going to show up, if he's just going to keep ganking mid, then so be it. They're going to take that loss, but right now, it's bot lane diff at the moment, and Ardmona is in a strong position to carry this game.
Yeah, this is exactly what you need to, because the only way that you lose this game is by Tristana just getting absolutely jumped on and collapsed on. But they have Jimbo Baggins, right? Like, the Tahm Kench ultimate did get reworked. A lot of people just use it as the damage, but it's a save still, right? We've seen Jimbo Baggins use it in the last game to save Prodigium when he was about to assuredly die to the tower. And he can use that to save Ardmona against a big collapse here from Alpha Arcasia and Camille if that decides to happen and be the case. So
the save's actually even better than it was before. Obviously, it's got a huge cooldown, so you'd want it to be. But now you get a giant shield. Oh, Jimbo's actually getting poked out.
Yeah,
he's not going to pick up the kill.
In comes his team. Prodigium coming in here, looking for the stun. Aceco as well, and that is going to be the hook. Hike's Tech Ultimatum comes down onto Jimbo Baggins, but it's not even going to matter.
Okay.
Bailed out by the boys.
Yes, so really in Polio, no vision whatsoever, just decided not to believe that Pike existed for the last couple of minutes. And that's just what happens, unfortunately. And, man, Prodigium's starting to roam the map, and he's just able to affect every lane. And this lead is starting to snowball just a little bit. And even though Challenge for Jade is actually doing quite well in the mid lane with Oriana, still down by 2 waves. And they're going to pretty much pick up this rift for free. And they're going to probably force this rift bot side so they can get Ardmona and Prodigium to actually swap to top side and force this Camille out of lane as well. So Destiny are definitely in a good spot.
Yeah, no, I definitely do agree. I'm excited to see exactly how they're able to, you know, transition this lead, as they do have a massive, massive gold advantage in the early game. But, you know, how far they're able to push this, how far they're able to close this one out, that's going to be the one that I have my eyes on.
Yeah, they're going to use it here for mid straight away. They realize they don't have dragon control, and they're going to force this straight away. Nice scout of the week coming out of Syndra here. Just forced the disengage. Pretty much picked up that rift and gold for free. Bang, right there. Aceco picking up the 320.
Yeah, but Dragon is up. They have to watch out for that one. Prodigium's positioned on the other side of the map. I'm not exactly sure what he's doing here. I think they know that the objective's up, but they just don't care. Maybe they know that they can't contest it while Ardmona's in base, so they just decide to give that one up. Obviously, Dragon giving one up is not the end of the world. I believe we even saw Jewpies Angels take the first Dragon last game.
He's actually going to catch the Camille here. This could be a big
level
dive.
5. Oh, that's a misplay.
That's okay, though.
Does actually connect the stun. Yeah, Jimbo Baggins is going to pop the ultimate there. Going to try and do as much damage as possible. Here comes Syndra, and that is a massive tongue lash to finish him off.
Man, they're actually focusing the correct target too.
Yes, they
If I had to choose any tilter on the side of Jewpies, it's going to be Ruling and Polio. He does suffer a lot when he gets into
that combo's not enough.
Yeah, in comes Aceco. Big damage here on the Diana, looking to finish things off in a nice and quick and easy manner.
A very late TP coming out. Are they actually going to force this? Wow. Alpha Arcasia actually flashed under turret, but decided it was the wrong flash to use. So a bit of a big misplay coming out of Alpha Arcasia. Very late TP coming out of Challenger for Jade. And
gods are choking.
Yeah, right now they're just making all the micro misplays here. They're just using their flashes for no reason. And DST Guard got an extra 2 plates in mid lane for free without being challenged. And that CS lead is definitely popping a lot. And nice scout of the week to make sure William Polio doesn't ult the Syndra for free. And Destiny making all the right plays, Jackson. It's looking pretty clean coming out of them.
Yeah, it certainly is. And I mean, Prodigium, you know, he's definitely a big factor of that. We're talking about game one, how it felt like there was just something missing out of this lineup, something that was not, you know, enabling the tempo that we normally see out of this Destiny lineup. And it just was Prodigium. We've seen it in these couple of games. This man really does kind of carry the team on his back through the early game, gets them the leads, gets them the ability to take it to mid game and late game with a lead behind them. And that's the thing about Destiny, right? The team is so good at those mid to late game team fights, and we saw that in game 4. But the thing that they kind of lack without Prodigium is that ability to get to the team fights with a lead behind them. And, you know, that he's just generating that right here. Obviously, 6 kill participation out of 8 at only 13 minutes into the game. He is just running an absolute muck around the map.
Yeah, and he hasn't been in lane for a very long time. I got to say, Ardmona just holding this 2v1, no problem at all. And he's just... When you put this much pressure on the map, it makes Jewpies make second guesses and different decisions that they normally wouldn't. And he's even trying to steal a blue away here.
Oh,
he actually got it. Oh, wow. J4 actually got angry and he ulted preemptively.
He's going to die for it.
Oh,
yeah, they're going to chase him down here. The hook connects. Alpha Arcasia trying to flag and drag away. Jimbo Baggins, though, with the flash.
He can do it.
Does hit him up with the stun. In comes William Polio, though, with this Camille pick. Hextech ultimatum. So much damage onto Prodigium. He's
no, a bit of a misplay.
Aceco actually trading 1 for 1. And this is Destiny flubbing a little bit.
Yeah, if you give Jewpies even a breath of fresh air, they will take it and they will suffocate you to the ends of the earth. And man, that is a very big misplay coming out. They're even going to try. Oh, wow. Okay, I've never seen that interaction before. All right. That actually ended up working out in Destiny's favor ever so slightly. But
man,
wow.
what a yikes. It was so close. Prodigium stole the blue buff and Jarvan, you know, he used his ultimate. They thought they could catch him out, but, you know, it just wasn't enough. And by the time he was under tower, they had, like, already half committed, and Camille was there to end it.
Yeah, so very greedful play coming out really on Polio there. Just wanted to get that extra CS, probably to finish his Divine Sunder. Ends up dying anyway. And right now, this Admona is just not being challenged whatsoever. Just pretty much farms, scales for free. BladeX are losing an XP and gold. It's just, they can pretty much tower dive this guy right now if they really wanted, but they opt to take the safe decision. They made a misplay earlier in the Jewpies blue side jungle, and they're not going to make that mistake again. Even though Prodigium is super far ahead, he's still squishy, and he pretty much gets blown up for no reason. Trying to take that blue, of course, but...
And
yeah.
all the gold difference, as you can see just here too, it's like all in the bot lane right now. Admona is about 2k up on BladeX. And BladeX is playing, you know, Samira, that champion that really needs the gold. She has to get the items to get going and survive the long team fight, so she can just press R a billion times. It's really choking right here.
Yeah. And just finished Imperial Shield Bow, so he would be able to have a bit more survivability in the 5v5, but they don't want to take it just yet because 4k gold and the XP difference is a bit too big. They don't want to snowball this out of control in Destiny's favor. They should really play through this Camille on the top side. But unfortunately, Jimbo Baggins is just a bit too tanky. They just can't force that 2v1 with the J4 jungle, but they're just going to continuously dive this bot side, and Alpha Arcasia face checking. All that damage.
Admona is absolutely massive right now. And that's one thing as well, is Tristana obviously outscales Samira. Samira is kind of, you know, that big team fight. Once she gets the ultimate, you know, the couple items online, she's very scary. But, you know, Tristana is like one of the quintessential 6-item 80 carries. If she's allowed to just get to level 18, have the longest range of any 80 carry, and also be able to like two-shot people with her ultimate, she's really, really scary, and Samira has to watch out. So the fact that she's able to cruise through the early game like this and just scale for free is really scary for Jewpies. They might actually find Alpha Arcasia. He's going to get caught up with the Scatter the Weak stun. In comes Jimbo Baggins, though, with the TP, looking to chase them down.
Out of position a little bit.
Yeah, the Frog does get chunked himself. In comes Alpha Arcasia, looking for DST guard. The ultimate from Seraphine, though, is actually going to connect onto Admona in the backline. Oh my god, a dream to meme. Actually carrying that one so hard with that Seraphine ultimate. He connected it all the way from downtown onto the most important player, and now Prodigium leading the enemy team on a little bit of a wild goose chase.
Yeah, BladeX are predicting his every move, just not making sure he gets out alive. He actually hit him with an auto attack, so he's going to try and get over this wall. Does fall for it, the flag and drag, and just an auto attack.
You just got to cop a gore drink.
I gotta say, really well played out of Jewpies. They played that pretty much perfect. Jimbo Baggins called out a little too far forward, allowed Alpha Arcasia to get that engage onto the Syndra and just absolutely melt her down. I'm not sure what happened to Admona in the last fight, but I'm pretty sure it just got charmed up by a dream to meme, and the rest was history. It's just they were able to execute so fast that there was no counterplay coming out of Destiny.
Yeah, and again, really Polio is a player that you really do need to be watching. He's been having those big performances on the Camille, able to get in there with the hook shot, pops the Hextech ultimatum immediately onto DST guard, and just really looks to melt down the Destiny mid laner. And as a result, you know, he wasn't able to position well. He wasn't able to position at the back. He was kind of caught up against that wall as the Jewpies Angels roster were pushing in. And you know, that's just one thing about Camille, right? Her ultimate is so strong in these 5v5s. You just lock someone in place from being able to get away from your incredible front line, away from the Samira, away from the Jarvan. And it was just, you know, able to take down one of the most fed players on this lineup. But really, you know, the big game changer was that Seraphine ultimate. And Prodigium actually is just going to get blown up here from over the wall yet again.
So J4 always at the right place at the right time, as of the last few ganks, just able to pressure just enough. They knew they wanted to take top line turrets, so yeah, J4 just actually got into flag and drag range, and they're going to actually take this rift and probably swing the gold in their favor if this is a really good Shelly push. And I got to say, challenger for Jade on this Orianna. Oh, okay, very aggressive coming out of Asiko.
Yeah, they do get the flash actually, but challenge for Jade.
Just trading ultis.
Has no one there with him, but he is able to grab himself the flash and the shockwave out of Orianna, which is pretty good considering Rift Herald is up. It's not going to be up for them if they do decide to try and fight over it, as I'm pretty sure Diana does have a shorter cooldown on her ultimate.
Yes, by a couple of seconds, I believe. But they do have this rift pressure now. It depends where they're going to put it. They do need that tower back. They do need the gold back. Right now, we've actually come to a pause. I wonder what it is.
Yeah, look, it's definitely another pause for guard. You know, it's when these games get close, you just got to take a quick break. Quick chuff.
Yeah, I think he needed to sneeze there or something, but who knows. But yeah, DST Guard does have a slight XP advantage over Challenger for Jade, even though Challenger for Jade is playing a pretty flawless game, just not CSing as well. But we do have those micro pauses in between. Now, Destiny were poised to win this in the last couple of minutes, but Jewpies have brought it back. They were down 5k. Now they're only down 1.5k. It's just amazing how one team fight can actually change the tides of this fight.
Absolutely.
This game.
Yeah, huge swings in this game. And, you know, when you're just looking at the scaling, it has to go over to Destiny. But they have to, you know, slow down. They got to play their comp better and just focus on getting that gold and getting that Tristana scaled up so she can just carry the game later on.
Yeah, and it's going to come down to really Empoleon actually locking down this Tristana with her FXX ultimatum. And she does do quite a bit of damage later in the later stages of the game. By no means doesn't match Ardmona, but probably does enough damage to probably force her out of a fight quite quickly. It just depends how quickly they get onto her, because if they're able to start a fight on their own terms, then I'm pretty sure Jewpies will probably win the fight if they catch Destiny off guard, and vice versa to Destiny to Jewpies.
Yeah, certainly does appear to be that way. Now, I gotta say, like, looking at the vision control, though, Jewpies are running a little bit behind. We do see Destiny actually being the ones in control with vision all the way up the river and around Baron. So that's going to be something interesting. Jewpies Angels are, you know, ultimately going to have to play into that at some point.
Yeah, and nice. Oh, wow, that damage, though. Blade X, I caught out a little bit. Okay.
Yeah, in comes Alpha Arcasia, though, does pop the Cataclysm onto Ardmona and Prodigium. Prodigium's just going to dash right on out of there, but another big Seraphine ultimate is going to connect onto Ardmona. That's the second time a Dream to Meme has been his demise.
That's just what we were talking about earlier, too. It's the absolute difference maker with the Seraphine ulti. What are you meant to do against that?
Yeah, and with Dragon coming up soon, it's going to look a little rough for Destiny. They're not able to get any sort of Dragon control, and they're pretty much got to give this up if Ardmona can't get there in time. But I'm pretty sure they're going to try and catch out whoever they can here. Prodigium actually has a decent flank, but forced to get out straight away.
Yeah, they did get the exhaust out of a Dream to Meme, which is something.
Yeah, it could turn the tide of this 5v5. Tristana should get there in time, but that should be a dead Prodigium. So he gave away his position, unfortunately, with that hook. And you know what? Challenger for Jay was like, I'll just chuck my ultimate across the wall and kill you.
You maybe managed to hook someone over the wall there. I still don't think you really get that much. You only have Tom Kench with you there. You're just going to suffer from that hook. It's just a bit of a misplay, unfortunately.
So with that play, it's unfortunate that they pretty much gave up Dragon at this point. They have no more kill pressure. If they force this, it's a mistake.
Man, these games have been so close today.
Jimbo Baggins is going to go in. He lands the knock-up onto Bloodexa.
Can get in?
He is staying alive. Aceco, though, has to watch out. He gets almost blown up. Goes Golden, trying to stay alive, but a well-timed flag and drag from Alpha Arcasia is going to finish him off. Jimbo Baggins is going to go down as well, and Ardmona has not been able to get into this fight, and in comes Bloodexa, popping the Samira ultimate, and that is going to be a quick and easy double kill for your boy. And with that, we do see none other than Jewpies Angels back in a familiar position,
Prodigium.
the lead. But here comes Prodigium.
All right.
He has joined the fight late, but he nearly gets himself 2 kills. Does pop challenge for Jay. Oh, he actually finishes him off with the Ignite.
Last tick. All right, so that's a lot of gold coming to Prodigium. A bit of a saving grace, I would say, just to make the gold dead even in the game. But yeah, that was a big mistake coming out of Destiny, trying to force that 4v5. And they just get absolutely punished for it. Now Blade X is accelerated into the mid game for free, picking up 3 kills in that exchange. And he's going to pretty much build his collector, Merc Treads, and whatever else he wants.
Yeah, Jimbo went in a little early just so he could, you know, disrupt some of the play and try to get them to peel off the Drake. But Asuko actually queued the Drake so he could ult onto it if it got low enough. And it just didn't. Because he stepped up so far, he just got absolutely blown up.
And I got to say, this game is turning into a jungle diff. Alpha Acacia's finding these cataclysms quite well, just able to pretty much be an immediate threat in the fight and forcing ACCO to pretty much Zhonya's then die without doing much in the fight. So it just goes to show that J4 definitely does have a bit more utility and damage at the moment, because ACCO is just not able to find these combos effectively, and he's just falling behind as a result of it. So props there for Alpha Acacia just finding these plays.
Yeah, they certainly are. But again, the X factor of this Destiny team, you got to remember that, you know, in the last game, we did see them at a bit of a deficit. They started off last game actually behind, and they were able to crawl themselves back into the game through a series of incredible team fights. And we could see that sort of thing happen again, but, you know, the driver's seat was backed by Ardmona this game. He had everything going for him, 3-0 on this Tristana, and now he's 3-3. You know, he hasn't been able to perform too well on this lead that he's been given, but one thing he has been able to do quite well is take towers, and that is something that Destiny have had an actual advantage this game.
They should get caught out here.
Yeah, they did read that tower just a little bit too long.
Yeah, Alpha Acacia is getting chased down. Cataclysm was
Nice.
available, but decided
DST
not
guard.
to take
Okay.
it. Guard actually grabbing a scout.
He's going for
In
it.
comes Blidexa, looking to try and combo with the command shockwave. It is just going to miss on all members. Brilliant Polio, though. Meanwhile, catching out DST Guard. The TP is coming through to try and give himself a little bit of help. Hextech ultimatum to buy some time, but there we go. The Tom Kench combo and helping shutting down that Camille. We were talking about that earlier. Guard is going to get taken down by Alpha Acacia in the end, and Prodigium actually getting caught out by a Seraphine ultimate is going to get taken out as well. And now this is an unfortunate situation for Destiny. They have their backs against the walls. They are running for the hills with Baron alive. Aceco is not there to help. Ardmona actually under the
he's got
tower.
the
He
reset.
finds one, but the rocket jump not able to come out in time. In comes Ardmona, though. Sorry, Aceco. And he almost finishes off challenge for Jade, but the shield's coming through from Seraphine. A little bit too much, and he is just going to go down with the rest of his ship.
Okay, so really unfortunate series of events there. They usually start the fights pretty well, Destiny, but they were caught out in that instance. Unfortunately, DST Guard was caught out on the left wing. Really, Impolio is like, hey, you know what? I can find you. And then followed up by Alpha Acacia. They pretty much pick up a free Baron here, and just like that, in 5 minutes, Jewpies have turned the game in their favor, and they'll be pretty much up 5k gold by the time this Baron expires, probably even a lot more depending on what they take off the map. They just aren't able to start these skirmishes quite well, and Jewpies are just punishing them with the constant 5v5 pressure, even with the Camille off on the side, because she can pretty much 1v1 anyone at this point. I'm pretty sure no one can challenge her.
Yeah, but again, the scaling advantage this game is definitely over towards Destiny.
Yes.
If Destiny is able to get late game with this Syndra, with this Tristana, it's going to be really, really scary to play into, especially with Diana as well.
Yep.
Late game, level 16 Diana, if she does hit you with an ultimate, your whole team just disappears. So yeah, at the same time, I would never count out Destiny with this sort of a composition, even if they are falling behind like this, because it's not a massive disadvantage. They're only behind like something like 3k gold, if that, like just under 4k gold. So I definitely don't think they're out of this game just yet, especially since they are the scaling comp. The fact that they had an early game lead in the first place is a miracle. So
it's just really tricky for them to play around it though, right? Because obviously you've got the Samira ult, which you need to save your stun for, but then if you're gonna go try and stun her, you're just getting clapped by the Seraphine ult, by the Orianna ult. They have so much CC that will just burst these teams down. It's really tricky for Destiny to actually do anything.
Yeah, and it's going to be really hard for them to actually execute this properly. They really do need a pick from this Prodigium. Unfortunately, they're just not able to pick it. Maybe they can force this dragon and make Jewpies actually respond to them. But really, Polio dodges that. And he's going to get engaged, and Aceco actually takes more damage than he realizes.
Oh, that's really Impolio overextending, though. Well played by Aceco with the Proto Belt to bait him in. They do take the Dragon for it, putting themselves up to Soul Point, but this is a 5v4 right now. Jewpies Angels has to be careful. Jimbo Baggins goes forward, looking to try and slow down the enemy team. Big Seraphine ultimate comes through, attacks 2 in the back line. Command Shockwave is going to blow up DST Guard. Aceco looking to be the next one to follow. Yes, indeed. Blidexa, legendary on this Samira, and now Prodigium going to be the next one to try and get himself away. The slow connects from Alpha Acacia. Does he have anything else to chase down this Pyke? I don't think so.
Flag and drag is up in a second.
Oh, he gets away
They
with
take
the
the turret
stun. Yes,
instead.
And that could just be the game right there. They have the Baron buff. They're pushing in on the inhib. There's a huge wave. Jewpies might have just filled Destiny's fate. They're chasing Prodigium down.
Oh, a bit of a misplay coming out of Caja. Forced to
He
stop
has a
watch
team
here.
to back him
Is it
up,
a bait though?
It's a,
Oh, it
they
might have
don't
been a
get
little
the
bit of a
start.
bait. They're going to find Ardmona. Bloodxa still legendary. 5 seconds on Aceco's respawn timer right here. DST guard up in 5 now as well. And they are knocking down the doors of these Nexus towers. But
definitely win
will,
the game here.
Yeah,
Take
they
the
made
whole
mistakes.
series.
Yeah.
will the players be able to defend this one off? This is a all or nothing game 5 push right here. DST guard is going to be the one to watch. He's the wave clear in this composition. Prodigium trying to look for a pick with that hook. Jimbo Baggins taking so much damage. In goes Aceco with the ultimate. He's not able to find anyone. But Bloodxa goes forward, popping the ultimate. DST guard finishes it off. Prodigium whiffs the ultimate. Oh no, gets a little bit too fancy for his own feet, and that is going to be a 2-man shockwave connecting. DST guard goes golden. They might have the damage to finish him off. The flag and drag connects. He is going to go down. So is Prodigium, and now Jimbo Baggins, the only one left alive on this Destiny lineup. However, Ardmona has respawned. This is the Tristana to try and hold the door. They are trying to keep them from ending. Seraphine is going to connect onto both. That is going to be the kill. That is going to be Tom Kench as well. Hextech Ultimatum is going to steal it away. Jewpies Angels, they've done it once. They've done it again. They might have taken 2 losses, but in the end, they are on top. Jewpies Angels are your 2021 Next Tier Esports League Grand Champions.
Unbelievable.
Nice game, Jewpies. They played that to absolute perfection. That's the Jewpies that we've been seeing all season over and over again. Absolutely insane that they've finally pulled out this win. So proud of these guys. Such a strong team.
Yeah, it's just unbelievable. The last 2 minutes were actually insane. They just played that extended fight really, really well, and they just punished Destiny whenever they tried to come back in the game. Prodigium whiffing his ultimate, Syndra missing the scat of the week, and even Tristana getting caught out by the Dream to Meme ultimate. I gotta say, those ultimates by Seraphine are very underrated, just absolutely catching out Destiny off guard, and just the follow-up with Alpha, Acacia, and the Oriana ultimate were just absolutely sublime.
Yeah, one thing I do want to pay attention to here is the Jarvan 4.
Bring him in, boys.
Jarvan 4, if you look at the scoreboard, he actually did have 100% kill participation in that game. Jarvan was involved in every single kill. Alpha Arcasia playing out of his mind. Obviously, Aceco last game was the superior jungler, but that was, on Echo, a pick that he was maybe a little bit more comfortable on.
Yes.
Whereas, he had to play Diana into Jarvan, which is not an easy matchup for the Diana at all. Jarvan beats you one-on-one at pretty much every stage of the game. So Alpha Arcasia really did push that to the absolute limit. Again, 100% KP. Really carried this game on his back. So super, super big shout outs to Alpha Arcasia for, being the difference maker in the game that mattered when Bloodxa, was feeding in lane. Bloodxa was not your savior this game at all.
Dream to Meme actually got called out a few times, but yes, BladeX, I couldn't do anything about it. But,
Until he pulled the entire game back, there were just some perfect team fights where he did everything he needed to do and just got so far ahead. Just really well played by Jewpies. It was such a close series all day. Every game felt like Destiny was so close to victory and getting that 3rd star, but it just wasn't doable, unfortunately. And Jewpies have claimed their 2nd championship, and well-deserved too.
Well-deserved.
The only 2 games they lost this season were the 2 games that you saw today, and other than that, what can you say? This team is just too good to be true. Destiny seems to be the only people that have their number and the only people that have ever taken games off them. A big shout out to Jewpies. Congratulations, 2021 NTEL League of Legends champions.
Yes, 100%. I got to say, it's a bit of blue side diff. It just seems to be the side where teams actually win. I understand why they were banning J4 nearly the entire series, and Alpha Acacia shows up in the deciding game with 100% kill participation, with a decent amount of damage, and just the follow-up with Camille and Seraphine and Oriana. Just everyone gelled so well together and just absolutely shut down Ardmona on this Tristana. Just couldn't play the game.
Exactly right. And it's just been such a crazy story too. For BladeX, I mentioned this earlier in the day, but our first ever championship that we played was against Destiny, and that's where they got their 1st star. After that game went to 5 series, and Blue Side won every game. The first game was a little bit rough because we had a sub just like Destiny did today, and it's almost like roles reversed, and BladeX has just got to be absolutely stoked.
Yeah, 100%.
congratulations to all the boys. Unlucky to Destiny. You guys were so close. Take nothing away from you guys. Any of these games should have gone either way today. You guys have all played fantastically. Thank you for putting on quite the show. We're sorry for doubting you. You really took them to 5 games, and maybe next year will be the year.
Yeah, and you just got to practice and play the game of League of Legends. And with that side note, we might as well thank our wonderful sponsors for making this season possible.
Yeah, so true. I was just about to say we should definitely mention the sponsors real quick. Obviously, folks, now that Destiny have come second, they're going to be walking away from this with $250 in their back pocket, and Jewpies Angels claiming the $500 grand prize. And you might be wondering, $500 for a Northern Territory League of Legends competition, that is quite a lot. How did you manage that? Well, I'll tell you how we managed that, thanks to our major sponsors on your screen right now. Honestly, the Territory's own Paul's Iced Coffee, big shout outs to them. Not only have they helped us out with, obviously, the prize pool that you've seen here today, but David obviously comes in here with a massive esky full of Paul's Iced Coffees for all of our events, making sure everyone's nice and hydrated. Thanks to them. So big shout outs there, as well as that, obviously the Northern Territory government, our boy Gunner doing God's work truly, and as well as that, the McDonald's Group Darwin, who are responsible for the majority of the McDonald's stores in the Darwin and Palmerston area. We've also got our minor sponsors here. All of these are wonderful local businesses, folks. Make sure you are shopping local. Next to your entertainment up there as well. Big shout outs, as that is where David had to run off to attend to. That's why he's no longer here operating the stream, and we're having to jump back and forth. But honestly, all of these places are absolutely great. I've pretty much shopped at almost every single one here, and I've had a great experience. So these are genuinely sponsors that I believe in. I'm not even just being told to say this. Like, they're all great places to go and check out. But I think that's about it, honestly.
We're actually just going to get Blade Exeter to jump in. We'll have a little captain's interview. I'm sure he's got a lot to say after such a long season. We'll just give him a few seconds to get in here. Shouldn't be too long.
Sure, and we should also mention the actual event that will be happening to award these wonderful players and spectators, so to speak. So would you like to elaborate on that, Billy or Jackson, the end of your award tonight?
I think we can talk about that after Blood Exeter hops in here
Sure,
real quick.
sure.
But yeah, no, definitely is something that we need to mention before the end of the stream is the league-wide awards. Remind you all once again, because that is going to be a big, cool event. You can check out, obviously, you're going to get to see Team Jewpies Angels grab their big trophies yet again, once more. But
we just have Blade Exeter in the chat with us,
Awesome.
the captain of the 2021 NTEL Championships. How are you doing, my friend?
Feeling pretty good after taking it. Why wouldn't I? But yeah, it was a hell of a series. We weren't expecting that. But you know, we were playing a bit rusty. We knew that for sure. But yeah, it was. I feel like this entire day was just like keeping mental in there, because there were so many times where we just made such big throws, and it was just all about keeping the team together. You know, just keeping that good vibe, like I keep talking about there. And I think we've showed it at the end of the day what that can do with some crazy comeback that we pulled off in that last game.
Yeah, absolutely. You guys played quite the series. It was actually incredible. I am pretty curious to that. You lost more games today than your team ever has. How did you guys actually manage the tilt? How did you manage to stay so positive throughout the entire series?
It was pretty easy to just like throw out reasons like, oh, we're just having fun, we're all swapping, but we're all still a bit salty because deep down we know those games are like super winnable, even though we're not in our normal roles. We made such terrible plays, and that's the real tilting part. Is just like, you know, the game was completely winnable, and we're just playing not as good as we usually did. But you know, I just kept the team together. I'm just like, all right, just always talk about the way to win the game. You know, like we don't be talking about like, oh, freaking the mistakes we made. We want to talk about what we can do to come back. And yeah, when we were down in that 5th game, it was all about, you know, like play around this mid jungle combo. Like we've got the wombo combo. We need to bait them to this dragon. We need to win our straight out fight. That is our way back in. And we all grouped together. We got that fight, and the rest is history.
Yeah, so one thing I do want to mention in this series is obviously game 1, Prodigium having a bit of PC trouble. How much do you think that really affected the outcome here?
I think they would have gotten capped by my MF anyway. I'm going to say it. Like, we saw how bad that was. Obviously, Prodigium might have been able to control a bit better, but they weren't aware of how strong my power picks were, and they wisened up as we saw the rest of the series. Like, they didn't even want to attempt to let that through. But yeah, I've been known to be very good at that champion, at least in solo queue. I haven't played it too much, but now that she's come into meta, and this is what I was talking about in those podcasts is that the meta just came together for me. Like Aphelios is really strong in pro play. MF is just picking off huge in solo queue, and she's just become so much stronger. And champions like a Mumu that synergized so well with her, just being meta, it just all came together for me to have a really good playoff series. And without that, I'm not even sure if we would have taken it. So yeah, maybe if Prodigium was in there, they wisened up to my power picks a bit early on. The series goes their way, but went our way. Better team on the day, just about. Very close, but yeah, super happy we took it.
I'm a little concerned that, this first game, quite like our first game in the first season, is going to be a little disputable due to the fact that they were having a sub. Do you have anything to say with that?
I mean, we're happy to run it back. Technically, we have a 100% win rate on all our normal roles, so
true.
You can throw that out the way, but we still won those 2 other games where we're going full try hard mode. And we're in our normal roles. And yeah, you can't say for sure. Honestly, they gave up a really good fight today. Props to them. But I still think Jewpies showing up strong the whole season. We would have found a way.
Yeah. So do you guys think that if you are planning to make a return in the 2022 season, you think this will be the roster we see?
I mean, I don't have any issues with it. I feel like we got to nerf the roster a bit to give some of the boys a chance.
Okay.
I feel like, having a super dominant team isn't super healthy, and we've been a bit competition starved too. It wasn't easy trying to get on in practice when what's the matter when we drop a game or 2? It doesn't matter. We're probably going to win out in the end anyway. And I feel like that's a really bad mentality to have if you're in a competitive game. You want to have these challenging series just like we had tonight, and it all paid off in the end. We had a pretty breezy season, but when it came to the playoffs, we were finally put against the wall here against Destiny, and yeah, we really had some of the most memorable moments we've had all season in this playoffs. So who knows? We had a good time. I think if we're able to get some stronger teams next season, then maybe Jewpies want to defend their title, but we'll have to see how the talent is stacking up.
Yeah, for sure. And you can just tell by the way the games went that the games went longer than usual, and Jewpies really had to strain their mental just a little bit in those extended fights, making slight micro and macro errors across the board when Destiny took those games. And I believe Mumu was actually a really popular pick this series. Would you like to elaborate why you would either ban or take a Mumu in general? I understand he's a very strong jungler, this pick, and might have played a factor in you guys winning the series.
I think Mumu is probably going to be meta at Worlds even if we see this, so I'm going to go out on a limb and mention that. It's just, right now, he's absolutely cracked into the support role, even more so than the jungle, and having a support with just 2 Qs, having such strong early game, having such strong engage, having the ability to roam around still on that Mumu pick, and but it's so hard to counterplay a Mumu. You basically have to take that cleanse. He just forces a lot of answers out of the enemy team, and even when they answer it, I believe they picked Morgana in that first game against it, you're only able to save that one person, or the one person that's taking cleanse. He's only going to be the one not locked up, but at some point you're going to have to group up for those huge objectives, and that's what the game of League of Legends is all about. And yeah, we saw how much those objective fights mattered in this series here, and yeah, Mumu, who was just super strong for both teams.
Yeah. I do have one more question though. If Destiny actually challenged your picks, so they actually banned you out completely, did you have any backup picks if they decided to ban you out in first phase and potentially second phase, since you would pick your AD carry so late in the draft?
I was never really super worried about my picks. I've been known to play Ziggs in the past and stuff, but I wanted to win AD carry on my own way. I don't want to cheese out any super Ziggs wins or anything like that, even though that is the meta. I should be sending my support around the map and just farming 1v2 with the Ziggs as you do, but I wanted to win in my own way. I would have been a bit sad if they took away my Aphelios, my MF, and my Samira here, because those are the AD carries I find the most fun, but still would have found a way. I can still play those utility picks like Ashe. It's just I don't think it allows me to bring out the potential that I have. I want to be the playmaker on the team. I want to be going in. I want to be popping off sort of things, and you can do that on Ashe. It's just nowhere near as easy as you do.
Right. Well, thank you, Bloodexer, for giving us your insight after this, incredible Game 5 series. Definitely can go and grab yourself some well-earned victory laps with the team and a well-earned rest.
I just want to have one quick chat before we go to League-wide awards. You might want to, weigh in on this too, Bloodexer. But if we're talking MVPs for the entire series, one for Destiny, one for Jewpies, the champions, where are you guys leaning?
Oh, it's hard to even remember. I kind of just focused up on every game. I'd have to look at all the stats side by side to give an accurate representation. But the way it felt in game there, Prodigium, we were kind of underselling him. He did come into that series and he made a statement. He kind of blew us out that first game with the Heimerdinger, and he just forced us to respect him as he's roaming around the map. So again, backbone of DST, self-proclaimed, but he showed it here tonight. I think Prodigium played out of his mind. He had a few slip-ups, but he definitely made up for it here playing in this series. So definitely props to him. In terms of our team, I don't know. I feel a bit biased to give it to myself. There were a couple solo games it felt like, but of course I can't do that as an AD carry without the help of my support. Again, a dream to mean. Had some errors that series, but he also had some really huge plays, like that dragon fight that turned it all around. I believe he hit a 4-man Seraphine ult or something that. He had some slip-ups, got hooked a bit, but he definitely, when it came down to it, he pulled out the clutch plays, and I think a dream to meme. Also, the supports deserve a bit more spotlight for the stuff they do for their teams.
Absolutely.
Do you have any mention to Alpha Arcasia popping off a 100% kill participation in that 5th game?
I didn't even notice that statistically. That is insane. But yeah, I said it in that last game. It is all up to Alpha Arcasia and Challenger for Jade to put us on this back. We threw the bot lane out. We got to play around our strengths here, and it's off the back of that jungle mid lane combo. So even though Alpha Arcasia was doing a lot, the Challenger for Jade was just assisting him everywhere. We moved them around the map. They were basically our only hope. And yeah, we caught Destiny slipping at a moment there and paid off. But yeah, definitely props to him. He's a monster on Jarvan. We knew this from the start. It was the first time he got it that series, and he showed why you should have taken it away.
Certainly. Well, definitely thank you, Bloodexer, for joining us. We're probably going to throw over to our league-wide awards very shortly, but...
Absolutely, yeah. Huge congratulations to these guys. And, if you want to get amongst them and come meet all the guys, I imagine most of the Jewpies team's probably going to be there. A lot of the Destiny boys, too. We're going to have the league-wide awards on Thursday, October the 29th at 6:30. That's going to be at Event Cinemas in Gateway, Palmerston, where we're going to see Jewpies get crowned champions for the 2nd year running. It's going to be a great night. We'll have a few drinks and, watch everyone get some awards. There are plenty more awards to give out too. A huge percentage of the budget actually went into some, medium awards for everyone else who just had crazy plays throughout the season and, played best, all of those sorts of things too. So that is definitely unmissable.
Yeah, and of course, October 29th as well. So if you want to dress up in your best spooky costume, feel free to dress up in your best spooky costume. It's not going to be out of season to do so. Definitely would be interesting to see that one. So come down, check